She swore she'd never love again. He was cursed to live as a beast. But one kiss changed everything. Inside the quiet history room, the teacher begins her usual lesson, the founding story of their great empire. Most students sit up straight, pretending to care. But not her. She looks completely uninterested. And of course, that's our main character. But she's not being rude. She just already knows the story. Why? Because it's her story. Yeah, not in a poetic way. Literally. So let's hit rewind. Back over 100 years ago. The battlefield is silent, except for the cruel voice of a knight. He holds a lifeless woman by the hair and proudly announces that the witch, Owen, was dead. That moment marked the downfall of the Letus clan. Our girl, Martina, stands frozen, eyes locked on her mother's lifeless body. Grief takes over, and her scream pierces the air. But before she can even move, dozens of swords are already pointed her way. The knights gather, whispering like vultures. She's the witch's daughter, they say. They mock her, sneer, and plan to send her to the crown prince like some cursed souvenir. Let's just say, none of them have good intentions. And just like that, Martina is no longer a free young woman. She's a trophy. Martina's heart burns with rage. Her mother and people were gone, and all of it, because of Blanche's cruelty and greed. Now, who were the Letas? They were once a proud people from the highlands of Aleda. With their dark skin and hair, they stood out, and sadly, that made them targets. People called them all kinds of ugly names: demon seeds, criminal blood, servants of darkness. Basically, if ignorance had a fan club, the Alatans were its scapegoat. After years of being hunted and losing their lands, they became nomads, wandering performers just trying to survive. They changed their name from Alatans to Letas, and over the centuries their appearance softened: lighter hair, fairer skin. But no matter how much they changed, the hate stuck around. Then came war, and with war came a need for a new villain. Enter Crown Prince Waldo. He sees Martina, now trembling and kneeling before him, and smirks. He asks her name, then insults it. With the charm of a spoiled snake, he says she's perfect for a night of entertainment. Not only was he a prince, but a schemer. He used Letus, the witches, to fuel a trap, one that wipes out his rival and Martina's clan. The man threw Martina onto the bed like she was nothing. He leaned over her and coldly said, "There's no point hiding who you are. People will always fear what's different." Tears welled in Martina's eyes. She realized then she was completely powerless. And so, the cycle of pain repeats again. That night, Martina realizes one brutal truth. History doesn't always stay in the past. Sometimes it claws its way back with sharper teeth. Waldo's twisted plan works like a charm. The king, impressed by his so-called bravery, declares Waldo the hero and gets the crown. And the Letas? Once again, they're branded as the people's enemy. Meanwhile, locked away in prison, Prince Theodore sat in silence, knowing his end was near. His own brother Waldo had branded him a traitor, claiming he was working with the witches. Theodore recalls how he shouted his innocence before, but no one listened. As he sat in his dark cell, he thought bitterly. He never even wanted the crown. And despite being only half-brothers, he had always seen Waldo as family. Then came a twist in fate. A cloaked figure appeared beyond the bars. It was Martina. Pulling back her hood, she said something no one expected. Even though Theodore carried Blanche's blood, the same blood that destroyed her people, she'd save him. But in return, he had to lend her his strength. Theodore looked hopeless. He had nothing left to give, no power, no freedom. But Martina didn't flinch. She quietly declared she would kill the king. And if Theodore wanted revenge for all the shame he'd suffered, she would be the blade to do it. That moment, it was the start of a bond that would last for years. Days later, King Waldo threw a grand feast to celebrate his rise to power. In the middle of the party, Martina was dragged into the hall like a sideshow attraction. To everyone's amusement, the king tossed her a sword and ordered her to perform the famous sword dance of her people. Martina's blood boiled. This wasn't just any sword. It belonged to her mother, the one Waldo had eliminated. Clearly, he wanted to humiliate her clan one final time. He thought even a wild animal would roll over when cornered. But Martina didn't roll over. She gripped the sword and began to dance. Not with grace, but with fury inside. Guests watched in awe. Then, with one swift strike, she took out a royal guard. Gasps filled the hall. Waldo leapt up in panic, shouting for the knights to stop her. But just as chaos broke out, someone unexpected appeared. Prince Theodore. Calm, collected, and surrounded by guards, he stepped into the room as if walking onto a stage. "Enjoying the celebration, brother?" he asked. While knights hesitated, Martina moved like lightning. Each move of her blade was lethal. It wasn't a performance. It was war. She made it clear, this dance was never meant to entertain. It was made to kill. Theodore, still unsure if she'd make it out alive, gave a final command. "Lock the doors. No one leaves." Waldo had to die, but the royal family couldn't afford a scandal. They'd make it look like a final desperate act by a vengeful witch. Hours passed. No sound came from the hall. Then, bang! The doors flew open. Martina stood at the threshold, covered in blood but alive. Everyone stared in disbelief. She had defeated over 200 people. Alone. Martina walked up to the trembling king, who now begged for his life. But she only sneered. After he had done, begging was just a disgrace now. Waldo turned to Theodore for help. But Martina walked away from the king and bowed before the prince. She kneeled and asked for permission to end Waldo's life. Theodore didn't waste a second. He gave the order, and just like that, Waldo's time was up. The man who once chased power ended up being remembered as the king who let greed ruin everything. With Waldo gone, Theodore was crowned the new king. The people cheered for him like he was their long-awaited hero. And during his coronation, he gave Martina a brand new title, Marquise Martina Owen de Leda, the last surviving member of her fallen clan. The Letus clan, once labeled enemies, were now seen as victims, pawns crushed by the old king's selfish games. But Martina didn't just survive. From that day forward, she became known across the land as the Scarlet Sword, the fierce warrior who stood between danger and the royal family. But as her legend grew, so did whispers. Some said her shadow loomed larger than the king's. Soon, the nation itself was nicknamed the Red Kingdom. 8 years passed, but betrayal struck again. Martina was accused of treason. She couldn't believe it. King Theodore, her closest ally, the one she once trusted with her life, had turned against her. Her servant brought news. The people were still on her side. This was her moment to rise. And this time, she pointed her sword at the palace. Martina stormed the throne room with her army. Her voice echoed with pain and rage. "You gave me hope, and then took it away." Theodore looked at her quietly. "I have nothing to say," he murmured. "I used you. I'm sorry." Then sitting in his throne, he said, "Do what you must." And so, just like his brother before him, Theodore fell. Eventually, Martina was crowned ruler. While many praise her military prowess, a few scholars questioned the nature of events leading up to Theodore's death. It seemed as though the king had met his end without protest, as if he had been waiting for it all along. Historians would forever debate whether Theodore had loved her. But one thing was clear. In trying to destroy the Letus clan, the Blanchet bloodline destroyed itself. Empress Martina Owen de Leda Carabella conquered the continent and founded the Carabella Empire. She passed the throne to her most trusted vassal, Elsier, and quietly disappeared. With no children of her own, the Letus bloodline ended with her. Many generations later, in the present day, a teacher shut the history book with a loud snap. And from that day on, no emperor was ever allowed to use the name Carabella. Only Empress Martina ever earned that name, she said firmly, like it was the final word. The classroom went completely quiet. The students were clearly stunned, probably still trying to process everything they just heard. And there she was. Estina sat by the window, her gaze drifting outside like the story had pulled her somewhere far away. And maybe it had, because she wasn't just any student. She was Martina, reborn in this peaceful world with memories deep in her soul. Was she remembering her old life? Or just feeling the weight of something she couldn't explain? Hard to say. But one thing was clear. The history teacher wasn't done with her yet. Growing annoyed, she called Estina's name 3 times. Only then did Estina finally turn, blinking as if she had just returned from another world. The professor sarcastically praised her. "Clearly this lesson is too simple for you." Inside the prof's head, she thought about Blanchet Academy was no ordinary school. Only the brightest minds made it here, and anyone who failed twice was expelled. Yet somehow, this quiet young lady always passed with flying colors. Determined to trip her up, the teacher asked, "How many noble houses fell during Empress Martina and King Theodore's purge?" The class panicked. This wasn't in the textbooks. All eyes turned to Estina. She calmly counted on her fingers. 12. Not including families that just lost their land. The teacher raised an eyebrow and tried again. Why did Princess Celine, who married Duke Adelenta, support King Theodore over the crown prince? Estina didn't flinch. Because his mother, Lady Ansel, used to be Princess Celine's lady-in-waiting, so there was a long-standing relationship between them. The professor was stunned. Trying one last time, she asked, "What's your personal view on the final conversation between Empress Martina and King Theodore?" Estina hesitated. She thought maybe she'd said too much already. Then she stood up and answered softly as she blushes. "I believe Empress Martina truly loved him. And his betrayal? That hurt her more than anything else." The teacher fixed her glasses, eyeing Estina suspiciously. "Are you trying to mock me with that answer?" But Estina just looked down, her heart a little heavier now. Fortunately, the bell rings, signaling the end of class and saving everyone just in time, especially our Estina here. Canna smiled and teased her little sister, saying she was bold for talking back to the teacher. As the two young ladies walked down the hallway, Estina calmly explained that she wasn't being rude. She was just answering the teacher's question like a proper young lady. She didn't even raise her voice. Canna glanced at her sister and once again thought to herself, Estina really was something else. While most toddlers were still babbling and learning to walk, Estina had already moved on to reading books about the Empire's history like a mini scholar. When their parents decided to teach both girls manners and etiquette at the same time, everyone expected the older sister to lead the way. But nope, Estina picked everything up in just 3 days, leaving little Canna in the dust. At the time, Canna was crushed. She felt slow, embarrassed, and completely defeated. So, like any emotional kid would do, she stormed off and locked herself in her room, loudly declaring she'd never study with her sister again. That evening, their mother found Canna crying and gently wrapped her in a hug. She reminded Canna that she was smart too, just in her own way. She wasn't some slow learner like she feared. Their mother explained that Estina was just a little unique and special, but that didn't change how much both of them were deeply loved. Canna, still sniffling, finally relaxed under the warmth of her mother's embrace. Later that night, she woke up to find Estina sneaking into her room. With the serious tone of a wise old lady trapped in a 10-year-old's body, Estina calmly warned Canna not to give up on herself so easily, or she'd end up being haunted by her own limits forever. Canna just blinked at her. She had no idea what Estina was even talking about. All she knew was that her little sister sounded like she was giving life advice from a fantasy novel. That was the first, but not the last time Canna was ever truly surprised by Estina. Years passed. When Canna was 14, she accidentally stumbled upon something that made her jaw drop again. She saw Sir Hyson, their big, strong family knight, looking completely ashamed as he stood before a 12-year-old Estina, who was scolding him like a strict teacher. Estina didn't hold back. She told him flat out that if he stayed this weak, he wouldn't be able to protect their father, and that meant he could die too. She told him to get stronger, fast. Canna, who had been passing by, was so shocked she stepped on a twig and instantly ducked behind a bush, both hands slapped over her mouth in pure disbelief. A grown knight, being lectured by a little girl, and calling her master? What was going on? Naturally, Estina noticed her peeking. She casually leaned down to her hiding sister and asked her to keep quiet about what she saw. If their father found out how unprepared Hyson was, he'd be extremely disappointed. Hearing that, poor Hyson started crying like a big bear softie he was. But Canna had a different concern. If their dad found out Estina was secretly learning sword fighting, he'd be even more upset. Estina, however, had her own opinion. Being weak is way more dangerous, she said confidently. Then, without missing a beat, Estina changed strategies. She offered Canna a full month of free desserts in exchange for her silence. And just like that, she disappeared, leaving Canna standing there, frozen, completely unsure if she'd just dreamed the whole thing. Canna couldn't help but reflect. Her sister had always sounded like a grandma trapped in a child's body. Even now, Estina still spoke like she had lived 3 lifetimes. And honestly, Canna had no doubt her little sister could outmatch that famously strict Professor Octavia from earlier. Still, being the older and slightly more cautious one, Canna warned her sister anyway. "If you keep provoking Professor Octavia, she'll stay on your back until you graduate," she said with a sigh. And knowing that Professor's reputation, She meant it. Estina stayed quiet for a moment, then casually admitted she had only answered the professor's question truthfully. That caught Kana's attention. Of course, Estina had never knew how to sugarcoat anything. Curious now, Kana asked if Estina really believed in the whole love story between Empress Martina and King Theodore. Without hesitation, Estina launched into a full explanation. Classic her. She pointed out that the Empress's full name was Martina Owen de Leta Carabella. She went on to explain that the de prefix was used by marquises from the Kingdom of Blanchet, and even though Martina later became the first empress of their empire, she still kept the old name, one that King Theodore had once given her before he betrayed her. Kana blinked. She remembered the name from their school textbooks, but she'd never once thought about what it actually meant. Leave it to Estina to turn a basic history lesson into a deep emotional analysis. Then suddenly, Estina slipped up. While finishing her explanation, she accidentally said her own name instead of Martina's. Estina didn't want to throw away the name Theodore gave to her, she said, before quickly correcting herself. Kana's eyes widened. That was odd. Estina, caught off guard, admitted she misspoke and moved on. But Kana couldn't shake the weird feeling. How could her sister understand the Empress's feelings so deeply? Well, other than the fact that Estina was a certified genius, of course. The two eventually reached their destination and opened the door to a room, only to be met by Rachel, who came rushing straight at Kana with wide, worried eyes. Rachel stopped right in front of them, holding a letter in her hand, and to their surprise, she started crying. Apparently, Rachel had accidentally read the letter that was addressed to Kana. Estina snatched it from her and began reading it silently, her eyes moving quickly as she absorbed every word. Rachel, meanwhile, kept muttering how sorry she was. Whatever was in that letter, it wasn't good. Kana, now getting seriously nervous, demanded to know what was going on. But Estina stayed quiet. Her face becomes concerned too. Unable to take the silence any longer, Kana raised her voice and asked again, "What happened?" Finally, Rachel spoke. Her voice was shaky as she revealed what the letter said. Kana was being ordered to marry the Archduke of Atalanta. Time froze for Kana. Her brain only registered one thing, Teriad the Beast, her expression flipping from confusion to pure horror in a heartbeat. The letter was from Kana and Estina's mother, and its contents were like a punch to the gut. It explained everything. Their father's business had collapsed. He had poured all their family's money into exports. But the ship carrying their goods had sunk during a storm. Just like that, everything was gone. And with a mountain of debt now crashing down on them, even their mansion was about to be taken away. But there was one lifeline. The House of Atalanta, an old business partner of their family, offered to pay off all the debts. But of course it came with a price. Kana had to marry the Archduke. At the end of the letter, their mother apologized over and over. She said they had no other choice. The fate of the entire family now rested on Kana's shoulders. The wedding was already scheduled for next week. Kana needed to return home immediately to prepare. As soon as she finished reading, Kana is stunned, but she's determined. She starts walking towards her room. Her heart was pounding, but still she knows there was no time to cry. Not yet. Now, about this so-called groom. The Archduchy of Atalanta wasn't just some random noble house. These people were old money, the kind of loyal vassals who had been serving the Kingdom of Blanchet even before the Carabella Empire was founded. Their name carried weight. Too much weight, honestly. Families like the Leyte could barely even dream of associating with the Atalanta. So how on earth had this marriage proposal even happened? Well, there was a catch, a very big one. The current head of House Atalanta, Archduke Teriad van Atalanta, wasn't just known for his power. He was known for something stranger. They said his entire body was covered in fur, and his eyes glowed like a snake's. A man once praised for his handsome looks had somehow turned into a walking nightmare. No one knew exactly when or why it happened. But ever since, terrifying rumors had spread like wildfire. Some whispered he was a monster who tore people apart with his bare hands. Others said anyone who looked into his eyes never came back the same. And now? Poor Kana didn't even get a warning. One moment she was a regular student. Next moment, she's about to marry to the beast of Atalanta. Inside her room, her chest tightened as the awful truth sank in. There really was no escape. She was expected to marry a man known for tearing people apart. Honestly, it felt less like a marriage proposal and more like a polite way of saying, "Go sacrifice yourself." She heard footsteps. Estina had followed her. Trying to keep things light, Kana reminded Estina why she used to tease her sometimes like earlier. But Kana, despite everything, looked at her slightly odd but brilliant sister and blurted out how much she loved her anyway. Then, without warning, she threw herself into her sister's arms and broke down, crying like her heart was shattering. Estina held her tightly and told her not to go under any circumstances. But Canna stood firm. With a trembling voice, she said they were descendants of Count Lite, and this was her duty. It was how noble ladies were supposed to marry, with pride, even if it felt like walking into death. Estina wasn't having it. She reasoned back that not all noble ladies marry as if they're marching to execution, but Canna lost it. She screamed that she had no choice. If she ran away, their whole family will be ruined. Between sobs, she confessed that refusing the marriage meant complete collapse. Estina gently reminded her that their father's mistakes shouldn't be paid for by selling off her sister's life. But to Canna, her sister just didn't get it. Even a genius like Estina couldn't truly understand how this world worked. She asked if Estina knew what happened to noble families who lost everything. Estina answered calmly. Men got sent to hard labor camps, and women, well, they became mistresses, or ended up in far worse places. Still, Estina asked, voice shaking now, is all of that worth more than your life? Canna responded without hesitation. Honor mattered, even if it hurt. And to her, this wasn't up for debate. Estina sighed and held out her hand, saying it was already late. They could continue this argument tomorrow. Both sisters were exhausted, inside and out. That night, lying side by side in bed, Canna remembered they hadn't slept together like this in 10 years. Back then, whenever she had nightmares, little Estina would sneak into her bed and hug her until she fell asleep again. This time the nightmare was real. Estina looked at her silently crying sister and clenched her jaw. She had to stop this marriage, no matter what it took. Then in the dark, Estina softly thanked Canna for keeping a secret about Sir Hyson. Estina remembered how she'd once been caught trying to steal a sword from the knight, but Sir Hyson had been amused. He gave her a wooden practice sword and promised that if she could land even a single hit on him, he'd gift her his treasured family sword. Canna gasped. Her sister had actually won? Estina admitted she had. And yes, he gave her the sword. But she'd returned it before entering the academy. Canna laughed through her tears. That was such a weird thing to hear, but somehow comforting. She said she was just glad her sister ended up in the same department of politics. At least they'd be together. Estina pulled the blanket up over Canna and told her to sleep. Tomorrow would come early. A little later, as her sister's soft breathing filled the room, Estina quietly got up. She packed her things in silence, careful not to make a sound. She walked the familiar halls of the academy with heavy steps, knowing this might be the last time. Chances were she'd never graduate. That dream was gone. Memories of her past life swirled in her mind. At just 3 years old, Estina regained the memories of her past life and remembered everything. She was Empress Martina, reincarnated more than a century after her death, and everyone she'd ever known was long gone. Still, one face haunted her, Theodore. She wondered maybe he was out there too, somewhere, reborn like her. But no matter what, she wasn't Martina anymore. She had accepted that. She was Estina now, and she had tried her best to live a good life in this second chance. She reached the stables where her horse waited. As she mounted, she realized something painful. Canna, who had lived a calm and peaceful life, would never survive being the wife of someone like the Archduke. But just as she approached the academy gates, a small figure stood in her path. It wasn't a guard, it was Canna. Canna blocked the horse with fire in her eyes and demanded to know where her sister thought she was going in the middle of the night. Estina calmly replied. She was going to the house of Atalanta. Canna exploded. This wasn't bravery, this was madness. Her opponent wasn't a man, but a monster. Estina lowered her head and replied softly, "Then I'll kill him." Her voice didn't shake. Canna grabbed the reins, furious, begging her sister to take her too. But Estina refused. This was her decision. Canna insisted, clinging on, unwilling to let go. For a moment, Estina stared at her in silence. Then she acted. With a sharp motion, Estina pushed her sister aside. The force was enough to knock her off balance. And before Canna could recover, Estina kicked her horse into motion. Ignoring her sister's screams, Estina rode off into the darkness, determined to rewrite the fate neither of them ever asked for. At the grand Atalanta mansion, a grim meeting was underway. The Archduke's loyal vassals sat, weighed down by a dark truth. It had almost been a full year since their young lord had turned into, well, something not quite human. One of the men couldn't help but mutter bitterly. 5 people had gone into the Archduke's room, and only 3 came back alive. Yikes. With no cure in sight and no heir to speak of, things were looking bleak. Watching quietly from the corner stood Oliver, the Archduke's longtime butler, and a man who had witnessed it all. His thoughts wandered back to the beginning of this nightmare. It started a year ago. Terriad the Archduke had called Oliver with confusion written all over his face. Sleepless from constant attacks, he was starting to lose pieces of his memory. Oliver felt cold dread creeping in. There was only one explanation. The Atalanta curse had awakened. For over 100 years, the men of House Atalanta had been haunted by a deadly curse. 15 archdukes had carried the title. 10 died young, thanks to a mysterious genetic illness, and 5 barely managed to survive long enough to fulfill their duties. The signs were always the same: skin cracking, hair growing wild like weeds, nails sharpening into claws, and eventually, the mind fading into madness. There was no stopping the monster inside once it took over. Usually, the symptoms appeared before their 20s. But Terriad? He was already 25. Everyone had hoped the curse had skipped him. After all, it hadn't shown up for the last 2 generations. But now, his vassals were panicking, especially since he had no heir, and time was running out. Then came Baron Vernon, the type of man who could drop a wicked plan without flinching. He bluntly said what no one dared to think. If the Archduke couldn't be cured, they still needed a child. Even animals can breed, he said coldly. The room exploded in outrage. What kind of comparison was that? But Vernon, unbothered, simply suggested they find a noble family desperate enough to accept the proposal. And so, the plan was set in motion. Fast forward 1 month later, Oliver stood by the window, waiting anxiously. A noble lady from House Lete was supposed to arrive tomorrow. He didn't like it. The whole thing felt disgraceful. But deep down, a part of him still hoped. Maybe, just maybe, a miracle could happen. What puzzled Oliver even more was the family's choice. They were sending their youngest daughter, Astina. She was famously smart, poised, and beautiful. Clearly someone with a bright future. So, why her? Why not her older sister instead? Before he could think more about it, a servant rushed in. The lady had arrived. A cloaked figure stepped into the estate, calm and composed. Without any hesitation, she pulled down her hood. "I'm Astina Lete," she said. "I've come to marry the Archduke." Oliver blinked. She came alone? No escort? And earlier than expected? Strange. She also asked to skip the formalities. She was exhausted from riding nonstop. As he led her to her room, he noticed something odd. She didn't look like a hopeful bride. More like someone who had already accepted her fate. But that was just Oliver's impression. No way Astina was the type to give up easily. Just before stepping into her chambers, Astina turned and smiled. "It's an honor to stand in the house of the Empire's first knight," she said with pride. Oliver was taken aback. Not many people still remembered the great legacy of Atalanta. For a moment, he just stared. So the rumors were true. Astina really was intelligent, refined, and sharp. But even with all her strength, Oliver couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. The future of this bright young woman might end up being wasted in this cursed mansion. Later in the bath, Astina finally let herself relax, but her mind wouldn't stop racing. She had left home in a hurry, too fast for her sister Canna to stop her. When she found out her parents planned to send Canna to marry the beast, Astina had gone ballistic. Her mother broke down in tears. She didn't want this either, but they had no choice. So Astina made the decision herself. Not because she felt noble, but because she knew one thing. Canna wouldn't survive this. Astina, on the other hand, she believed she could. As the maids helped her into clean clothes, Astina's thoughts sharpened. Her goal was simple: survive. First, she needed to check what condition her new husband was in. If having a child with him could fix things, fine, she'd consider it. But if it turned out that nothing could be done, then she'd kill him herself. Harsh? Maybe. But to Astina, it would be an act of mercy. After all, if the Archduke had truly turned into a beast, Wasn't that better than letting him suffer like that? The next morning, Oliver nervously knocked on her door. No answer. Had she run away? But then footsteps. Astina appeared, fresh from training. That early? This young lady was full of surprises. He handed her a marriage contract. She calmly reviewed the papers and, shockingly, signed them without any hesitation. No questions, no fear. Oliver thought, she doesn't look like someone who was sold to a monster at all. Later that afternoon, a noble woman named Rebecca came to help Astina get ready for her unity with the Archduke. She tried to keep things polite, but the message was clear. The Archduke was now a wolf, and tonight was the wedding night. Astina just blinked. A wolf? Huh. Could have been worse. At least he's a pretty one, she thought. Imagine if it had been a giraffe, one of those long-necked creatures wrapping around her bed like a scarf. No thanks. Rebecca, clearly nervous, fumbled through an awkward explanation about how a wolf with canines and human, connect. But Astina wasn't flustered at all. She just asked for the details straight up. After everything she'd faced, this was just another wild chapter in her already crazy life. With firm steps, Astina walked toward the Archduke's chamber. Her expression was calm, but her thoughts? A storm. It had been a long time since she felt like just a tool. Something to be used, not valued. The last time she felt that way was because of King Theodore. Like a wave crashing back, old memories hit her. Her first love. The man who once held her heart, and then shattered it. He'd asked her to do something unbearable, to end his life. He claimed it was for both their sakes, but Martina could never understand how love could come with such cruelty. And when he finally confessed his feelings, saying he had always loved her, Martina didn't believe a word. If that were true, she had said back then, I wouldn't feel this broken. A harsh truth she had buried deep, until now. Snapping back to the present, Astina shook her head. Nope. This wasn't the time to be haunted by some ex from a past life. She was about to meet her beast of a husband. Priorities, please. Meanwhile, Oliver walked beside her, just as tense as the other servants silently trailing behind. His nerves weren't just from worry, they came with guilt. He remembered that awful day when Baron Vernon handed him a strange bottle, some shady medicine used for animals. Something to wake up the Archduke's instincts, a last-ditch effort to get an heir, no matter how degrading it felt. Most of the vassals went along with it, pretending everything was fine, even though it was clear they were treating their master less like a man and more like a wild creature. Oliver hadn't protested then, but regret ate at him. It chewed him up enough that now he stopped in his tracks and turned to Astina. I apologized. I've done something I'm ashamed of. All because of my selfish reasons, he began, eyes low with guilt. But Astina didn't pause. She walked right past him, not out of rudeness, but because she had already made peace with her fate. Dwelling on regret wouldn't help either of them now. When she reached the giant doors to the Archduke's room, she turned to face the small group behind her. Smile, she told them with a soft grin. It's my wedding day. The servants barely held themselves together. To them, it felt like they were sending her into hell, and no one could say for sure if she'd come back out. The heavy door shut behind Astina as she stepped into the Archduke's chamber. About an hour passed. Outside, the old maid quietly suggested to Oliver that the younger maids should probably leave, just in case there was blood. One man, tense and pale, replied that he had tranquilizers ready, strong ones, the kind that could put down a wild bear. The butler stood silently, ears straining. The eerie quiet behind the door was worse than any noise. He finally declared that if nothing happened soon, they'd have no choice but to go in. Just as everyone braced themselves, the door creaked open. And to everyone's shock, Astina strolled out of the dark room, completely calm, and casually dragging a massive white wolf by the paw. She simply said, "We have a problem." Apparently, the Archduke, who was still a wolf, had absolutely zero interest in mating. Let's rewind a bit. Astina stepped into the room, lit a lantern, and took one look around. And yikes. The place was a disaster. Dust everywhere, torn blankets, and the smell? Let's not talk about the smell. This was supposed to be the grand chamber of Archduke Teriad, the man once known as the kingdom's most eligible bachelor. Before the curse, he wasn't just powerful. He was the walking definition of a dream guy. Even back at Astina's academy, girls couldn't stop blushing over his looks. Yes, that handsome. Even Astina had heard the gossip, though she never paid much attention back then. But now, poor dude has a glowdown. Her eyes landed on a sword hanging on the wall. With a little grin, she took it down, unlocked the gate to his cage, and stepped in like she was just cleaning a closet. There he was. A gigantic white wolf sprawled across some shredded bedding. He was no charming, but just a grumpy, oversized furball living in a mess. Less like a nobleman, but more like a monster in a bedtime story. With a growl, he suddenly lunged at her. But Astina wasn't the panicking type. She dodged like a pro and raised the sword. The wolf froze for a moment, clearly confused. This human was fighting back. He charged again, and again. But no matter how fierce he tried to be, Astina kept avoiding every attack. It didn't take her long to realize, yes, he was powerful, but his moves were basic, predictable, and beast-like. When the timing felt right, she flipped through the air and drove her sword into his belly. Not deep enough to kill, but just enough to knock him out cold. Looking down at the unconscious wolf, she sighed. As far as opponents went, this one wasn't very impressive. Still, she had a job to do. She leaned down and lifted one of his hind legs. That's when the wolf's eyes snapped open. He blinked, then stared at her in shock. And then he whimpered. Astina calmly stood up, dusted herself off, and walked back out. She waved lazily and muttered that the Archduke was surprisingly heavy. From the looks of him, his condition was worse than she thought. There was no way she could hurt him in self-defense now. He was too weak. Ahem. For her. The real issue? According to the marriage contract, she was supposed to give birth to his child. And that was going to be tough, since the wolf didn't even seem remotely interested in the task. Thinking for a moment, she turned to the butler. "Bring a strong chain," she ordered. Oh, and the room was a dusty mess. Time to have the servants clean up. A few days later, with the collar secured, she led the wolf out into the garden. To everyone's surprise, the big scary beast followed her like a docile puppy. Near a tree, the wolf stood up on his hind legs and happily munched on some apples. Yep, apples. Astina watched him and thought. Maybe what he needed wasn't just medicine, but a little sunshine, fresh air, and maybe a bit of dignity back. Being caged for so long had probably crushed his spirit. Inside, the maids peeked through the windows in disbelief. Their new mistress wasn't just alive. She'd even tamed the beast. One of them sighed dreamily, saying it was like a fairy tale. Beauty and the Beast. Another rolled her eyes and said it looked more like a housewife walking her oversized dog. But not everyone was amused. Across the room, a maid glared at Astina with clenched fists. Why was she still alive? That maid rested a hand on her belly, filled with dread. If things didn't go according to plan, she was done for. While Astina quietly adapted to her new life, her older sister Kanna hadn't moved from her bed in over a week. Her friends tried coaxing her to eat, but she just lay there, drowning in guilt. She was convinced Astina had chosen death, all for her sake. And she hadn't even had the courage to face her own responsibilities. The truth was, Kanna had tried to follow Astina back home, but when she arrived, it was too late. Astina was already gone to House Atalanta. That news shattered her. Kanna collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably, while their father, overwhelmed with guilt, blamed himself for everything. Now lying in bed, a terrifying thought clawed at her. Was Astina already dead? Because of her? Then, like a light cutting through fog, hope came, in the form of a letter. A classmate appeared at her door, holding out an envelope. "It's from your estate," she said. Kanna tore it open with shaking hands. The moment her eyes scanned the cheerful handwriting, her body jolted. Astina was alive. Not just alive. She was doing well despite being married to the Archduke. And as if casually dropping a big news, Astina had ended the letter with, "I'll be back in about a year." Without thinking, Kanna jumped out of bed and bolted down the hall. In her rush, she didn't even see the student in front of her, until she slammed right into him. The man steadied her, then introduced himself as Benjamin Leandros. He explained he used to spar with Astina at school and had one burning question. Was it true? Had she really married Archduke Atalanta? As he spoke, Benjamin's mind drifted back to the training ground, specifically to his many defeats at Astina's hands. She had this signature move that left opponents stunned and utterly humiliated. She used to wipe her sweat with a grin, brushing off his compliments as exaggeration. But Benjamin remembered something else too. Her battered, pitiful excuse for a sword. He'd once asked why someone as skilled as her used such a terrible weapon. Astina had shrugged and joked that it was all she could afford. Then, laughing, she added, "Maybe you should gift me a better one next time, so I can go easier on you." Of course, she knew that wasn't happening. Benjamin's own family barely supported his training. They weren't exactly splurging on swords. Still, he had vowed to buy her that sword. And eventually, he did manage. But just as he was about to give it to her, he overheard something chilling. Students whispering that Astina had been sold off to the beast, Archduke Atalanta. Benjamin then spotted Canna. "They're not just rumors," she said bitterly. "It's the truth. My sister went in my place." Benjamin stood stunned. So it was true. But through her tears, Canna added one more thing. Astina was alive. She had the letter to prove it. Wiping her face, Canna took a deep breath. "It's time I went home," she declared. "I need to make things right." Back to Astina. She was deep into her new obsession, taming the beast, literally. She'd been poring over training manuals, observing the massive wolf. In the middle of her research, she stumbled across a peculiar book about how to tame a wolf at night. Curious, she flipped it open, only to slam it shut 2 seconds later. That wasn't training. That was steamy. Definitely not what she needed. Shaking her head, she opted for a more traditional method and calmly extended her hand. "Theo, shake." The beast grunted, then slapped her palm with just enough force to let her know who's boss. Astina blinked. "Does that count as obedience?" she muttered to herself. When he ignored her next command, to seat, she tried a more hands-on approach, gently pressing his back. Slowly, with a reluctant shudder, the wolf sank to the ground. "Good boy," she praised, patting his head like he was a grumpy puppy instead of a war beast. Maybe he couldn't be cured. But if she could teach him to live alongside people, then perhaps he wouldn't be a danger anymore. He was once the beloved master of this estate, after all. But of course, peace never lasts long in this place. The calm was shattered as Baron Vernon stormed into the garden, practically foaming at the mouth. "Even if the Archduke has lost his mind, he's still your husband." Oliver, the ever-polite butler, introduced the intruder. "That would be one of our vassals, Baron Vernon." Astina gave a slow, cold smile. So the snake finally slithered out. Vernon, internally scoffing, sneered at her. A sold-off lady pretending to be Archduchess? Shameless. Astina, unfazed, narrowed her eyes. "You seem to forget who I am. More importantly, who you're not." She stepped forward, chin lifted. "Until the Archduke recovers, I am the head of this household. Don't like it? Doors that way." Vernon huffed about disrespect and impropriety, but Astina cut in smoothly. Funny hearing that from the man who drugged his own lord like livestock and locked him in a cage. Oliver, who stood by, is stunned. Where did she get this kind of presence? With a pat on Vernon's shoulder, more insult than comfort, Astina dismissed him like a bothersome servant. In the end, Vernon had to swallow his pride. Grumbling under his breath, he gave a stiff apology, then turned and left. Honestly, it was the most satisfying walk of shame Astina had seen all day. Just moments later, Oliver hesitantly brought up an important matter, a vassals' meeting happening that day. Astina raised a brow. "Why wasn't I informed?" He fumbled for words. It had always been the Archduke's job. "Not anymore," she said firmly. "That ends today." After some time, Astina prepared an official document. Then she took Theo's massive paw and used it to stamp the seal. Oliver watched, puzzled. "What is that, Your Highness?" "Just a little paperwork," she replied. "A statement saying the Archduke trusts his wife to handle everything." She gave Theo a light pat and added, "Be a good boy and I'll treat you well." Theo, meanwhile, stared at the sword and trembled. Her smile was scarier than any battlefield. Astina then strode into the vassals' meeting with Theo at her side and a sword strapped to his back. Every step echoed confidence. Inside the meeting hall, the nobles were already busy grumbling, muttering every complaint they could think of, as if Astina owed them her very existence. The doors opened. Oliver stood respectfully aside as she entered like a queen. Astina took her seat, unbothered. Astina van Atalanta. A pleasure to see such concerned faces. Baron Vernon jumped to his feet, demanding what she was doing there. She smiled serenely. Actually, I live here. Own it, in fact. And unless the Archduke himself tells me otherwise, I'll be running this meeting. Then, with perfect timing, she showed the stamped power of attorney. Signed and paw approved. And frankly, she added, your opinions don't matter unless you're the head of this estate. She turned. Got any objections, Theo? The wolf growled, a low, menacing sound that shut everyone up. As they walked the halls afterward, Astina's smile faded. These vassals? All just Vernons in nicer coats. So, she turned to Oliver. Get me full reports on the estate. Everything. Oliver, still in awe, could only think one thing. If Empress Martina were alive, she'd be just like this. Meanwhile, in the capital, Benjamin stood before a mysterious man. I'm taking a break from school, he announced. I'm going to the house of Atalanta. He explained Astina's situation. Sold off to cover her family's debts. If she was forced into marriage, he would find a legal way to dissolve it. If that doesn't work, Benjamin said quietly, then I only have one option left. He admitted Astina wasn't just a friend. She meant more to him. He thought back to the first time they met, 6 years ago, when he saw her challenging a brutish student named Adolf, 15 years old, but looked like a grown man in his build, over a training ground. Small, but fierce, Astina had declared a duel, knocked him flat, and left the crowd stunned. She was the kind of girl who didn't just talk about justice, she fought for it. And from that day forward, Benjamin knew. He wanted to stand by her side. While the vassals busied themselves whispering complaints and dreaming up ways to get the Archduke's attention, though none of them dared go near the beast he'd become, Baron Vernon sat boiling with frustration. His perfect little plan was crumbling fast. Everything had been going so smoothly, until she showed up. If only Astina had stayed quiet or clueless, they could have controlled this estate for 3 generations. Easy. The truth was, most of House Atalanta's vassals had long since gone rotten. The moment their master turned into a wolf, they started helping themselves to the family fortune like kids in an unguarded candy shop. Their plan? Force the Archduke to produce an heir by any method, then run the house in his name while pocketing the riches for the next couple of decades. Now that the sharp-eyed Archduchess had stepped in and started poking around, the vassals saw trouble. She wasn't just smart, she was fearless, and that made her dangerous. So naturally, they wanted her gone. It didn't take long for the snakes to slither into a plan. If they couldn't beat her with arguments, they'd drag her down with lies. Their new scheme? Stage a fake disappearance. Make it look like she vanished in the dead of night. And to make things worse, they'd spread nasty rumors too. Whispers questioning her honor, her loyalty, even her chastity. Because when cowards lose control, their favorite weapon isn't force. It's a filthy rumors. But suddenly, the door slammed open. A frantic man burst in, ignoring the annoyed stares of the gathered vassals. Breathless, he delivered troubling news. Baronet Ardell had just been arrested. Just an hour ago, Astina had been calmly poring over estate records in the study. But the deeper she dug, the uglier the truth became. The estate's finances were a mess, especially the plumbing maintenance budget. And worse, a hefty portion of the funds hadn't gone to repairs at all, but had quietly slipped into the manager's pockets instead. Oliver, ever loyal, suggested she summon the manager, only to report that Baronet Ardell was already outside the mansion, demanding an audience. He had come at dawn, protesting wildly, but the butler had refused to let him in. Astina, intrigued, called Theo over and decided they should take a look for themselves. After snagging his little treat, Theo let out a low growl in response to Astina's question. His version of saying absolutely delicious. Clearly, he loved it. Their strange little taming session continued, a bizarre blend of tension and trust. Then Theo, now noticeably more obedient, gently rested his paw on Astina's hand. Watching from the sidelines, Oliver could hardly believe his eyes. No one had ever dared approach the wolf that way before. His master-turned-wolf was now an oversized lapdog, and though the butler had mixed feelings about it, he felt mostly relief. In his mind, maybe it's the god's will. Astina instructed Oliver to escort the baronet inside, with knights. Moments later, Ardell was dragged into the office, struggling like a cornered animal. He barked accusations at Astina, calling her a tyrant and accusing her of breaking social norms. Astina, cold and unmoved, made it clear she hadn't summoned him over his protest, but for something more substantial. She dropped a ledger at his feet. The color drained from Ardell's face. Crushed by the evidence, the baronet broke down. He admitted his greed and begged for mercy, claiming he'd served loyally for a decade. But Astina was not impressed. "A thief has no right to speak of loyalty," she said flatly. The baronet sobbed. He had a family. He was desperate. The baronetcy didn't even pass on to his children. He had no future. At that moment, Theo growled deeply and advanced. Ardell trembled. Astina then advised him plainly, "There is a way you can lighten your punishment. I doubt you committed this crime alone. So, why don't you tell me everything you know?" And he did. Thanks to Ardell's confession, every vassal who'd embezzled money was arrested. The worst offender was, unsurprisingly, the one who had flourished most during the Archduke's absence. Oliver had suspected something was amiss, but only now was the truth fully exposed. Now that the so-called loyal vassals were exposed for the backstabbers they really were, Astina gained even more respect from the servants. After all, she didn't just tame her beast-like husband, who now acted more like a loyal, oversized puppy. She also saved the entire archduchy from crumbling. At this rate, even the furniture might start bowing to her. But seriously, the real question on everyone's mind, when is the handsome human Archduke finally showing up? If it takes 10 more chapters, someone might turn into a beast from waiting. Meanwhile, in the busy kitchen, the maids were buzzing like bees, but not with work. Gossip was flying. They were sure Baron Vernon would rot in jail. And as for Eliza, his ever-loyal little shadow, she was just pitiful now. "She brought this on herself," one maid said with a smirk. Suddenly, the kitchen door slammed open. Eliza stormed in and smacked a maid right across the face. Her voice shook with rage as she yelled at them to stop gossiping. But one of the maids snapped back, saying it was over for her now. With the Baron gone, her little reign of terror was finished. Eliza couldn't take the shame and ran off. And honestly, the gossip wasn't wrong. Just 4 months earlier, Eliza was tangled in a mess. Despite being engaged, she became the Baron's mistress, not by full choice, but under pressure. The Baron whispered sweet promises. He'd protect her, raise her status, maybe even care for her. But the moment he said he might throw her away, she panicked. After their first forced encounter, he softened just enough so she gave up fighting back. Ridden with guilt, Eliza broke off her engagement and cut ties with her parents. Over time, she grew cold, snapping at coworkers over the tiniest things. Sleep? A distant memory. Then came the big problem. She was pregnant. When she finally told Baron Vernon, he didn't even flinch. No support, no warmth, just cold manipulation. He told her if she wanted safety, she'd have to earn it, by spying for him. And if she refused, he'd vanish from her life completely. Desperate, Eliza even tried to end the pregnancy on her own. But the child held on. And so, with no one left and fear closing in, she gave in. She became the Baron's spy. Fueled by bitterness and backed by power, Eliza started lashing out, using her position to get revenge on those who once looked down on her. At last, she had a taste of control. But then came Archduchess Astina, a graceful woman who somehow tamed the fearsome Archduke like a scene out of a fairy tale. With her arrival, everything changed. Vernon's schemes, and Eliza's role in them, crumbled overnight. Now terrified for her life and her baby, Eliza made one last desperate move. She visited the jailed Baron, begging for help. His solution? A vial of poison. "Slip this into the Archduchess's tea. It's our only shot," he said. Eliza hesitated, but she had nowhere else to go. A few days later, she entered Astina's office with tea in hand, and a heart full of regret. In her mind, if she had been born with the strength of someone like Astina, none of this would have happened. She wouldn't have been so powerless, wouldn't have fallen so low. At the same time, Theo, the big furry wolf, was joyfully stamping his paw on a white sheet of paper, proudly leaving red paw prints like an oversized puppy. Clearly, he was living his best life under Astina's care. While watching Theo's cute antics, Astina glanced at Eliza. "Your belly looks rounder," she noted casually. Eliza quickly replied that she'd just gained some weight, but Astina wasn't fooled. She calmly asked whose child Eliza was carrying. Then came the real punch. "If you plan to poison me, it's better to do it in advance. I wouldn't recommend hiding it in your sleeve." Yep, the Archduchess was no fool. She already figured that someone from the inside had to be helping the vassals embezzle the Archduke's money. And Eliza? She fit the role a little too well. Shaking, Eliza collapsed to the floor and begged for mercy. Everything spilled out. The pregnancy, the threats, the betrayal. She argued that without a husband, her life was over anyway. What future did a pregnant woman like her even have? Astina listened quietly, then remarked that maybe Eliza should have chosen someone who could actually take responsibility. That broke something in Eliza. She confessed that this child wasn't even from love. It was fear. She admitted that she was just a scared, foolish girl who only wanted to survive. Astina, calm as ever, ordered her to hand over the poison. Then she simply said she'd call for Eliza later. For now, she could leave. Eliza didn't know what would come next, for herself or for the child she was carrying. But for the first time in a long time, she felt a flicker of hope. She thanked Astina, deciding to trust her. Because frankly, she had nothing else left. Once alone with Theo, Astina considered the next steps. She figured Theo had been trained enough by now. Maybe she could finally take off the sword strapped to his back. But the second her hand reached for it, Theo whimpered like a heartbroken pup, shaking as if she were about to scold or beat him. His eyes screamed, "But I've been good, so why?" Astina's heart melted. She wrapped her arms around his thick, warm neck and whispered gently, "Don't cry." Then ask him if he wants a treat, like a responsible mom. Yet behind that soft moment, though, her brain was already racing. How would she handle the mess Vernon left behind? Far from the estate, in a quiet tavern, Benjamin stopped to rest for the night. He still had 5 long days ahead to reach Atalanta. But peace didn't last long. A commotion broke out nearby. A waitress was being harassed by some rowdy men. Benjamin stepped in, not one to ignore trouble. But before he could act, a very drunk knight stood up, also ready to defend the waitress. He boldly claimed he was trained by a noble lady. Cue the laughter. The thugs cackled, thinking this guy had clearly lost his mind. Trained by a woman? Unbothered, the drunk knight proudly went on. At 6, she learned etiquette in 3 days. At 10, she mastered every sword move just by reading books. At this point, it was obvious. Yep, Hyzen was a full-fledged Astina fanboy through and through. Probably had a mental shrine for her too. Then he added, chest puffed out, that even if a bunch of goons like them attacked her all at once, they'd still lose. Benjamin froze. That over-the-top speech, there was only one person who fit that kind of praise. Yep, it had to be that Astina. He looked at the emotional knight and asked if he was talking about a lady named Astina. Hyzen's eyes went wide like he just caught someone sneaking into his secret fan club. He then asked, "How do you know my lady's name? Are you a spy?" Benjamin just let out a quiet sigh. His gut feeling was right. There really was no one else quite like her. To avoid any misunderstanding, he calmly explained that he used to spar with Astina back at the academy. That's how he knew her. And just like that, cue another drama. Hyzen's giant teddy bear heart cracked a little. That word spar hit him straight in the chest. He missed the days he trained with his lady. Honestly, the only reason he was this drunk in the first place was because of Astina. Then the floodgates opened. Big tears, sniffling, and yes, actual snot. He bawled his eyes out, wailing that he couldn't believe Lady Astina got married so fast, and to a beast, no less. As if that wasn't enough, he cried even harder over the sword move Astina never got to finish teaching him. While Hyzen was having his full-blown emotional meltdown, the thugs, who had been watching the drama with increasing irritation, decided they'd had enough. 2 guys too busy sobbing and bonding to notice anything? Easy target, right? Wrong. Before one thug even landed a kick, the entire fight was over in the blink of an eye. The thugs were sprawled on the floor like crumpled laundry. Meanwhile, Benjamin and Hyzen coolly introduced themselves like they'd just wrapped up a friendly sparring match. As for the defeated guys, they were forced to kneel, bow their heads, and say sorry. But the waitress? Oh no, apologies weren't gonna cut it. With righteous fire still burning, she asked Benjamin and Hyzen if she could properly teach those creeps a lesson. The two just shrugged and gave her the green light. The thugs, thinking a woman's punches would be harmless, braced themselves. But minutes later, they looked like trash that had been stomped, kicked, and rolled across the tavern floor. The waitress, finally letting out all her bottled-up rage, thanked Benjamin and Hyzen with a proud smile, calling them real gentlemen. With the chaos cleared and justice served, the two picked up the most important conversation of the night. Naturally, the topic was none other than our girl, Astina. Back at the Archduke's estate, Baron Vernon was dragged in front of the Archduchess. The moment he spotted Eliza standing nearby, his eyes narrowed. In his head, he instantly blamed her for betrayal. And he wasn't exactly wrong. Eliza had already spilled everything to Astina, every dark detail of what he did to her. It all started when Baron Vernon forced himself on her. In their empire, once a woman lost her virginity to a man, society expected her to marry him, no matter the circumstances. Eliza was no exception. That pressure is what pushed her to surrender to the Baron's will. But instead of stepping up and taking responsibility, the Baron used her pregnancy to control her. He manipulated her into doing his bidding, including his twisted plot to poison the Archduchess. As expected, Baron Vernon denied everything. He played innocent like a pro. But the moment Astina brought up Eliza's pregnancy, his tone changed fast. Suddenly, he tried a different approach, playing the victim. With fake sorrow, the Baron claimed that Eliza seduced him first. He was just a weak man who fell for her temptations. Then, he took it a step further and questioned if the baby was even his. Eliza, shaking with anger, fired back that he was lying. But the Baron just doubled down. He claimed she was trying to ruin his reputation and insisted he did nothing wrong. And then came the worst part, with that disgusting smirk still on his face. He admitted he might have been a bit rough at first. But according to him, Eliza enjoyed it and came back to him willingly. He twisted the story to make it seem like she had fallen for him and was now just lying to play the victim. The poor maid trembled, barely able to speak through her sobs. She denied it all, heartbroken and humiliated. Desperate to shift the blame, the Baron had another trick. He asked the nearby maids if Eliza had mistreated them in the past, hoping to paint her as cruel. When some nodded, the Baron twisted their words again, claiming Eliza was the real villain who bullied others and deserved punishment, not him. That was the moment Eliza's hope shattered. For a second, she truly believed Astina might be swayed by his lies. But Astina stepped closer to the Baron and calmly shut it all down. "What does her character have to do with this?" she asked. "You don't have to be perfect to be a victim, and you are the last person who should speak of innocence." Then she listed his crimes: embezzling money, manipulating people, and plotting her murder. And with that, Astina gave her judgment. She announced that the Baron's wealth would be confiscated, and child support for Eliza's baby would come from those funds. She even said that, as the master of the estate, it was their fault for not properly managing the vassal. Then, she coldly declared that Baron Vernon would be executed in 3 days. The Baron screamed and cursed every word he could, but it didn't matter. He was dragged away, right back to his cell. His end was sealed, and honestly, well-deserved. As for Eliza, Astina turned to her and said, "You may have acted under pressure, but you're not innocent either. You can't stay." Still, Astina granted her freedom and a livelihood to start fresh. That, in itself, was mercy. Tears streamed down Eliza's face. She bowed deeply, forever grateful for Astina's help and kindness that day. Then silently, she left. Once she was gone, Astina's thoughts drifted to her own past, to her first life, when she was forced to survive under Prince Waldo. Back then, she had accepted the prince's demands, letting him use her because she had one goal: to survive and take revenge. And she did. She cut down the man who murdered her mother with her own hands. But even now, Astina knew. What she did back then wasn't something the average woman could endure. Not like Eliza, and that difference stayed with her. 3 days later, Baron Vernon was executed, just as promised. Eliza quietly left the estate behind. Some people whispered that she got off too easily, but Astina, she had seen the whole truth. And in the end, she chose mercy. It had been raining nonstop for 2 whole days. Stuck indoors, Astina and Theo had basically made the office their hideout. At first, they tried to entertain themselves, but even games got boring after a while. And Theo missed his daily walks outside. That's when Oliver showed up, holding some papers. The properties that used to belong to Baron Vernon were now officially confiscated. But the worst part, Vernon's family had locked themselves inside their mansion and refused to move out. The old head of the family was raging, saying he wouldn't lose everything over his son's tiny mistake. Astina let out a deep sigh. She already had enough on her plate, so she told Oliver to go back and remind that stubborn old man something simple. If they were hiding any more dirty secrets, she'd dig them up. And if he kept pushing his luck, she might even let him enjoy the same lovely surprise Baron Vernon once tried to send her. Yep, she wasn't bluffing. Estina was the kind of leader who rewarded loyalty. But the second you crossed her, you were done. Vernon's crew clearly didn't understand that, and now they were learning the hard way. Just then, a knock interrupted the tension. A maid popped in to say they had visitors. Unexpected ones. Moments later, Benjamin and Heisen are in, completely drenched from the rain but oddly cheerful. They explain that they bumped into each other at a tavern and randomly decided to drop by. Drunk plans are the most chaotic ones after all. Estina calmly sipped her tea and pointed out that showing up soaking wet probably wasn't the best idea. Benjamin, as bold as ever, just brushed it off. He was more curious about what had happened to her. She answered coolly, "Oh, she got married." Surely Benjamin had heard by now. That threw him off. He was actually worried about her, though he didn't exactly say it out loud. Back at the academy, people had whispered that even if she survived, there was no way she'd be okay. So Benjamin rushed to see for himself. And now that he had, he found a woman who looked calm and more composed than ever. She had adjusted to this new life like it was nothing. Right then, Heisen suddenly burst into tears. Estina, stone-faced, simply said Heisen was probably just drunk again. It wouldn't be the first time. She even brought up that time she took his family heirloom. The poor knight drowned himself in wine over it, and even throw a massive feast the moment she gave it. That memory instantly made the big guy blush and curl up in embarrassment. Heisen was clearly on the edge of throwing up, but trying so hard to keep it together. Estina suggested, not so subtly, that maybe he should take care of that situation outside. He took the hint, fast, and just like that he bolted, leaving Benjamin and Estina alone in the room. Estina turned to him and gently thanked him for coming. She knew he was just worried. Benjamin's expression grew serious. He said he thought she'd been forced into the marriage. Estina admitted it could have been true. Maybe if she were Kana. But for her, it was more like a business deal. She exchanged her freedom to save her family's finances. That was the deal. Then, she paused. Her mind drifted to Theo. He was still locked in the office. Suddenly, she felt a weird wave of guilt. Had she always been this worried about him? Turns out, after spending a month together, she'd gotten attached to that big guy. When he wasn't around, she couldn't help but wonder what he was doing. Theo, despite his scary appearance, was honestly like a wild child. Unpredictable, emotional, but weirdly precious. Maybe the reason he acted like a beast before was because he'd been lonely. Back to Benjamin, he declared, quite dramatically, that if Estina had been forced into this, he would have taken her away himself. He'd save her. No hesitation. Estina blinked. That was bold. He was just a newly minted baronet. What exactly did he plan to do? But Benjamin stood his ground. With her permission, he believed he could do anything. That made her pause. Was this loyalty? Or was this something more? Estina had lived long enough to know when a man was falling. But sometimes, you have to pretend not to notice. So she asked casually, "You mean as a friend?" Benjamin gulped like he'd swallowed a rock, but he nodded, saying yes. He just wanted to help her, as a friend. Estina thanked him again and reassured him. She was fine. He didn't need to worry so much. But he gently reminded her that even someone as strong as Estina couldn't predict the future. He pointed out the obvious. What if the beast really was dangerous? To calm his nerves, she decided to show him the truth. She walked over and opened the door. Benjamin stiffened. From the shadows, a giant figure slowly stepped out. Then the light hit, and it turned out to be a huge wolf with a wagging tail, eyes sparkling like an overgrown puppy spotting his favorite human. Estina smiled. She introduced the big guy, the Archduke. Benjamin? He just stood there, frozen. This was not the terrifying monster from the rumors. If anything, the beast looked like he wanted belly rubs. As Estina continuously petted Theo like a giant furry pet, she casually offered Benjamin a position at House Atalanta. They were short on reliable people, after all. Benjamin had arrived with completely different intentions, but now he was being headhunted for estate management. In his mind, he thought, even if he and Estina never became more than this, he still wished she'd end up happy. With someone worthy of her. Preferably a man, not a tail-wagging creature. Trying not to show his inner panic, Benjamin asked what would happen if he turned her down. Without missing a beat, Astina told Theo to bite him. Benjamin nearly jumped out of his skin. But Theo didn't budge, still calm and chill like a giant good dog. Astina gave in with a smirk, saying she was just joking. She hadn't taught Theo any attack commands. Yet. Benjamin exhaled hard, finally breathing again. Was that really necessary? He muttered. Before Astina could answer, plot twist. Theo suddenly growled and lunged, pinning Benjamin onto the couch like a bear tackling a picnic basket. At that exact moment, Hyzen came back inside after finishing his hangover mission outdoors. Seeing the scene, he instantly went full night mode. But Astina stepped in fast and pulled Theo back like a stern mom scolding a naughty child. The oversized wolf blinked guiltily and lowered his head. "I told you not to show your teeth to people," she said firmly. Theo whined like a scolded puppy. Hyzen, on the other hand, looked like his soul just left his body. His knees buckled, and he dropped right onto the floor. He looked up at Astina with a dazed expression. Is he even human? Astina calmly explained that Theo wasn't human, at least not right now. But she'd already made the deal. No backing out now. She added that once she bore an heir to the Atalanta line, she'd file for divorce. That hit like a brick. Both Benjamin and Hyzen were shocked. Was that even possible in this situation? Astina remained completely unfazed and simply said, "I'll try." The truth was, even she wasn't sure if it could be done. Sure, Theo might have a human soul deep down. But was it even physically possible for her to have a child with him? Still, she'd committed to this path. It was the best choice she had. Benjamin's heart sank. He wanted so badly to grab her hand and run, just take her far away from all this. And if Astina wanted to escape, he'd do whatever it took to help her. But he also knew, even if he poured out all his feelings, she would likely reject him. Not out of cruelty, but because that's just who she was. Rational, calm, and always thinking 5 steps ahead. So instead, he smiled like a man firmly placed in the friend zone. "I believe in you," he said quietly. "If you ever decide to come back, just say the word. I'll be waiting." There it was, the good friend promise. Always the loyal one, never the chosen one. Ouch. As he said those words, Astina looked at Benjamin and felt a strange tug in her chest. She always saw a bit of Elsier in him, even though Benjamin and Elsier were clearly different people. Something about Benjamin kept reminding her of that loyal aide who had stood by her side until the very end of her last life. Back then, she had told herself that their bond was based on practicality, not love. Still, she softly thanked Benjamin and added that she too would always trust him. He gave her a nod. "I'll wait for you. Always." And he meant it. Later, Benjamin mounted his horse. Astina and Hyzen stood at the estate gates to see him off. She gave him a simple, "Travel safely." He smiled and promised to send word the moment he arrived home. But as he rode off, he didn't turn toward the capital. Instead, he galloped straight toward the imperial palace. In his heart, he made a silent vow. He would get stronger and come back to her. No longer just a friend, but as someone she could truly lean on. Days later, Astina and Hyzen made their way to Baron Vernon's estate to personally oversee the transition. As soon as they arrived, she assigned Hyzen to stay behind and supervise. With a teasing tone, she hinted that if he did well, maybe their sword training would resume. Now, Hyzen wanted to say something, because standing around like a glorified statue wasn't exactly his dream job. What he really wanted was to train with the Knights of House Atalanta. But alas, duty called. Still, he asked anyway, "Do you really need me here? Or do you just like using me to scare people?" Astina casually replied that of course, she had a plan. She always puts the right man in the right spot. And as if to prove her point, bam! The old Baron's father stormed out, yelling that the mansion had been in their family for generations. There he was, the real reason Hyzen had to stay. The cranky old man had been constantly interfering with the construction team, harassing workers and throwing tantrums like it was a family tradition. Without a shred of sympathy, Astina ordered Hyzen to arrest the old man for obstructing the estate's labor. Dragged inside, the old man saw Astina and immediately changed gears. The drama began. He bowed his head pitifully and begged for mercy, claiming he knew his son had done wrong, but insisted the rest of the family was innocent. He said all he cared about were his descendants, and didn't want them to suffer. In his mind, women were soft-hearted. Surely a little groveling from an old man would melt the Archduchess. Bad move. Astina had already uncovered too much. She knew about the shady money transfers made under his name, right after Vernon's arrest. And she hadn't missed that very suspicious prison visit from the Baron's wife. That was how Vernon got his hands on poison in the first place. So yes, this old man and his scheming daughter-in-law were very much involved in the attempted murder of the Archduchess. Before he could spin another tale, Astina cut him off coldly. The only reason she hadn't punished the entire family yet was because she wanted them to suffer slowly, falling from nobility to nothing, crawling through the streets like rats. If he caused another scene, she warned, that mercy would disappear too. That's when the old man snapped. He shouted that she was just a woman, useful only for bearing children, then cursed her, saying the Archduke's beastly curse would kill both her and the child that she'll carry. Now that word, curse, hit something. Could it be that Theo's strange condition wasn't just a family illness? Was it some kind of magic? Something passed through bloodlines that turned men into beasts? Wanting answers, she stepped closer to the old man, narrowing her eyes, and asked if he knew anything about the curse. Instead of replying, he spat at her face. Then, with a twisted smile, he said only this, that her child with the Archduke will be doomed. Hyzen quickly offered her his handkerchief. Astina wiped her face calmly, but her eyes held fire. She'd let the old man live once, but now he was pushing his luck. She ordered Hyzen to toss him in prison for repeatedly trying to harm the Archduchess. Afterward, Hyzen cautiously asked if she was all right. She brushed it off. "It's nothing," she replied coolly. "You're just too soft, man." Truthfully, Astina had lived through far worse. A little spit and a few curses were barely worth a flinch. But what did shake her was the idea of Theo's curse. It kept nagging at the back of her mind. So at night, when she lay in bed with Theo, her thoughts circled back to that word, curse. Could Theo's condition actually be broken? Was there hope? Or was she walking toward a future where nothing could change? Sensing her unease, Theo gently licked her cheek. It was sweet, a strange kind of comfort from a big guy who couldn't speak, but always knew when something was wrong. Astina smiled softly. Honestly, she had grown so fond of him, more than she ever expected. At least Theo was far more decent than the snakes that once worked under him. She ran her fingers through his thick fur and gave him a soft kiss. Then, the two drifted off to sleep together, peaceful for the moment. But in the middle of the night, Astina felt something strange. A presence. Someone else in the bed. Instinct kicked in. She pulled the blanket away, half expecting an assassin, and her heart stopped. A man. There was a man lying beside her. Her eyes scanned him in panic. No forced entry, no signs of danger, but also no Theo. Her gaze fell on the man's face, and her heart raced even faster. He wore a collar around his neck, and that face, it was exactly like his. King Theodore, her former lover. Could it be? Was this truly him? Or had her cursed husband just taken a shocking new form? Astina's mind was pulled back to her first life, specifically that day, the coronation. She remembered how King Theodore reacted when she showed up. He seemed concerned, saying he thought she had vanished from the palace for good. But Martina, as calm as ever, just replied that she had already achieved what she wanted in life. So why would she need to run now? Theodore didn't deny it. He even confessed to locking the doors of the hall, planning to get rid of the witch. He told her she should understand why. Martina just gave him a bitter look. Honestly, what else could she expect from someone born into the Blanchet family? Then came the real sting. Theodore coldly wondered what would happen if he ordered the death of a woman who, to him, was no longer useful. But Martina didn't flinch. She replied just as coldly. If that happened, then she'd simply take another royal head down with her. No hesitation. That was Martina. Fearless to the end. And the king knew it. But instead of giving a command, he surprised her. He gave her a new name and a title. Something official. Martina admitted she only helped him for her own reasons. She didn't want anything more. Still, Theodore said she could ask for anything, whatever her heart desired. But there was nothing left. Even if the monster was gone, the people she had lost weren't coming back. So really, what was the point of living anymore? The king looked at her quietly, with just soft eyes. Then, with a serious tone, he gave her a name tied to her own bloodline. Martina Wendeleta. He told her she must live, for her king's sake. That name, that moment, It all came rushing back as Astina stared at the man beside her now. He looked exactly like Theodore. Could it be? Had Theodore been reborn too? Just then, the man groaned and slowly started to wake up. His eyes fluttered open, confused but alive. Without warning, Astina grabbed the leash around his neck and yanked it hard. That did the trick. The man instantly snapped to full awareness. Astina's hands tightened around the collar. Her heart pounded. Rage swelled in her chest as she looked at the face she never thought she'd see again. Her voice trembled. Who was he really? Still shaken, Astina whispered bitterly, thinking back to everything after his death. Every single day had felt like torture. She never had a moment of peace. She couldn't even count the number of times she cursed him. And yet, she never forgot him for a single second. Tears rolled down her cheeks. She remembered that final moment. The king had forced her to do the unthinkable, to kill him with her own hands. And now here he was, daring to return to her like nothing ever happened. Her voice cracked. She calls him cruel, heartless, and cursed him all over again. But then, in a whisper barely above a breath, Astina admitted the painful truth. She still loved her king. And with that, she kissed him. A deep, trembling kiss that said all the things words couldn't. The truth was, Theo's past wasn't just painful, it was heartbreaking. In the Atalanta family, there was a hereditary illness. It usually showed up before the age of 20. Because of that curse, an heir was only officially recognized after reaching adulthood. Theo's parents had already lost 2 children to the same disease. So when the youngest son, Theo, was born, they didn't dare get too close to him. They were too scared. They showed him no warmth, no affection, as if love might jinx his survival. The poor boy was kept hidden inside the mansion, never allowed to leave. Every time he begged to go outside, even just once to see the ocean, his father would simply respond, "You have everything you need in your room." Then he'd walk away, leaving little Theo alone with dreams he wasn't allowed to chase. Still, the boy didn't waste time. Inside those cold walls, he studied every subject: books, swordsmanship, politics, all of it. And when he finally turned 20, something changed. Theo had grown into a man, so graceful and handsome it was like he had walked straight out of a royal portrait. Only then did his parents finally open their arms to him. Theo cried that day, not because he was happy, but because for once he didn't have to fear losing his mind. The disease hadn't claimed him. He was not cursed. From then on, he took on his duties. He managed the estate, learned the ropes. After all, it was his role to carry the Atalanta name forward. Soon he had finished all his studies and grown used to the heavy responsibilities. Everything seemed stable, until tragedy struck again. One day, news came. His parents' carriage had overturned. Both were gone. At their funeral, Theo stood silently. No tears, no sobbing. Only one thought ran through his mind. His cursed. He began questioning everything. Could he ever live a normal life? Could he ever hold a child in his arms? He didn't think so. Even when Oliver, his close aide, brought him portraits of noble young ladies, trying to help him choose a wife, Theo refused to look at them. Romance, marriage, family, he couldn't picture it. Then the symptoms began. The same disease that had taken his siblings slowly crept into him. It twisted him, changing the gentle Archduke into something else entirely. His episodes grew longer, his grip on reality weaker. The vassals panicked. They wanted to marry him off, fast, before it was too late to continue the bloodline. But when Theo heard their plan, he snapped. He shouted that they were treating him like livestock, just a stallion to make heirs. Not a man, not a person, just a tool. One night, the Archduke reached his limit. In a final act of self-control, Theo gave Oliver one last order, to lock him in his own room, to keep others safe, even if it meant throwing away his own freedom. That's when everything changed. And now, he wakes up, and someone is suddenly strangling him, sobbing, shouting, cursing him, and then kissing him. Theo had no idea if he was dreaming, or already dead. Astina finally let go. The man gasped for breath, sat up, and stared at her, completely baffled. Then, with a cold, angry voice, he asked, what man was she even talking about? And more importantly, who was she? Astina froze, and in that single moment it hit her like lightning. This wasn't Theodore. The man in front of her wasn't the one she thought he was. The Archduke's eyes narrowed. He demanded answers. If she valued her life, she better start explaining who she was and what the hell she was doing in his bed. Astina's chest tightened. She couldn't breathe. Then, without a word, she jumped off the bed, tears welling up, and ran from the room as fast as she could. Theo wanted to stop her, demand answers, hold her back, something. But there was one big problem. He was completely naked. Yeah, kind of hard to chase after a woman when you've got nothing on. So instead, he grabbed a blanket and threw it over his shoulders like some confused burrito, then stood there, taking in his room. Just then, the door flew open and Oliver came rushing in, breathless. The old butler's eyes widened with relief as he saw Theo standing there, in human form. He looked like he was about to cry out of pure joy. Thank the heavens. His master had returned to normal. But Theo? He was still lost. He looked at Oliver, completely serious, and asked, "What the heck is going on here? And who was that woman in the room earlier?" There was a heavy pause, before he finally answered carefully. "That was your wife, the Archduchess." He turned to the butler again, clearly still confused. Was he seriously married to that lady? Oliver explained. Everything had been done for the sake of producing an heir. And with that, reality hit Theo like a brick. Nothing had changed. His people were still at it, trying to play matchmaker behind his back, finding a woman to tie him down just so he could continue the bloodline. Theo then asked how Astina had even survived. How did she stay alive while he was trapped in his beast form? To that, Oliver answered without hesitation. She's special. And for once, that wasn't just polite flattery. The woman had done the impossible. Trying to shove the confusion aside, Theo ordered Oliver to bring him some clothes. He had work to do. Next stop, the office. The butler informed him that he had been gone for just under a year. Theo's eyes narrowed. That long? He hurried off to check the estate's affairs, already bracing himself for disaster. He was sure everything had gone downhill without him. First question, where was Baronet Ardell? But Oliver didn't answer. The butler just stood there, awkward and silent. That was never a good sign. Theo turned to face him. And finally, Oliver admitted that the baronet had been accused of embezzlement, removed from his post, now under house arrest. Theo tried to process that, and suggested maybe Baron Vernon could take over the matter. But Oliver's face turned grim again. Vernon? He was executed. Tried to kill the Archduchess. At this point, Theo was mentally exhausted, and he hadn't even reached his desk yet. He ordered Oliver to bring him the full document list. He needed to understand just what kind of circus he'd returned to. When Theo finally entered his office, he paused at the doorway. Okay, a lot of things were different. First, the smell. It reeked of dog. Theo wrinkled his nose. What in the world? Then, there was a fishing rod randomly leaned up nearby, and the ink pot had been moved. It was now way too close to his chair, not where he last remembered placing it. He stared at the mess, trying to piece it all together, and the answer clicked. It had to be his wife's dog. That ridiculous furball was the only explanation. Oliver, standing behind him, wiped sweat off his brow nervously. He couldn't bring himself to say the real truth, because, well, the dog was Theo himself. Theo sighed. He was too tired to deal with this now. Let the mystery of the dog's stink live another day. He simply told Oliver to kindly remind the Archduchess, keep the mutt's fur out of his office. Out in the garden, Astina ran like she was being chased by her own memories. She panted hard, trying to catch her breath, but no matter how far she ran, her thoughts followed her like shadows. Why did the man she married look exactly like King Theodore? It was terrifying. She could barely process it. Her mind scrambled for a reason, any logical explanation, and then it hit her. Right, Princess Celine. She had married into House Atalanta. That meant the Archduke, Theo, had imperial blood from the Blanchet kingdom. So maybe that's why. Maybe Theo and Theodore shared more than just a quite similar name. They shared a bloodline. Still, the thought didn't bring her any peace. It only made her heart pound faster. Back inside, the former beast-turned-human Theo sat quietly at his desk, flipping through documents. What he saw? Absolutely shameless. He stared at the records, stunned at just how boldly he'd been robbed in broad daylight, while being a literal wolf. He turned to Oliver with wide eyes. Did Baron Vernon seriously manipulate a maid too? Oliver just nodded grimly. Theo scanned the list of charges: theft, corruption, and attempted murder. It read like a full-blown pile of cases. He shook his head, still trying to believe it. The Vernons had always served Atalanta loyally for generations. How did it all crumble like this? The Baron was once seen as a devoted husband too. None of this made sense. Oliver quietly explained that people in the castle mostly kept to themselves. They whispered their truths only behind closed doors. Theo sat back heavy-hearted. He'd never paid attention to his vassals' private lives before. That was probably why this betrayal felt so jarring. For the first time in his life, he didn't know what to do with this bitter, unfamiliar feeling. Then Oliver added that, thanks to the Archduchess, the maid had been sent away from the estate. But part of the Baron's property was handed over to her as compensation and child support. That was enough politics and backstabbing for the day. He asked Oliver for something, anything less stressful, like the plumbing maintenance report. To his surprise, it was all good news. Pipes? Working fine. Heating? Stable. No disasters. Even the toilet situation was handled. He raised an eyebrow. Did you call in some experts or something? Oliver puffed up with pride and dropped the truth. It was the Archduchess. She handled all of it, every single thing, while he was gone. And for once, Theo looked absolutely stunned. Apparently, while he was out there being a wild beast, his wife was running an entire estate like a queen with a toolkit. Early in the morning, chaos quietly brewed inside the castle. Word had spread like wildfire. The Archduke was back in his human form. Some servants cried in joy. Others dropped their trays. But the vassals? They weren't celebrating. They were panicking. Not because their lord was cured, oh no, but because they feared something else. What if the Archduke actually believed the Archduchess' words? She'd likely told him everything. The lies, the theft, maybe even the backroom deals. And if Theo got angry, well, there might be a few heads rolling before lunch. So, in a flurry of fear and fake loyalty, the vassals gathered outside, demanding a meeting with the now fully human Archduke. Meanwhile, in his office, Oliver peeked in and blinked in confusion. Theo was sitting on his desk, snacking on beef jerky. "What? Are you eating, Your Highness?" Oliver asked hesitantly. Theo munched calmly and asked if the Archduchess really liked snacks like this. Apparently he found it in the drawer earlier. Not cookies, not chocolates, just good old dried meat. He even laughed, saying most women hide sweets, but his wife hides jerky like a knight hiding rations for battle. What Theo didn't realize was that he used to love that jerky. Back when he had fur and 4 legs. Oliver stood there awkwardly, sweating bullets, not knowing how to break the truth. How do you even tell someone that just yesterday they were on a leash, following their wife around like a giant shaggy puppy? To save himself from the awkwardness, Oliver quickly changed the subject. He reported that the vassals had gathered outside and were demanding to speak with the Archduke. Theo raised an eyebrow. Oh, he would speak to them. He doubted it would end without drama, but he was curious to hear the excuses they'd cook up with their slippery tongues. As Theo prepared to head out, he casually asked Oliver where his wife was. He hadn't seen her since last night. Oliver hesitated. He remembered Astina looked strange when she told him the news, like her soul had been shaken. But no, she wasn't the type to run away. Still, seeing her pet wolf turn into her very human husband might have knocked the wind out of her. Then, out of nowhere, Theo stopped walking and turned to Oliver. He had a favor to ask. He said he'd been thinking all morning and realized he owed his wife a thank you. She'd endured everything, managed the estate, handled disasters, and somehow survived living with a beast. But even more than that, Theo was haunted by what happened last night. He remembered her. Why did she cry like that? Why did she choke him in one breath, then kiss him in the next? Looking out the window, Theo's mind wandered again. How did he return to his human form? The last memory he had was sinking, drowning, like being trapped in a swamp with no escape. And right when he thought it was all over, she saved him. He would never forget the way that felt. At the front gates of the estate, the Archduke arrived, flanked by guards. Standing before him were a bunch of familiar faces. Familiar, but not welcome. Theo looked at them and remarked dryly that it's been a while. A long while. The vassals, trying to act thrilled, bowed and greeted him with fake smiles and eager words. They claimed they had so much to tell him. Oh, what a story they had. But Theo cut straight through the act. Oh? Will it be the one where you all played rat and ate through Atalenta's storerooms? Oof, that one stung. The nobles froze in place, clearly caught off guard. They stammered that the Archduke must have been misinformed, and he shouldn't question their loyalty. Theo, calm but firm, said he made one huge mistake. He trusted them. That trust, gone, and that loss was on him. Trying to twist the blame, the vassals suddenly pointed fingers at someone else. They said it was a mistake to accept a villainess as the Archduke's wife. They begged for forgiveness for that choice instead. Theo stepped closer to the gate, eyes sharp, voice low and dangerous. He asked if they'd enjoyed their little festival of betrayal while the master of the house was gone. The nobles, still trying to save face, snapped back, demanding the Archduchess be handed over. They insisted she was the one who had clouded Theo's judgment and ruined everything. They wanted to deal with her themselves. Theo scoffed. Was there anyone more shameless than vassals who betrayed their own lord? The men grew louder, like gossipy townsfolk at the market. They started ranting about how they'd heard that Astina trained the beast. Yes, trained their master like a wild animal. Like tattling toddlers, they hoped blaming her would save their skins. Theo had heard enough. He asked, wasn't it true that the Duchess tamed a deadly beast? Shouldn't that be admired? Instead, they wanted to punish the one person who saved them all. With clear disgust, Theo called them idiots for trying to turn on someone who literally risked her life for Atalanta. He ordered the guards to make sure these fools never show up at his doorstep again. As the crowd dispersed, Theo looked up at the sky. Everything felt heavy, like he'd lost something. Maybe everything. But then again, he wondered, did he ever really have anything to begin with? He let out a dry chuckle. He couldn't even choose his own wife. While strolling through the garden, Theo unexpectedly came across Astina sleeping beneath a tree. He stopped in his tracks. Even in sleep, something looked off. Her face was tense, her brows furrowed. She was having a nightmare. Theo crouched closer, quietly observing. She dragged him last night with incredible strength. Hard to believe, now that she looked so delicate in her sleep. Without a word, he draped his jacket over her. There was a lot they needed to talk about, but it seemed their schedules never quite aligned. He recalled what the vassals had said, that she trained him while he was the beast. Oliver had also mentioned his monstrous form resembled a wolf. Suddenly, a flurry of memories hit him. Fur scattered across the office. Beef jerky on the desk. Toys. Wait. Theo sat up with a start, realizing the pet everyone was talking about wasn't just any dog. It was him. Meanwhile, Astina stirred. In her dream, Theodore was there, whispering love and lifelong devotion. She jolted awake, confused, blinking at her surroundings. Her eyes widened as she saw Theo right beside her. It wasn't the beast, but for some reason, even now, it was still Theodore's face she saw. Avoiding his gaze, Astina casually asked if she'd fallen asleep. Theo couldn't help but think she was truly something else, pretending like nothing had happened just last night. Then it hit him. He hadn't even properly introduced himself yet. So, with a touch of formality, he offered his hand. "Teroid van Atalanta," he said. She took it calmly. "Astina, what a way to meet your wife," he thought. He admitted he might have frightened her the night before. But Astina shook her head. If apologies were to be made, she said, she was the one who should be sorry, for her boldness. Theo apologized for being tactless, then asked gently, "Do you often have nightmares, my dear?" He suspected she still had someone she loved back home, but she simply said the dream had been a little sad. And now that she was awake, it was behind her. Theo felt a pang of guilt. He hadn't even been able to act like a decent husband. Not even halfway. Astina tried to return his jacket, but he pointed out that her outfit was too thin for the chilly morning air. Still, she pushed it toward him, insisting she was fine. A little irritated by her stubbornness, Theo said back that she shouldn't worry about him catching a cold. Trying to break her resistance, he extended a hand and said they'd walk back together, jacket or not. Astina walked off toward the castle with cool indifference. Watching her go, Theo couldn't help but wonder. Were all the ladies in the capital this stubborn? Catching up, he mentioned he knew about the vassal's assassination attempt. Oliver had told him, and Theo had gone through the old records himself. Astina admitted she wasn't sure if he would believe her, especially since he only regained his human form this morning. He had no memories of his time as a beast. Theo confessed he was stunned by how she handled everything in his absence. He owed her more thanks than he could express. Astina, eyes sharp, asked if he was angry, maybe because she'd overstepped and affected his authority. But Theo shook his head. No. What shocked him was how low the vassals had sunk. He'd thought better of them, trusted them. Astina gently remarked that people often act based on circumstance. If Theo had been in his right mind, none of this would have happened. Good and evil, she said, aren't black and white. People aren't just one thing. Hearing that, Theo paused. She was younger than him, yet she echoed the same wise words as Oliver. What kind of life had she lived to speak this way? There's no greater foolishness, Astina continued calmly, than putting blind faith in someone. That hit Theo like a direct shot to the heart. Back inside, Oliver received news from the guards. They had driven out all the vassals, but weren't convinced those cowards would give up easily. He fumed silently about their shamelessness, until he spotted the couple walking together. Stunned, Oliver asked how they ended up like that. Astina replied lightly. They met in the garden. Oliver blinked. She'd been out there all morning? In that outfit? Looking at Theo, he asked incredulously, "You didn't offer her your jacket, Your Highness." Astina quickly said it wasn't cold, but Theo interrupted. He pointed out that she had goosebumps on her arms. She rolled her eyes. "Is that supposed to be a joke?" Theo simply replied, "Then you should smile." Astina gave a small forced smile, saying she'd better head to her room. Watching her go, Theo turned to Oliver and murmured, "She's really something." Oliver chuckled knowingly. "She's definitely not your average noble lady." Theo agreed. "It takes someone exceptional to tame a monster." Oliver twitched at the word monster and nervously asked how his master found out. Theo gave him a look. "Ordinary people don't dangle jerky in front of a beast. I'll be asking more questions, so I expect honest answers." Then after a moment of silence, Theo asked a serious question. "Oliver, is she even human?" The butler blinked, then reminded him gently that he was no longer in the confused state where fiction blurred with reality. But Theo still couldn't shake the thought. She was calm, far too composed for her age. Her words, her tone. There were just things he couldn't understand about her. Oliver warned that doubting her was like insulting Count Latte, who entrusted his daughter to them. Later in Astina's room, she invited him for tea. Watching her graceful movements, Theo felt oddly at peace. Leaning in, he commented, "You really are stubborn. It was cold today." Astina motioned for him to sit. "Sit first, or the tea will go cold too." Slightly embarrassed, he sat. In truth, he was trying to act important or dominant, but somehow kept digging himself deeper. Still, he had a question, and he hoped it wouldn't sound rude. "So how did you end up here?" Astina, unbothered, said plainly that she was sold to pay her father's debts. The deal? She would bear an heir for the Archduke, and the debt would be cleared. Theo was stunned. He didn't realize the Count's family had been in such a desperate position. After a pause, he asked, "Did she want to go back home?" He hoped for honesty. Astina, realizing what he was thinking, understood that he wasn't angry. In fact, he was considering letting her go. She looked at this noble young man, so unaware of the real world, and replied truthfully, "Yes, I'd like to go back." Disappointed, Theo promised to call for Oliver and begin searching for a new estate manager. He had hoped for a different answer, but he understood. No one would want to live alongside a monster, one who might turn again any day. But Astina wondered, what would happen to that poor beast if she left? Irritated by her pity, Theo growled, "Are you talking about me?" She simply noted that he had just regained his mind and couldn't possibly manage everything at once. He smirked. "Isn't it funny? A mouse worrying about a cat." Astina laughed. "And a cat worrying about a mouse is no less ridiculous." That set him off. He leapt to his feet, frustrated. He knew he wasn't perfect, but he was trying. Couldn't she see that? Approaching her, he asked her not to push too far. She may have saved him, but he wouldn't accept mockery. Astina met his gaze. She already knew he'd be angry. "If I am a monster," he said, "that's no reason to laugh at me." But she stopped him. "You're a human, just like me." Then she asked him, gently but firmly, to be more selfish, especially if he wanted to protect his people. She suggested that he should ask for her help. Theo clenched his fists. Ever since he returned, everything felt like some elaborate joke. But if pride meant losing her, then pride had to go. Swallowing his hesitation, Theo finally asked, "If I ask you to help me, will you stay by my side?" Astina looked at him with quiet satisfaction. "Good job. That's more like it." As they sat together again, Theo whispered to himself, "She really is strange. So very strange." Bowing his head, he said he couldn't promise love, or even a normal marriage. Astina understood. He had no real chance at a normal life, and neither did she. Suddenly, she looked him in the eye and declared that the original agreement from House Atalanta had one condition: to bear an heir. And now that Theo was human again, it seemed easier to fulfill that. Without wasting time, she began unbuttoning his clothes. Back then, she hadn't even known if he could. But now, there wouldn't be a problem, right? Astina suddenly pushed the Archduke onto the sofa. Startled, Theo eyes wide in shock, demanding to know what she was doing. But Astina, calmly and determinedly continuing to unbutton his shirt, declared that it was time for them to produce an heir. Flushing red, Theo tried to stop her, claiming she shouldn't concern herself with bearing a child. That only confused Estina further. He hurriedly tucked his shirt back in, but she reminded him that without an heir, all their lands would fall into the Emperor's hands. Theo began to realize, if he ever lost his mind again and couldn't protect her, then a child might be her only shield in this political jungle. So, her urgency made sense. Still, he awkwardly admitted that this sort of thing required a bit more emotional preparation on his part. Estina couldn't help but reflect. Unlike her, Theo was still quite young and clearly inexperienced. No wonder he couldn't stay composed. So, she decided she'd have to take the lead. As she gently reached for him, he trembled and confessed with a shaky voice that this was his first time. Trying to escape the situation, Theo nervously added that there was no need to rush. They were married, yes, but they could take their time. But Estina had grown tired of all the back and forth. Calmly, she stated that they were husband and wife. There was no reason to delay any longer, too. Theo hesitated again, asking if she was really okay spending their first night like this. But Estina had already made peace with it. This wasn't about love. It was a contract. It wasn't her first time. Ahem. Because she's including her first life experience, and it was just something that needed to be done. Watching him act so bashful, she couldn't help but think how childish he looked. But in a cute way. Meanwhile, Theo was torn. He didn't know when the beast inside him would resurface. Could he really risk intimacy when he might lose control at any moment? Estina calmly said that if he wasn't ready, then so be it. Theo agreed, sheepishly starting to remove his shirt. Then suddenly stopped, blushing, and asked if she could at least turn around. Estina sighed and turned away, thinking how absurd this all was. Normally, couples would have time to grow close, but their marriage was rushed, barely a formality. Then, as if out of nowhere, an image of Theodore flashed in her mind. Him whispering that he loved her, kissing her hand. Her heart skipped. Why did she think of another man at that moment? When the room fell completely silent, she got suspicious. Had Theo run off? She spun around and was met with a shocking sight. Theo had turned back into a wolf. He leaped at her, tail wagging, licking her like a loyal pup. Estina was confused. Barely any time had passed since he returned to his human form. Later, she shared the news with Oliver. The old butler didn't even seem surprised. He just sighed, saying that age had taught him to let go of many things. He explained that when the curse first appeared, the entire estate mourned. But eventually, everyone realized grief wouldn't change anything. Estina asked if Oliver seriously expected Theo to turn back so quickly. The butler admitted he'd been checking the time non-stop, hoping for something, anything. But even he was surprised that the transformation had lasted so briefly. Estina began to wonder, was she supposed to stay here until she got pregnant? Oliver reminded her that no one knew when, or if, the Archduke would turn human again. Even this last transformation had come without warning. Looking hesitant, Oliver politely asked if he could know what she and Theo talked about. With a small smile, Estina shared that her husband had actually said she could go home if she wanted. Shocked, Oliver asked if she planned to accept that offer. Estina stared directly into his eyes and answered, no. She revealed that Theo didn't order her to stay. He asked. And that made all the difference. It was a silent test. If he'd been arrogant or commanding, she would have left without hesitation. But instead, he'd been sincere. He wasn't someone easily forgotten. So, she told Oliver that whether he liked it or not, he'd be staying by her side too. The butler beams with joy. After all, he really wanted her to stay. News of the Archduke's return had spread fast, and the vassals were buzzing. Estina looked at the now calm wolf beside her and quietly wished Theo could always stay in human form. If only things had been different, no one would dare try to steal from the estate. Suddenly, loud banging interrupted her thoughts. Heisen burst into the room breathless. Is it true? The Archduke turned human? You missed it. Heisen blinked in disbelief at the wolf. Estina smiled, teasing. When he's in his usual form, he's so handsome he could make any lady cry. Oliver coughed awkwardly, and Heisen clarified that he didn't mean looks. Estina pointed out that Heisen had returned without finishing his task. He explained that she asked him to work on a water pipeline. But wasn't it too soon for that? She assured him that he had done well. In fact, the Archduke himself had thanked her for managing the estate. Still frustrated, Hyzen fumed that the Archduke had transformed back too quickly. What kind of bizarre curse was this? Astina recalled something. Baron Vernon's father once called it a curse too. She asked Oliver if he knew anything about its origin. The butler admitted that the curse had simply appeared. No one knew why or how. It started after the Atalanta family rose to power. Its strange symptoms earned it the nickname curse, but no cause or cure had ever been found. Astina considered the timeline. It all happened over 100 years ago. Perhaps someone had been angered by that first night, when the original Archduke rose to power in battle. The man had taken many lives on the battlefield. Maybe someone had cursed his bloodline in revenge. But what about her? Did her second life begin so she could atone for sins from a forgotten past? Looking at Oliver and Hyzen, she sighed, said she was tired, and sent them away. Hours passed. As she settled into bed, she noticed Theo, still in his wolf form, standing by the bedside, whining softly like a child seeking comfort. She hesitated. After seeing her husband in his human form earlier, something about sharing a bed now felt strangely awkward. Still, it wasn't like she knew when he'd transform again. With a sigh, Astina patted the bed and let the wolf climb up beside her. Watching him curl up, she chuckled to herself and whispered, "You know, when you're human, you're even shyer than this." She leaned in, gently kissed him, and wished him a soft good night. At dawn, Astina woke with a jolt, and to her surprise, Theo had returned to his human form again. A little while later, she filled him in on everything that had happened during the night, emphasizing that, of course, nothing actually happened between them. Theo sheepishly admitted he couldn't remember anything after taking off his clothes. Astina nodded and added that shortly after that, he'd suddenly shifted back into his beast form again, which had left everyone utterly bewildered. Theo looked down at his hands, trying to wrap his head around it. "I turned into a monster. And back again. All in one day." "What time did it happen?" he asked. "Around 5 a.m, Astina replied. He clung to that detail, his eyes lighting up with a faint glimmer of hope. "Then maybe tomorrow it'll happen again." But then came the question lingering in both their minds. Why now? After an entire year of silence from the curse, why was his body suddenly reacting? Theo turned to her. "Did you do anything different recently? Something unusual?" Astina frowned, racking her brain. Nothing had felt out of the ordinary. Then it struck her. Both times right before his transformation, she had kissed him. "It was just a kiss," she muttered, almost more to herself than to him. Theo blinked, confused. "A kiss?" Her eyes narrowed, realizing where his thoughts were going. "It was a simple peck," she replied, slightly embarrassed. "A sign of affection toward a pet, that's it." Theo immediately flushed and stammered, "No, I didn't mean, I was just surprised, that's all, really." Even so, Astina couldn't help but wonder. She still wasn't sure if that was truly the trigger, but it was the only thing both nights had in common. The whole thing was beginning to sound like some fairy tale, but could a small gesture of affection really have that kind of magic? She mutters to herself that it wasn't even a real kiss, just a soft touch of the lips. Then her gaze wandered to the man in front of her. "You're very handsome, you know," she said out of nowhere. Theo froze. For a moment, his thoughts scrambled. Sure, he'd seen many beautiful women before, but Astina, there was something else about her, something unshakable. What truly captivated him wasn't her face or elegance. It was that unflinching, piercing gaze. The kind of gaze that, once locked with his, he knew he could never forget. Hearing her husband call her beautiful, Astina smiled faintly, but quickly added that appearance is fleeting. "Beauty fades," she said. "Eventually it'll wrinkle, sag, and disappear." Theo turned to her in disbelief. How could someone so young speak with such calm realism? He stared at her, quietly amazed by the depth of her perspective. Astina's gaze softened. "Still, I truly hope you can be free from this curse one day." The moment grew heavier. Lowering his head, Theo quietly replied, "No one wishes for that more than I do." They both fell into a thoughtful silence, staring out the window as the early light poured in. After a moment, Astina broke it. "Tonight, let's try again. with the kiss. To be sure, neither of them knew if it would work, or if this connection between a kiss and his transformation was real, but it was the only lead they had. And for now, it was enough to give them hope. When Oliver met Theo, he couldn't believe his eyes. Just like the other day, he was back to being human. The butler got emotional and actually started crying, thanking the heavens for yet another miracle. He then shared that the Archduchess had told him she'd stay because her husband asked her to. Although she may seem cold on the outside, Oliver had noticed something deeper in her. She had a strong sense of duty and a surprisingly wise heart. Theo quietly agreed. Most women would have run far, far away after learning the truth, but not her. Afterwards, Estina sat in the library, surrounded by a mountain of books. She was flipping through pages, hoping to dig up anything on the curse. She calmly mentioned that these books might offer a clue, since they were all about curses. Looking at the pile, the Archduke raised a brow. Could she actually read Quilenian? To his surprise, Estina nodded. She could read and write it. Well, sort of. She needed a dictionary for the ancient parts. Theo blinked. Even he only knew a few ancient languages, and most nobles these days barely memorized a sentence or two. Meanwhile, Estina casually mentioned that she studied at Blanchet Academy, a top-tier institution. Theo bet there weren't even 10 people in all of that academy who could read Quilenian. Even in Phoebe, which had a linguistics department, experts were rare. Estina paused, realizing just how forgotten the language had become in 100 years. Still, she was part of the problem. So many civilizations had been erased in the name of unifying the continent. Glancing at her husband, she wondered, if she hadn't helped burn down that storehouse of knowledge, could it have saved him? But no use regretting it now. Seeing Theo still waiting for an answer, she told him plainly, she's just living the best she can. He gave her a look. She didn't strike him as the scholarly type. She smirked, saying she was definitely not the professor's favorite. He studied her for a moment and decided she actually looked more like the professor than a student. Just then, Estina raised her head, curious. What would Theo do once the curse was finally broken? Lost in thought, he admitted. Probably go back to how things were. That made her scoff. His old life was dull and miserable. Just duties and more duties. He sighed. She wasn't wrong, so how should he live? Estina suggested he try doing something for himself. Anything he liked, a hobby or just having a pet. After thinking it over, he wondered aloud if he can simply like a person. Estina replied that it's not a bad idea normally, but clearly, Theo understands that she means she was no ordinary case. Theo's mind wandered back to when they first met. She'd called him my Theo back then. Would she still call him that now? He started playing around with nickname ideas and asked what people used to call her at home. Estina's expression turned sour. She never had a nickname, and frankly, she didn't want one. But Theo wasn't giving up. He smiled and said Tina sounded cute. Estina studied him for a long moment. No, this wasn't Theodore, even if he looked just like him. Still, she played along. Fine, if he wanted, she'd call him Theo. The Archduke beamed. He didn't care what she called him anyway. However, Estina rolled her eyes. Pet names should be saved for important people. Theo tilted his head. If husband and wife don't count as important, then who does? Looking at him, Estina suddenly saw how truly lonely he was. But Theo thought the opposite. It was she who seemed more alone. He glanced at her again. So smart, so composed. She spoke and moved like someone far older, but somehow she still didn't feel like an adult. But Estina just slammed a book and told him to help with the research. It was his curse, after all. He immediately understands that his wife is subtly telling him not to cross the line again. Then, Theo opened the book, thinking this felt less like a marriage, and more like a business deal. Reading through it, he asked if the whole rumor about the Letus clan being witches wasn't just a clever lie. Estina explained that the Leda nomads were indeed descendants of sorcerers. The people of Alaton also held mysterious powers. They didn't need an advanced civilization to survive. Which was also the reason why Alatans or Letus were thought as devil's offsprings 400 years ago. Theo thought aloud. Maybe that's how Empress Martina managed to build her empire. Was it her bloodline? Estina shook her head. Nope. Martina was just a normal woman. No magic. If the Empress had magic, Estina reasoned, she wouldn't have needed to kill the king herself. She'd have cursed him instead. They then came across the details about the land of Alatan, a place near a volcano where magma boiled below the surface. People believed the Alatan's sacred power came from there. Theo asked if the volcano could really turn a person into a beast. Estina shrugged. Anything was possible. Theo sighed. Great. Now he had to look into that too. Checking the clock nearby, he shyly asked Estina to kiss him in the morning, if he turned into a beast again. Estina calmly said maybe this time there'd be real signs. Maybe they'd find a lead. She then noticed his hands trembling. He was terrified of changing back. Gently, she held his hands and offered to bring him some warm milk. Theo chuckled. Was he 6 years old now? Still, part of him appreciated it. His wife was finally trying to show some warmth. Estina teased that 26 wasn't that grown up anyway. The scene shifts as Theo vents his building frustration. With a deep sigh, he covers his face and grumbles to Oliver. His wife is seriously one strange woman. He couldn't stop thinking about how awkward he acted when she brought up that wedding night comment. Now he was sure she saw him as some clueless little boy. His thoughts were all over the place. Without warning, he shot up from his seat, making Oliver flinch in surprise. Putting on his jacket, Theo muttered something about someone calling his life dull and boring. Oliver didn't need a hint to figure out who that someone was, but the sun was already setting, and Oliver gently reminded him, tonight, he should be with the Archduchess, just in case. Theo let out another sigh. Would anything really change, even if she was right there beside him? Oliver didn't hesitate. Absolutely yes. The difference was night and day. They shouldn't be apart right now. When Theo heard that Estina was out in the backyard, he immediately said he didn't need an escort. Theo, still acting tough when he's clearly shaken. Now seated alone in the garden, Theo looked around. If not for her weird comment earlier, he'd probably still be drowning in reports and work right now. There was a small box on the table. He opened it, and there it was, the leash. He stared at it quietly. That thing had literally been wrapped around his neck this whole time, and somehow, it didn't feel as strange as it should. With a thoughtful expression, he clipped it on and sat down. Maybe by doing this, he could finally understand what kind of beast he had become around Estina. Meanwhile, Estina was hurrying down the path, worried she might have missed him, but as she reached the garden, there he was. Fast asleep under the table, the leash still wrapped gently around his neck. She paused for a moment. Then a memory hit her. Back when she was still Martina, her mother had given her some advice that stuck. Never trust men too easily. No matter how good-looking they were either helpless boys or untamed beasts. There was no middle ground. A younger, half-asleep Martina once even grumbled that maybe she didn't have a dad at all. Her mom just got tricked by one of those pretty-faced guys. Of course, her mother didn't let that slide. She pinched Martina's cheek for being cheeky. Now here Estina was, staring at an actual wolf. The sun had started to rise, but Theo still hadn't turned back into his human self. And if her theory about the kiss was right, once they had a child, the Archduke might trap her in the castle forever. Suddenly, the wolf jumped up, tail wagging like a puppy on sugar, and started licking her lips without warning. But then just as quickly it stopped. Estina blinked in confusion and opened her eyes, only to realize her hands were now resting on a very bare, very muscular chest. Yep, it was Theo, fully human and fully naked. So, her theory was correct after all. The kiss really was the magic switch. Welcome back, handsome husband. The moment Theo realized he was fully exposed, muscles flexing and absolutely nothing to hide his enthusiastic state, he panicked. Instinctively, he reached for the nearest thing to cover himself. Unfortunately, the nearest thing was a small decorative pillow. Yes, a pillow. Barely enough to cover a slice of dignity, let alone his entire package. Estina, ever the calm one in the room, gracefully handed him a proper blanket. The Archduke snatched the blanket and immediately threw it over himself like a man shielding from an emotional battlefield or emotional damage. He couldn't even bring himself to look her in the eye. His pride had taken critical damage. Of course. It wasn't like Estina could have dressed him in his wolf form earlier. She couldn't exactly slip a knight's uniform over a howling beast. Seeing through his humiliation, the Archduchess commented lightly that there was really nothing to be embarrassed about. After all, at his age, this kind of thing was just biological, perfectly natural. But inside, her thoughts were a little less clinical. At least he's not impotent, she mused, thinking back to his lean, muscular frame moments ago. Not that she was ogling. Purely scientific observation, of course. Meanwhile, Theo looked like he was about to melt into the marble floor. If shame could kill, the poor man would have already evaporated. Unable to endure the moment any longer, he leapt up in a flurry of blanket and mortification and bolted straight out of the room. And just like that, the mighty Archduke made a swift escape, defeated not by a curse but by his own bare body. The morning after the great embarrassment, breakfast was tense, at least for one of them. Astina, cool as ever, sat while noting something peculiar. It was already past 7 a.m., yet the curse had still been broken. That meant time wasn't the determining factor. She quietly pondering the 12-hour theory. Was that really the limit? Or could there be other variables? If this condition wasn't strictly about time, then maybe someone else's kiss could trigger the change too. Meanwhile, her husband was completely tuned out. While she mulled over experiments and theories, Theo was stuck on something else entirely. Her skin. Specifically, the sensation that had lingered on his lips since last night. No one warned him about that kind of aftertaste. He sighed, pretending to be focused on his breakfast while wallowing in silent despair. How could she act like nothing happened? Sure, it wasn't technically her fault, but he had been naked. Shouldn't a normal wife show even a hint of shock? Looking up, he squinted at her like some strange, unreadable puzzle. Finally, he blurted out the question that had been haunting him. Had she always been this shameless? Astina, without even blinking, replied that there was no point clinging to what was inevitable. In other words, he needed to grow up and move on. Naturally, Theo felt even more humiliated. He admitted that he'd been mortified ever since last time. Meanwhile, his wife acted as if nothing could faze her. Astina didn't deny it. She confessed that she had been a bit too hasty about their wedding night, and looking back, she regretted the urgency. But her thoughts now were more calculating. If the curse could be lifted without her involvement, if someone else could break it, then maybe she wouldn't have to carry the burden of producing an heir. Once the curse was resolved, and the political purpose of their marriage fulfilled, the entire union would become obsolete. And then, Theo could go find a more suitable match, someone truly worthy of a free man. That thought hit Theo like a cold splash of water, especially now, when he noticed Astina no longer seemed desperate to rush things. No more talk of steamy wedding nights or immediate intimacy. It almost felt like she'd taken a step back. Then came the loaded smile. Astina looked him straight in the eyes and asked if he really wanted that kind of relationship now. Theo, flustered beyond words, scrambled to defend himself, but Astina just laughed, clearly amused by his innocence. She teasingly added that he was such a good person, which made it easier for her to act this relaxed. As she studied him across the table, it was obvious. This wasn't mockery. It was honest, almost fond observation. Then she smirked again. Did he think she was indecent? Theo, still blushing, frantically denying it. There was nothing indecent about wedding night's training. Especially not between two legally wedded spouses, right? Right then, their moment was cut short. A servant burst into the room, out of breath, and announced that the vassals had gathered at the gates in protest, demanding the Archduchess's presence. Theo was in disbelief. A strike? At their gate? That kind of insolence was unheard of. But Astina didn't even flinch. She listened calmly as the servant explained that the vassals didn't yet know Theo had returned to human form. Still composed, Astina suggested they go together to address the issue, but Theo insisted on handling it alone. He didn't want to burden her further, especially not after the scene last night. Yet, as Astina passed by him to leave, she casually remarked that the vassals were clearly using his absence to their advantage. They were growing bold, even reckless. Maybe, she added, he should step outside more often. Theo agreed, though a bit begrudgingly. They needed to reassert their authority and prepare for situations where they might be unable to act immediately. In the end, the decision was clear. The power couple would confront the vassals together, side by side. As they descended the mansion steps side by side, Theo quietly extended his hand toward Astina, an act of courtesy rather than romance. She took it without hesitation, her expression unreadable as ever. But the moment her fingers brushed his, a realization struck her. Public perception mattered. Whether or not there was love between them didn't change the fact that appearances had power. And in this world of politics and whispers, a show of unity between them could silence countless rumors before they even started. To maintain influence, they simply had to look like a perfect couple. Meanwhile, Theo found the simple act of hand-holding strangely awkward. It wasn't unpleasant, but it felt unfamiliar, like slipping into a role he hadn't rehearsed for. Astina glanced at him, taking in his composed features and the quiet dignity in his movements. She could finally understand why he'd been so adored in social circles. Always so well-mannered, the very picture of nobility. In fact, she recalled hearing a nickname that the noble ladies used for him, the Cold Knight. The memory made her chuckle softly to herself. If only those women knew that their so-called cold heartthrob was, in truth, a bundle of nerves, especially when things got a little too personal. Theo caught the hint of a smile on her lips and quickly noted her good mood. It was rare to see her like this. Astina, sensing his gaze, quietly remarked that today would be a turning point for many things. The nobles might have thought they could throw a tantrum in the master's absence. But now, both the Archduke and Archduchess were here, and this time, they would not be so easily ignored. At the castle gates, chaos brewed like a pot left too long on the fire. The nobles were shouting in hysteria, accusing the Archduchess of witchcraft. According to them, she had cast a spell on the Archduke to steal power and control. One voice among the crowd, unidentified but clearly bitter, belonged to a man who'd once pledged loyalty to Theo. Let's call him Vincent. In his mind, Vincent seethed. He had remained loyal for years, so surely he deserved a slice of the Archduchy's wealth. But ever since Astina arrived, his debts had become dangerous, and now even his life was at risk. In his eyes, she had ruined everything. A few paces away, Theo leaned closer to his wife and whispered that he'd never once promised to forgive the vassals. Their betrayal was never negotiable. He looked on with grim resolve. If they refused to understand reason, then perhaps prison would speak more clearly. As the couple approached, Theo's footsteps echoed sharply across the stone. His voice rang with fury as he demanded to know why these men dared to cause such a scene. The nobles froze in shock. One by one, they scrambled to offer obsequious greetings, trying to mask their panic behind fake concern. They stuttered excuses, claiming they were just worried, afraid the Archduchess had cast a spell over him. But Theo wasn't buying it. He fired back that he was the one concerned that fully grown men were pretending not to see the woman they had summoned in the first place. The silence grew tense. One vassal boldly declared that the Archduke had clearly been bewitched. The Gaul, Astina, covered half her face with a fan and casually pointed out that this same man had stolen the Archduke's portrait, helped himself to vault treasures, and robbed the cellar blind. That alone should have shut them up. But of course, someone else took offense. Another vassal burst into crude insults, barking at her to shut her mouth. Naturally, she didn't. Astina calmly exposed him too, this time for embezzling funds from a trade delivery company. Yet again, her tone never wavered. Then came Vincent, the loudest of them all. He shouted desperately for the Archduke to listen, claiming everything the Archduchess said was nothing but slander. But Astina wasn't done. She revealed, in front of everyone, that Vincent had fabricated an entire fake business just to funnel funds out of the investment treasury. Watching this all unfold, Theo stood still, both impressed and slightly bewildered. His wife remembered every crime, and not only that, she was controlling this entire confrontation with unnerving ease. Still, on the outside, the Archduke's tone turned icy as he addressed the crowd. Did they really think he couldn't tell the truth from a lie? His gaze swept over them like a sword, branding them all as disloyal vassals. Turning to a nearby knight, Theo asked how these criminals were still roaming freely. The knight explained that the formal trials hadn't started yet. There were too many offenders to round up all at once. Theo's answer was simple. There was no need to wait. Panic finally set in. Vincent realized the game was over. Worse, if he wasn't imprisoned soon, the lenders chasing his debts might catch him first. In his twisted reasoning, every misfortune in his life traced back to Astina. She, in his eyes, didn't even deserve to stand beside Theo. She'd been sold to pay off her family's debts. Wasn't she supposed to be a servant? And yet, here she was, walking beside the Archduke like a queen. Blinded by fury and desperation, Vincent grabbed a stone from the ground and hurled it straight at Astina. Big mistake. Without hesitation, Theo stepped in front of her and deflected the incoming threat, sword drawn in a blur. The blade flashed like a warning sign. That reflex alone said more than words ever could. With burning fury, he ordered Vincent to be seized and thrown into the deepest cell they could find. Like hell? Astina, however, was stunned. Not by the attack, but by her husband's reaction time. He moved faster than she ever expected. For someone she'd once considered stiff and overly formal, his instincts were razor sharp. Vincent, shaking with desperation, screamed that it was just one mistake. He had served Theo loyally for years. But the Archduke didn't waver. He reminded Vincent, if he had truly cared, he would have supported the woman who saved his life. Without Astina, Theo would still be trapped under that curse. Yet Vincent and the other vassals chose greed. They saw her as a threat, not a savior. The Archduke turned to the rest of the nobles with cold contempt. These were not loyal subjects. They were leeches, more concerned with plundering his fortune than protecting his legacy. Astina, composed as ever, thanked her husband for his protection. Then she asked quite calmly if she could handle the insult herself. Theo is startled by her tone. She wasn't angry and not even shaken. Taking his sword without hesitation, Astina walked toward Vincent and instructed the guards to step back. She had a better idea. She invited Vincent to a little wager, a game, his life on the line. Vincent, confused, stared at her. How did she know about his obsession with gambling? Astina explained the rules with an eerie calm. All he had to do was guess. Was the Archduke's sword double-edged or single-edged? If he got it right, she'd let him walk free. Theo, silently watching, realized something. Vincent had never cared for combat. He handled paperwork and finances, not blades. It was unlikely he'd know the answer. But somehow, Astina had already figured that out too. Vincent panicked. The only weapon he'd ever touched was a dagger for self-defense. But forced into a corner, he made a desperate guess. The sword had only one edge. Astina raised the blade, her movements fluid and calm, like a graceful executioner preparing to demonstrate. And then, with a flash of steel, she slashed the air in both directions. Simple logic. If a sword cuts both ways, then the answer's clear. Theo watched the motion closely, and to his surprise, his heart began to race. Astina stopped the blade just inches from Vincent's neck. The man nearly collapsed in terror, heart hammering in his chest. She simply remarked that gambling always led to ruin, and today it almost cost him everything. Still standing behind her, Theo felt a strange flutter in his chest. A nearby knight noticed his pale face and asked if he was all right. The Archduke muttered that he was fine, just that his heart was acting odd. Odd indeed. He wasn't afraid of swords. But why? A thought quietly crept into his mind. Was this love? He had never been in love before, so there was no way to be sure. But something about watching Astina set his heart racing like nothing else. Deciding he needed a moment alone to clear his head, Theo turned and declared that he would return inside. Because even the mightiest knight needs a moment to catch his breath when love hits him. Or maybe it's also the very real muscle memory of spending months as a quick-pawed wolf on edge 24/7. 3 days later, Heisen strolled through the castle hallway with a noticeable bounce in his step. For once, he was free, finally relieved of his temporary role as an unwilling scarecrow, standing stiff as a wall just to keep rowdy workers in line. The poor man had been reduced to a human intimidation post, and all because of his size. It was rough, really rough. After all, people always assumed he was some scary brute, just because he looked like he could crush a man with one hand. But deep down, Heisen was a soft-hearted guy and a closet fanboy. As he walked, a maid suddenly caught up with him, clutching a carefully wrapped bundle. She asked if he was on his way to see the Archduchess. When Heisen nodded, she handed over the package and politely asked him to deliver it. Curious, he glanced at the attached envelope and immediately recognized the sender's name, Benjamin. Now that guy, Heisen thought, was decent. Always polite, always thoughtful. When Heisen peeked at the contents, he saw it was a sword, and a finely crafted one at that. Definitely not the cheap ceremonial junk some people like to gift. Impressed, he grinned and announced that he'd deliver it personally. Hopefully the Archduchess would like it. And who knows? Maybe this was the perfect chance to finally ask her for that training session he'd been meaning to request. Full of purpose, he marched off toward her office, sword in hand and confidence in full swing. He pushed the door open and froze mid-step. Sitting inside was someone he'd never seen before. A man with flawless features straight out of a fairy tale. There is a Prince Charming in the office? Caught off guard, Heisen asked plainly who this stranger was, and more importantly, where the Archduchess had gone. Theo raised a brow at the question. Not only was Hyzen the first to demand who he was, but now he was also poking his nose into Astina's whereabouts. That boldness didn't go unnoticed. In response, Hyzen clarified that he was the personal guard assigned to Lady Astina by her father himself. Personal guard? That was news to him. As far as he knew, his wife never mentioned having a bodyguard. It wasn't until Hyzen processed those words that it hit him. Slowly, his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the man seated in front of him. Theo calmly explained that it made sense Hyzen didn't recognize him. Up until now, the poor knight had only ever seen him in wolf form. With slightly flushed cheeks, Hyzen offered a handshake. And as he grasped it, he silently acknowledged something Astina had mentioned before. Her husband really was absurdly, unfairly attractive. Not that Hyzen was interested or anything, but facts were facts. Just then, Theo's gaze drifted to the item in Hyzen's arms, a beautifully wrapped sword. Hyzen quickly explained that it was a gift addressed to the Archduchess. That made Theo pause. A sword? For Astina? His mind wandered for a moment, recalling his wife's words on the training field a few days ago. She'd said she needed to stay active because her body was getting stiff. Logical enough. But what confused Theo more was the way his heart kept pounding every time he saw her train. Every time she swung a blade with precision and focus, his body wanted to run. That reaction still baffled him. Back in the present, Theo took the cover letter and casually glanced at the sender's name. Benjamin Leandros. That name meant nothing to him, but judging by Hyzen's reaction, it wasn't some random stranger. The knight explained that Benjamin was one of Astina's friends from their academy days. Friends, huh? Theo's eyes narrowed slightly. Hyzen, noticing the subtle shift in the Archduke's posture, scrambled to clarify. Just friends, he emphasized, probably a little too quickly. The man sounded like he was trying not to get caught hiding something. Theo, quiet and thoughtful, wondered why Hyzen was working so hard to defend their relationship. It wasn't even his. Taking the letter and the sword into his own hands, Theo announced that he would deliver the gift to Astina personally. But truthfully, he had a deeper reason. He wanted to ask her, face to face, whether Benjamin was that someone she'd left behind in the capital. As he walked down the corridor, Theo reflected quietly. If his curse hadn't sidelined his life, he might have attended the same prestigious academy as Astina. Maybe their paths would have crossed there too, between classrooms, sword arenas, or tucked away corners of the library. Looking down at the finely forged weapon in his hand, he could already tell Astina would appreciate it. She was far beyond average with a sword, and a high-quality blade was the kind of gift she would actually value. But then he remembered the other sword, the one hanging untouched in his room. A priceless blade he had set aside long ago. Maybe that would be even more fitting for her. But then, Theo realized that Astina didn't need two swords. A little jealous, sir? Out on the training ground, Astina was cooling off from sword practice, pleasantly exhausted, until she noticed someone approaching. There stood Theo, her ever-serious husband, holding something in his hand and eyeing her like she'd just stolen the sun. He informed her that a gift had arrived, from her friend in the capital. Reading the note, Astina smiled as if it were no big deal. "Ah, it's from Benjamin," she murmured casually. That one name made Theo's gaze sharpen. The way she recognized it so easily, it almost felt like she'd been expecting it. Astina examined the blade thoughtfully, noting it was exactly the kind of weapon Benjamin would send. The guy was reliable in her opinion. Meanwhile, Theo's chest tightened. It was happening again. That same erratic heartbeat he'd experienced days ago was back. Astina, finally noticing her husband's strained expression, tilted her head. He looked like he was sick. So she gently asked if something was bothering him. Theo hesitated, then admitted that when he saw her holding a sword, his heart started pounding, and not in the athletic sense. It was confusing, disturbing even. Astina blinked, mildly horrified. If only she had known that her husband's body retained memories from his days as a beast, she would have been a little more gentle with her swordplay around him. But then, out of nowhere, Theo blurted something entirely different. Could it be that this is love? Astina actually jumped back a little, startled. Of all the things to blurt out, she stared at him, wondering how someone this good-looking could be this emotionally clueless. He really had never fallen for anyone before, had he? She reminded him that love doesn't always follow a logical timeline. Theo, now thoroughly confused, asked what kind of feeling this was supposed to be. Estina flipped the question. If he truly had feelings for her, shouldn't his heart react not just when she's swinging a blade, but all the time? Theo stiffened. That almost sounded like she was saying he shouldn't like her. He didn't enjoy this implication one bit. Why did she assume he didn't care? He pressed the point. Did she really mean it? Did she want him to not feel anything for her? Estina, completely unfazed, simply confirmed it. He had understood correctly. She didn't believe his feelings were real. That answer hit him like a punch to the gut. And just as she turned to walk away, Theo called after her, asking if the gift from the capital had stirred up old emotions. Was that why she was pushing him away? Estina paused, realizing exactly what was happening here. Her husband, this serious, brooding man, was flat out jealous. Without a hint of mercy, she stated that she hadn't expected him to be so immature. Theo snapped back, reminding her that when they first met, she had whispered another man's name. Estina's smile faded. She asked how much of that he'd heard. Even when his voice was tense and wounded, he sounded so much like Theodore. Theo repeated her exact words from that night, that she still loved him. Frustrated, Estina suddenly tossed the gifted sword aside with surprising force. Theo flinched. The second that blade was out of sight, the strange heart palpitations vanished. Estina looked him straight in the eye and asked, "So, how does it feel to mistake your own feelings?" Then she simply suggested he go back to the office and cool down. That was the second time she had shown that much emotion, and both moments had been tied to someone from her past. He realized that his own stubbornness had made everything worse. Sighing, he retrieved the sword she had flung aside and made up his mind. He would return it properly and apologize. The next morning, Theo reached across the bed, only to find the other side empty. Again, lately, Estina had been waking earlier and earlier, always slipping away before he could catch her. He stared at the empty pillow for a moment, then threw off the covers and stood up. Enough was enough, he needed to apologize. When he finally found her, he didn't hesitate. He wished her good morning and confessed outright that he had come to apologize, for jumping to conclusions, for being selfish, and for prioritizing his emotions without considering hers. Handing the sword back to her, he added that even if she didn't accept it, he hoped there would be no more misunderstandings between them. Estina accepted the weapon, gently thanking him and offering her own apology for causing concern. If anything she did made things worse, she was sorry. It should have ended there, but it didn't. Theo stood quietly, still feeling unsettled. Then, in a low voice, he asked, "Are you planning to leave the archduchy?" Estina, calm and honest, replied that if his illness was cured, she would have no reason to stay. He could easily find other assistants, or a partner, to help him. That answer caught Theo off guard. He asked why she never told him this before. Estina explained she originally planned to stay long enough to bear an heir, then return home. But if he intended to remarry after that, the child could become an unwanted complication. Theo stood there, speechless. Of course he had thought about letting her return home eventually, but deep down, he was secretly hoping she'd want to stay. Just then, a loud and dramatic voice suddenly echoed through the hall. Leaning against the wall like a self-appointed prince of sass was none other than Arthur, Theo's younger cousin. With a mockingly raised eyebrow, Arthur blurted out how he never expected his cousin to actually get married, especially not while he was away. A short while later, the two were settled in the drawing room, though calling Arthur a grown man might have been generous. The brat was practically vibrating in his seat, glaring at Theo like he'd committed a crime. "Seriously? That's all you've got to say to me after 2 whole years?" Arthur demanded. Theo responded in his usual clipped tone. Arthur scowled, recalling how their aunt had tearfully entrusted him to Theo's care, only for this guy to become a husband behind his back. Apparently, 6 months ago, he actually returned to Atalanta, only to flee again after catching a glimpse of Theo's beast form. Defensive, Arthur quickly clarified. He didn't run away like a coward. No, he went off on a grand adventure to become stronger in every way, whatever that meant. Turns out, Arthur had spent most of his time down south where news barely reached. But the closer he got to Atalanta again, the more gossip he heard about some mysterious curse. Throwing both hands to his cheeks, Arthur howled like a town crier, declaring that it finally hit him. The family was doomed. Theo smirked at the confession, amused that even the dramatic brat cared enough to worry. With a straight face, Theo simply noted that Arthur hadn't changed at all, still a walking disaster with a loud mouth. Then came the real bomb. Theo casually confirmed that yes, the rumors were true. He really had turned human again, thanks to a kiss from his wife. Arthur stared at him like he'd grown two heads. A kiss? Surely this was a joke. The most renowned healers in Atalanta couldn't lift the curse, but one woman's smooch could. Arthur rolled his eyes and declared that he refused to believe such nonsense. Clearly, the woman just took advantage of a moment of weakness. That's when Theo cut him off, tone sharp now, and declared that Astina wasn't the kind of woman to be doubted. Arthur scoffed and dramatically claimed that any woman who sneaks her way into their household deserves a little suspicion. Theo's eyes narrowed, clearly offended on behalf of every duchess in family history. Arthur waved a hand, arguing that most of those marriages were fake anyway. Eventually, the brat calmed down enough to admit that Astina was, well, the only one who walked blindly into the mess without knowing it was a den of monsters. He said it like it was supposed to sound noble. Before Theo could respond, Oliver, the ever-loyal butler, butt in like justice personified. With fiery passion, he declared that Arthur was being terribly rude to the Archduchess. Astina, in his eyes, was a blessing to the Atalanta family. Arthur chuckled under his breath. Honestly, if even Oliver had been tamed by Theo's wife, there were only two possibilities. Either Astina was the real deal, or she was the most brilliant scam artist alive. Meanwhile, Theo observed that Arthur's manners had somehow gotten even worse since the last time they met. Arthur, immediately on high alert, asked if Theo planned to make him run laps again. Oliver, listening nearby, perked up with surprise when Theo casually mentioned a new, intellectual punishment, rewriting a book by hand. Arthur jumped out of his seat like the floor was on fire. "I'm not doing any of that. I didn't even do anything wrong." Classic. Just another day in the Atalanta household, where power, pride, and pettiness collided under one very expensive roof. Arthur burst into the hallway like a storm, with a voice louder than his reasoning, yelling that he was about to turn 19 and had zero intention of listening to his older cousin's nagging anymore. Somewhere behind, Oliver leaned toward Theo and softly asked if they even owned a book matching the punishment. The Archduke slyly smiled. He had no idea. Still, he calmly instructed the butler that if Arthur couldn't find it by nightfall, then just hand him something similar. But Theo suddenly paused, startled by a horrifying realization. Arthur and Astina were the same age. That alone felt illegal. Elsewhere in the library, Arthur dramatically flipped through shelves, mumbling curses about his cousin's twisted sense of humor, convinced the book was deliberately hidden to ruin him. Oliver, ever helpful, handed over a thick volume. "You can rewrite this one," he offered. Arthur squinted at the butler, instantly suspicious. Something smelled fishy. He leapt forward with full conspiracy mode activated, grabbing Oliver and demanding answers. The old man, who isn't used in lying, eventually admitted the truth. Arthur bolted out of the room, clutching the book and screaming his cousin's name like a wild goose chase had just begun. He burst straight into the couple's chambers without knocking, because manners apparently were optional. Astina spun around, startled, and immediately raised an eyebrow. "Where are your manners?" she asked dryly. Arthur froze for half a second before snapping back to his usual boldness, claiming he forgot that his cousin got married. Astina recalled Theo once telling her about this mannerless gremlin he called family, and figured the introduction could have waited. Introducing herself calmly as the Archduchess and Theo's wife, she asked if she should call him Sir Arthur. Arthur scoffed, proudly announcing that he wasn't a knight yet. Then, realizing Astina was also 19, he blurted out the most Arthur thing imaginable, asking how someone like her managed to snag someone as serious as Theo. According to Arthur, love wasn't real, and if Astina had something planned, she might as well spit it out. Astina, exhausted by the conversation already, pointed out that it was late, and if he had anything else to say, he should return tomorrow. But that didn't stop him. With a sharper tone, Astina told him to show respect when speaking to his cousin's wife. She tucked herself into bed like she was done for the night, which, really, she was. Staring at the peacefully sleeping Theo, she briefly wondered if it was fair to leave her to deal with this whirlwind of a boy alone. Arthur stood there, flustered and insulted. "I'm his cousin. You're seriously just going to leave me like this?" he whined. Astina, already done with the nonsense, asked if he'd prefer she treat him like a stray dog. Arthur, offended, pulled the blanket off her, demanding to know who she thought he was. Then, his cheeks turned red, because, well, back in those days, catching a glimpse of a lady's bare legs was practically scandalous. But Astina simply sat up, thinking to herself that Arthur was just as hot-headed as his cousin. maybe even worse. She suggested they talk in front of the Archduke, but Arthur simply scoffed at her. Suddenly, he pointed at the sleeping big dog beside Astina. That's when it hit him. The curse hadn't been lifted. The thing snoozing on the bed was Theo. Arthur's face twisted in horror as he screamed that she had turned his cousin into a dog and was planning to boil him into soup. Astina, unbothered, just blinked at the boy. Her expression clearly said, "Seriously?" She reminded herself that since he had barged in and caused chaos, she might as well switch up the plan. With a sly glint in her eyes, she licked her lips, looking every bit like a predator ready to pounce on her next victim. The moment she stepped forward, Arthur let out a high-pitched yelp and begged her not to come any closer. He bolted out of the room like his life depended on it. Finally alone, Astina let out a sigh of relief and mumbled, "Now, maybe, I can actually sleep." When morning came, Astina quietly advised Theo, now in his wolf form, to stay put and be a good boy. Theo, ever the cheerful and obedient companion, gave a happy bark in response. This was all part of an experiment, after all. If they could figure out how to control the transformation timing, it would make things a lot easier, especially with all the upcoming social events on the horizon. Of course, peace didn't last long. Arthur returned in a whirlwind of volume, shouting that the Archduchess had tricked him. Astina stayed silent, clearly hoping if she didn't respond, he might disappear. But nope, Arthur ran up to her, grabbed her arm, and demanded to know where his cousin was. Astina, still trying to maintain some level of civility, asked him to release her. Arthur, naturally, ignored that too. He claimed that she fooled him and wouldn't get away with it. Big mistake. With lightning speed, Astina flipped the boy onto the floor, pulled a dagger, and held it just inches from his neck. She calmly leaned in and asked how, if she were truly a witch, she managed to survive living with a so-called monster. Arthur's eyes widened in terror. The woman was dead serious. She warned him, again, that manners were non-negotiable. As she jokingly contemplated cutting out his tongue, Arthur tried to plead for his life, apologizing in gibberish way. Astina, calm and composed as ever, simply told him she was showing mercy to a spoiled brat. Once Arthur regained a bit of composure, he squinted at her suspiciously and asked if she was actually an assassin trying to take over the archduchy. Stina sighed, already regretting not following through with the tongue plan. She clarified that she wasn't a murderer or a witch. They had made a deal. She would lift the curse and leave Atalanta. Arthur, a little calmer now, asked how she'd pulled off that earlier move with the dagger. Could she really fight like that? And could she train him? Now that wasn't how this scene was supposed to go. Seriously? Another fanboy? Meanwhile, Hyzen walks awkwardly, wondering why his request for a light training session with Astina ended with him being used as a punching bag. He also couldn't help but wonder if Astina and the Archduke had argued, probably over that sword gift. Hyzen entered the office only to find Arthur kneeling and begging Astina to train him. Spinning around dramatically, Arthur pointed at Hyzen. "Who's this guy?" Astina grinned, an idea forming. Since Arthur was so eager, she declared him Hyzen's new student. She introduced the boy with full flair. Age 19, cousin of the Archduke, name, Arthur Esteban. Hyzen blinked slowly, realizing his peaceful days were officially over. Later that night, Theo thrashed in his sleep. He was dreaming again, of that strange dungeon he'd stumbled upon as a child. A hidden hallway, torches flickering along the walls, and a terrifying monster locked behind rusted iron bars. When he finally jolted awake, Astina was there beside him, calmly saying that everything had worked. Their little experiment had been a success. And yes, he could also transformed into human at night. But still shaken from the nightmare, Theo immediately clung to his wife, pressing close to her shoulder like a frightened child seeking warmth. It took a while before he fully calmed down, and when he did, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. With a low voice, he murmured, "Sorry for showing you such a shameful side." Astina brushed it off. It wasn't shameful. Everyone had their weak spots. Theo, however, felt like she was impossible to understand. One moment she was distant and indifferent, then suddenly comforting when he needed her most. Every time he tried to close the gap between them, she'd push him away. But this time, he wanted to know her more by asking what her weakness was. Astina stared back and said he didn't need to know. That answer stung more than he expected. He argued that she had seen every part of him, his flaws, fears, and worst days. So wasn't it fair he knew something about her? Astina let out a weary sigh. her voice laced with quiet bitterness as she admitted, "I was a fool, blinded by my own emotions." Theo disagreed. To him, no one was more fair and objective than she was, but Estina admitted she only acted that way with people she didn't care about. That hit hard. As she walked away, Theo whispered that if she could stay so composed around him, maybe she truly didn't feel anything. Then, he frankly asked Estina who made her emotional. Estina stopped, reminding him again not to overstep. It finally clicked for him. They were distant not because of circumstance, but because she didn't let him in. And he, foolishly, had hoped otherwise. He realized Estina was the closest person to him. Yet she could easily say she would leave one day. Desperate, he asked one last question. "If I die, would you cry?" Estina paused, looked at him quietly and said that of course she would be sad. But somehow, that didn't feel like enough. Oliver, who had barely recovered from the chaos of yesterday morning, found himself strangely at peace today. The manor was finally quiet. No surprise shrieking from Arthur, no doors slamming, no wild accusations involving witchcraft and dog stew. The butler smiled to himself, hoping the boy had at least apologized to the mistress for his dramatic meltdown. Entering the office to begin his morning duties, Oliver paused mid-step. There, seated calmly at the desk, was his master, already working this early. The Archduke greeted him plainly, revealing that he had come in at midnight. That bit of news made Oliver's brows rise with cautious delight. That meant his master could now remain human through the night. But despite the good news, Theo sitting before him wore a distant, brooding expression. When Oliver carefully asked if the two of them had fought, Theo didn't deny the tension, but explained that it wasn't a simple argument. No raised voices or petty disagreements. It was the kind of hurt that came from an unchangeable truth. After all, how could she love a man who had spent half his life trapped in the body of a beast? The butler fell quiet for a moment, the question lingering in the air like smoke. Then, in a calm and thoughtful voice, he reminded Theo of something important. Back when the Archduke had been cursed, locked in his wolf form, it was Estina who stayed by his side, day after day. Not because it was expected of her, or because someone told her to, but because she worried he'd feel lonely. That part she had never spoken aloud, but Oliver had seen it with his own eyes. And yet, now that Theo had regained his human form and everything should have been easier, Estina wanted to leave. That was what Theo couldn't understand. He knew the consequences all too well. Once word got out about a divorce, the rumors would spread like wildfire through noble society. Whispers, judgment, pity. But none of that compared to the ache in his chest, because for the first time in his life, Theo was making choices not just to survive, but for her. And that made his own selfishness hurt more than anything else. Outside, Estina arrived at the training ground. Arthur, full of teenage energy, ran up to her like a puppy waiting for a treat. He demanded to know where they'd begin. Hyzen, already stretching, suggested that since Arthur was now his student, it made sense for them to all train together. Estina let out a soft laugh. So this was how Hyzen planned his revenge. The knight only grinned, insisting he merely wanted to present his student to his teacher. Arthur blinked, staring at the two. "Wait, you trained him?" Estina tapped her finger on the boy's forehead and sighed. He was still as disrespectful as ever. Hyzen chuckled and explained that she had taught him when she was just 10 years old. Arthur's jaw practically hit the floor. He was going to be trained by a certified genius. That odd sense of inferiority was written all over his face. She'd felt the same when she used to spar with her mother. There were times when losing had stung so deeply. Approaching Arthur, she gently reminded him not to belittle his own efforts. After all, her mother once told her that the only opponent a person truly needs to surpass is their past self. Arthur was grateful, but he couldn't help but comment that Estina sounded like a granny, which made Hyzen chuckle quietly. Naturally, that earned them a punishment. With a sharp clap of her hands, Estina announced their warm-up, 30 laps around the training ground. As the two began running, Estina stood off to the side, her gaze drifting. She hadn't seen her husband since their disagreement. Their recent interactions had started to feel more sincere, more human. And yet, just one heated moment had pushed them apart again. Her mind wandered back to the look on Theo's face. That quietly miserable expression, as if he was longing for something he didn't know how to ask for. And for some reason, that bothered her more than she cared to admit. Later that day, Estina found Theo fast asleep in the garden hammock. She paused, unsure whether to speak or just let him be. But even in his drowsy state, Theo could sense her presence. Without opening his eyes, he spoke calmly. If she had something to say, she should go ahead and say it. Estina, caught off guard, replied that she didn't want to wake him earlier. That's why she had quietly left without a word. Theo blinked slowly, head tilting with mild amusement. Strange. Yesterday, she didn't even try to stop him from leaving. And now, suddenly, she was worried. At that, Theo slowly sat up, visibly surprised. She had waited for him. But Estina averted her gaze and said nothing more. Just silence. And somehow that quiet answer hurt more than if she had denied it outright. Of course she hadn't really waited. She was just being polite, wasn't she? Theo's chest tightened with a familiar sadness. Estina wondered why was his mood always so tangled. Frustrated, he snapped. How could someone as perceptive as her not see it? She had shown such warmth to the wolf version of him, treating the beast like something precious. But to him, the man? She kept her walls high. Yet they were the same person. So why did it feel like the wolf got more of her heart? Unable to handle the rising emotions, Theo turned away and walked off. For him, maybe it was better to stop expecting anything. Maybe her indifference was something he just had to learn to live with. Days quietly slipped by. Then one evening over dinner, Arthur frowned mid-bite, confusion written all over his face. He couldn't help but notice a pattern. Lunch with his cousin. Dinner with Estina. Every single day. Something was definitely off. He raised an eyebrow, questioning why the three of them never shared a single meal. Was this some kind of family feud? Estina, unfazed, explained that her training schedule kept her busy, and late hours weren't ideal for the Archduke's condition anyway. But Arthur wasn't buying it. He pointed out the obvious. He'd been staying here for days, yet not once had the three of them eaten together. In any other household, that'd be weird. Growing tired of the conversation, Estina coolly suggested that if he was so curious, he could ask Theo himself. Arthur smirked, clearly amused. Oh, so there was tension. She denied it firmly. No arguments, no drama. Still, Arthur wasn't convinced. If there wasn't a problem, then why not just talk to Theo and patch things up? The poor man hadn't even touched his food at lunch. If he starved to death, Arthur joked, it'd be on her. Estina sighed, remembering something strange Theo had asked her, whether she'd cry if he died. That made Arthur freeze. His curiosity instantly shifted into concern. Naturally, he demanded to know how she responded. Estina answered that, of course, she said she'd be upset. Arthur rolled his eyes. That expression. That was her version of upset. But then, with a bit more sincerity, he reminded her. She'd already done more than enough. She saved his cousin. She gave him back his human form. Whether she realized it or not, she already meant the world to him. And so that same night, Estina sat beside Theo, quietly watching him sleep. Arthur's words echoed in her mind, how the children of Atalanta were kept isolated until age 5, how they never stepped outside the estate, and how even their parents kept their distance, fearing they'd grow too attached only to lose them. Arthur had spent months traveling alone, desperately seeking help for his cursed cousin. And Theo? He had simply waited, alone, hidden in the dark, starving for warmth that never came, right? Who would have thought Arthur, of all people, had such a soft spot tucked beneath that playful and irritating attitude? Moved by that thought, Estina leaned in and gently kissed the sleeping wolf. When he stirred awake, blinking in confusion at her sudden closeness, he asked what she was doing sitting on top of him. Estina calmly held him down by the shoulders. If she sat here, she reasoned, he couldn't run away. But Theo only mumbled that it didn't really matter. She clearly didn't care about him. Estina blinked, a little surprised. In her mind, she treated everyone equally. Theo gave her a wry smile. So she was admitting it then. He confessed that depending on her pity, just to survive, felt unbearable. But if she left, he wouldn't be able to take it. Estina gently corrected him. He wouldn't die. He'd just lose his mind. But Theo only looked more distressed. To him, what was the difference? Then, with shaking hands, he opened up about a memory from long ago. A dungeon hidden deep within the estate. Inside it, a beast had been locked away. Whether it was a cursed ancestor or an unwanted heir, he never found out. But it haunted him. That was also why he had requested to be confined, but only within the walls of his own chamber. He didn't want to turn into that thing, and more than anything, He didn't want to end up rotting in some forgotten dungeon like it had. His voice trembled as he admitted his fear of death. It was why he clung to her, even if all she offered him was a bit of pity. But as Astina looked into his eyes, she saw something far deeper than fear. She saw someone who had lived his entire life without love. Theo, on the other hand, couldn't bear to see his own pitiful reflection mirrored in her gaze. So, in a quiet act of desperation, he gently placed his hands over her eyes, shielding her from seeing him like that, or maybe shielding himself from being seen. Without hesitation, Astina gently reached for his hand. She didn't pretend to understand all his pain, but she did understand why he felt it, and that mattered. She went on to say that maybe he held on to this life so tightly because, for the first time, he belonged somewhere. He was part of something, a family, and even if she left someday, that connection wouldn't disappear. With a soft smile, she offered him something small, but meaningful. "Call me your closest friend," she said in a whisper. "Whenever you feel alone, I'll be there." He's grateful to have her. But at the same time, Theo felt something strange, something terrifying. He didn't want to be freed from her warmth. He just wanted to stay in it. A few days later, the estate buzzed with excitement as the servants readied the carriage. Word spread quickly. They were heading out for an official inspection. Naturally, everyone was talking. As Theo extended his hand to Astina, he couldn't help but admire how radiant she looked. But then his gaze shifted to her modest wardrobe, and something clicked. For a noblewoman, she really didn't have much to wear. That just wouldn't do. Astina simply nodded at the idea, which honestly caught him off guard. He'd expected some pushback, but instead she agreed, noting that new clothes were a must if they planned to attend more formal events. Just like that, Theo lit up. His dream of spoiling her with a tailor's best collection had been approved. Grinning to himself, he was already picturing colors, patterns, and embellishments. Astina, of course, noticed. With an awkward smile, she remarked that he was being unusually generous today. And while she appreciated the offer, there was really no need to go so far. But Theo leaned in, eyes soft with warmth, and said it was only natural. After all, weren't they close friends? Ah, yes. You really took that friends line to heart, huh? With dry amusement, she reminded him that real friends don't try to buy affection with jewels and lace. Sighing, Theo has no choice but to simply agree, and so they continue to walk. Holding her, he noticed that the gloves perfectly hide her calloused hand. Then, out of nowhere, Theo blurted out how good she looked in trousers. Not in a delicate, noble lady way, but more like, they suit you better than dresses. Astina smiles and remarks, no proper lady would call that a compliment. Though she didn't say it aloud, Astina genuinely appreciated the compliment. She had never considered herself the typical noble lady, nor had she ever been the kind to chase perfection in manners or appearance. But hearing those words from Theo made her feel quietly grateful. Theo, ever observant, added that while she might not be a model lady in the traditional sense, to him, she was already an exceptional person. He didn't say it to flatter, he simply meant it. Then, with a light-hearted tone, he shared a small story that proved his point. Apparently, when he once brought up Astina's modest wardrobe to the maids at Atalanta, their reaction had been less than pleasant. In fact, he joked that they glared at him so coldly, it was as if he'd insulted a queen. As they stepped into the carriage, Theo slipped into worrywart mode. He admitted, slightly anxious, that showing his face in public again had him on edge. But Astina, ever calm, reassured him. If anyone was born for the spotlight, it was him. The nobility adored him, even if he didn't adore them back. Theo chuckled, playfully admitting that clawing his way to the top of high society hadn't exactly been smooth. Astina smirked. I even heard stories about a certain dashing archduke who left a trail of broken hearts behind. But then, just as their carriage picked up speed, a young girl suddenly darted into the road, forcing the coach to screech to a halt. The scene shifts. Sir Hyzen had just heard what happened. Ever the overprotective knight, Hyzen instantly warned Astina that the girl could have been dangerous. But Astina merely muttered something about Hyzen grumbling his way into eternal bachelorhood. In the audience room, the girl stood trembling, clearly desperate, and begged the Archduchess to hear her out. Hyzen narrowed his eyes, wary, until recognition struck. You're the tavern server, he blurted out. His suspicions vanished instantly. The girl is equally surprised to see him, But the reunion wasn't exactly happy, because within seconds she burst into tears. This girl, Jessie, wasn't there to play games. She had one last hope left, and it was standing right in front of the Archduchess. Jessie's story spilled out quickly. She'd grown up rough, surrounded by boys, more fists than formalities. Fighting was second nature to her. Everything had been fine, until the day she beat up a group of thugs at her family's tavern. Unfortunately, those thugs had a powerful friend, specifically the lord overseeing Belua. What followed were threats, bribes, and whispered warnings that their tavern might mysteriously go up in flames. Hyzen stood stiffly, stunned that someone in power would defend lowlifes just to save face. So much for nobility and honor. Astina listened quietly, her calm expression unreadable. When she finally spoke, her tone was firm but not unkind. She reminded Jessie that she was the Archduchess of Atalanta, and that meant she held no political authority in Belua. Then she asked plainly, "Did you truly expect me to provoke conflict with another lord over a tavern brawl?" Jessie's face fell. Her shoulders sagged under the weight of fading hope. Maybe she had been foolish to believe someone like Astina would care, but just as defeat crept in, Astina continued, and Jessie's heart skipped. Starting a quarrel over a simple girl would be unwise, Astina murmured. But it would be a different matter, if that girl belonged to House Atalanta. Jessie is stunned by what she just heard. Meanwhile, Astina turned to Hyzen. "Hand me your sword," she said. If Jessie could hold her own in a duel with Hyzen, then Astina would consider her request. Jessie knew it wasn't a fair fight. Hyzen was a trained knight. She was a tavern brawler, full of guts, not finesse. But what choice did she have? Her grip tightened on the borrowed sword as she stepped into the makeshift dueling ground like it was a battlefield, her pride the only armor she had. Hyzen, expecting her to falter halfway, watched with mild amusement. But to everyone's surprise, Jessie didn't hesitate. She charged in, swinging with all the raw strength she could muster. Still, Hyzen barely flinched. With one swift, calculated move, he disarmed her. The sword clattered loudly to the ground. Jessie froze, devastated. That was it. She'd failed. Astina's expression wasn't one of disappointment. Instead, it was thoughtful. She acknowledged Jessie's natural instincts and raw strength, both of which couldn't be taught through drills or books. So she posed a question. Did Jessie want to serve her as a knight? For a moment, Jessie could only stare in disbelief. A noblewoman offering such a role to someone like her, a commoner with no status, felt surreal. Almost like a dream she wasn't allowed to have. But once the shock wore off, her voice steady with conviction. Whatever it took, she'd give her all in training. Astina nodded with approval. Her expectations were high now, and with Jessie officially under her wing, there would be no space for hesitation. Passivity was not an option, not when justice was overdue. And as she smirked to herself, Astina was already thinking several steps ahead, plotting the perfect way for Jessie to earn that justice, one bold step at a time. Afterwards, Hyzen led Jessie to her new quarters, giving her the quick tour like a soldier on a tight schedule. The room was modest, plain walls, basic furniture, but to Jessie it felt like a luxury suite. She'd never had a space of her own, let alone a key to lock it. When Hyzen handed it over and reminded her to keep the door secure each night, she nodded seriously, but promptly got distracted by the fact that, up close and not scowling, he actually looked like a proper knight, not just some drunken man. Of course, that fleeting observation was ruined 5 seconds later. Enter Arthur, charging in like a storm with shoes too loud and a personality too big. He launched into a rant about being left outside for so long he was starting to age. When he spotted Jessie, Arthur's brain instantly spiraled into scandal mode. His face lit up with exaggerated intrigue. "Teacher, is she your girlfriend?" Hyzen, ever the model of restraint, well, barely, visibly tensed and redirected Arthur's excitement with a sharp thwack to the head, shutting down any romantic subplots before they could take root. To clear the misunderstanding, Hyzen introduced Jessie to Arthur as his new student. And yes, she would be training to become a knight. Naturally, Arthur wasn't thrilled by the idea. A girl, as his co-student, training for knighthood? The horror. He tried to shout out in protest, only to be silenced by a swift ear pinch from Hyzen. Watching the comical duo firsthand, Jessie couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, which only made Arthur blush furiously in embarrassment. He pointed at her like she'd personally offended his honor, and dramatically declared that he would never accept her as a fellow student. And just like that, the rivalry between the two was officially born. The next morning at dawn, Theo noticed something odd. Astina was sneaking out dressed in travel clothes. Curious, and obviously concerned, he followed and asked where she was going, especially in such a suspicious outfit. Astina casually replied that she had errands to run and didn't want to attract attention. Theo, ever the worrier, decided to tag along. While they walked through town, ladies whispered and giggled at the sight of Theo's smiling face. He was far too handsome to blend in, and Astina had had enough. She yanked up his hood and told him to stop smiling like some prince of Riz. Theo blushed at the comment but chose to obey. Then again, how was someone with a face like Theo's supposed to smile less beautifully? They eventually stopped in front of a clothing store. And yes, this entire shenanigan was about odd dresses, much to Theo's great shock. Inside, Astina tried on various outfits, mostly bolder than her usual style. She casually asked which one looked best, calling him Theo. That single word made him secretly blush. After all, she didn't like calling him by his nickname. So, of course, he happily played along, though in truth he was far too distracted by the sweetness of hearing her say Theo to properly judge any outfit. And before he even realized it, Astina had wrapped up her bizarre little dress shopping mission. With his arms full of shopping items, Theo jokingly remarked that the clothes she picked looked like something a newly rich noble's wife would wear. Astina smirked. She didn't disagree. When Theo asked if this whole outing had something to do with Jessie, Astina nodded. She explained that Jessie had raw talent, and it would be a waste not to support that. Also, the shopkeeper's fashion sense was an unforgivable offense. Someone really needed to tell her to change careers. The two laughed, teasing and lighthearted, as they decided to head back home. Walking side by side, Astina grew quiet. There was something she'd been meaning to admit. She cautiously brought up Theo's training sessions with her back when he was still in his wolf form. Then, she dropped the real confession. She had struck him with a sword. Theo froze. Before he could say anything, Astina rushed to justify herself. At the time, she hadn't known any other way to stop him. Suddenly, Theo let out an unexpected burst of laughter. So that was the reason his heart always raced like mad whenever he saw her wielding a sword. It all clicked now. Rather than acting flustered or defensive, Theo surprised her even more. He sincerely thanked her. Her strength, her presence. It had been the anchor that helped him stay grounded, to feel human despite everything. With his heart-pounding mystery finally solved, Theo began to convince himself that he wasn't actually in love with Astina after all. Surely it was just because of his beastly training with her. But was that really the truth? Or was someone simply in denial? At the training ground, Astina informed Hyzen of their upcoming trip to Belua, and assigned him as her personal guard. He didn't need much explanation. He could already guess it had something to do with Jessie. And as usual, he was spot on. Astina fully intended to confront the man behind the threats to Jessie's family tavern, the same man who had shamelessly protected known criminals. Naturally, Hyzen voiced his concern about the danger. But Astina, ever composed and a little too casual for comfort, brushed it off with a kind of comment that could make anyone question their safety. She calmly assured him she hadn't killed anyone since being reborn. Of course, that only prompted Hyzen to ask the obvious follow-up. How many had she taken before that? Astina's response? A deadpan, 100,000. Hyzen could only laugh, calling her a show-off. Whether she was joking or not, well, that remained a mystery to him. But considering she had once been Martina, nothing was ever completely off the table. Their planning session was cut short when the usual chaos erupted nearby. Another argument between Arthur and Jessie. Jessie was doing her best to stay respectful, while Arthur acted like someone had personally offended his ancestors. The bickering was relentless, but Astina stepped in with her usual calm authority, immediately cooling the tension. She turned to Jessie first, offering a few encouraging words about how much she had improved in her training, especially with the upcoming trip in mind. Jessie accepted it gratefully, while Arthur mumbled in the background, clearly feeling overlooked. To no one's surprise, he sulked and accused everyone of playing favorites. Astina, maintaining her composure, gently advised Jessie to be patient with Arthur, even if his personality was a lot to handle. That remark sparked another loud protest from Arthur, who leapt to defend his honor. But Astina wasn't having it. She reminded him, quite bluntly, that the only reason he hadn't gotten into trouble lately was because of her. But she made her expectations crystal clear. If he really wanted to prove himself, he needed actions, not complaints. Cornered by logic and rank, Arthur gave in with a sheepish nod, reluctant but obedient, like a scolded puppy who knew better than to bark again. But the second Astina and Hyzen walked away, Arthur started up again, muttering that Jessie must be thrilled to have the Archduchess in her corner. Jessie, keeping her calm, simply replied that of course she was thankful. Astina had saved her after all. That only fueled Arthur's grumbling. He accused Jessie of humiliating him just by being in the same training space. Jessie didn't flinch. She firmly reminded him that if he kept throwing insults at everyone, he'd find himself completely alone, and not even his temper would keep him company. Determined to get the last word, Arthur painted a terrifying picture of the upcoming night exams. Sleepless nights in tents, harsh routines, no luxury, and no mercy. A clear attempt to shake her confidence. But Jessie didn't budge. The Archduchess and Hyzen believed in her, and to her, that faith was worth more than comfort. Whatever the exams threw at her, she was ready, because quitting? Not even an option. A few days later, Astina began preparing for her departure to Belua. As always, she moved with her own sense of timing. Theo watched her quietly, his expression a silent mix of concern and resignation. The look in his eyes clearly urged her to stay safe. He also looked mildly horrified to see she'd pulled out that ridiculous dress again. Truly, she had no fear, neither of danger nor questionable fashion. Meanwhile, Hyzen stood stiffly to the side, sulking for a completely different reason. The clothes he had to wear for the trip felt more like a theatrical costume than knightly armor. Judging by his grimace, one might assume he'd just chewed on a lemon. Repeatedly. Astina reassured Theo that it would only be a short, 3-day journey. But just before leaving, she made an unexpected request. She wanted him to follow her the next morning. Theo, confused, tilted his head. In all sincerity, he asked if she meant for him to come in his human form. And if so, would that require a kiss? Without hesitation, Astina rose on tiptoe and kissed him, a simple, unapologetically bold gesture that left Theo red-faced and speechless. Across the way, Arthur let out a dramatic screech about public decency. His protest didn't last long, though, as Hyzen wordlessly dragged him toward the carriage like a fussy cat being stuffed into a travel crate. Astina then leaned in close to Theo and whispered that the kiss was only a down payment. After all, they'd finally uncovered the key to lifting his wolf curse. 12 continuous hours in human form, and one perfectly placed kiss. Funny how things had shifted. She used to only kiss him when he was in wolf form, a quiet gesture of comfort. But now? Now she didn't hesitate. And by the look on Theo's dazed, red-faced expression, he wasn't complaining one bit. Just as Astina turned away, a flicker of hope danced in her eyes. Out of the blue, she began telling an old tale, one of those classic bedtime stories, except with a twist. It was about a brave warrior who, by royal decree, had to marry a not-so-attractive woman. Not exactly a romantic fairy tale start. But here's where things got interesting. On their wedding night, the woman confessed that she was actually a witch, cursed by her own sisters no less. Instead of recoiling in fear, the knight assured her that she didn't have to worry anymore. Now that they were married, he'd protect her. Apparently, that small act of sincere kindness cracked half the curse. From then on, the woman would turn stunningly beautiful. There was a catch, though. She could either be beautiful by day or by night. Never both. Eventually, the woman asked her husband when he'd prefer her to be beautiful. The kind-hearted knight chose night, wanting to admire her beauty in private. But she favored the daytime, so the world could see her too. Wanting to make her happy, the husband agreed. They respected each other's views so much that poof, the curse completely broke. Astina glanced at Theo with a knowing look. In her mind, she was already wondering if there might be a way to apply that kind of logic to her husband's own inconvenient curse. When she asked the same question, the would you rather be human by day or by night type, Theo was caught off guard. He hesitated, blinked a few times, and muttered something about daytime being more convenient for responsibilities. Astina, staying on theme, claimed she'd rather admire him during the night, when it was just the two of them. Thea was completely stunned. He tried to respond, but no words came out. Not that it mattered. Astina already knew his curse wasn't the same, and no fairy tale logic would fix it. So, she ended the conversation, tossing the tale like a magical grenade and walking off as if it were casual breakfast talk. Meanwhile, Theo stood there, still trying to figure out what had just happened. In his opinion, Astina had a real gift for leaving people utterly speechless. Hours later, deep near the edge of Belua's dense forests, a group of bandits lazed about. They were bored out of their minds, surrounded by bugs, sweat, and zero signs of loot. That changed fast when the sound of hoofbeats reached their ears. A carriage was approaching, and just like that, they perked up like hungry dogs, spotting a rotisserie chicken. Jackpot. With the grace of chaos-loving amateurs, one of the bandits launched an attack that knocked one of the carriage wheels out of alignment. Perfect. Carriage stopped. Little did the bandits know, they had just stumbled into the perfect stage for Astina's team's latest performance. Today's act? She would play the role of a clueless noblewoman flanked by a bunch of bumbling guards, an irresistible setup for any overconfident thug. The goal was simple. Look helpless, act rich, and lure the fools in. And it worked. The bandits swarmed in, swords out and smugness at full blast. But then, recognition. One of them locked eyes with Jesse, and oh boy, he did not look happy. Apparently, she'd beaten the stuffing out of him once before. Bad memory. He grabbed her shirt and growled something that definitely wasn't friendly. Astina, ever the protective master, was not having it. Her glare could have ignited dry leaves. When the brute dared to put his hands on Jesse's face, she snapped. Without hesitation, she lunged at him and gave him a mighty shove. The guy staggered backward, momentarily confused that this well-dressed woman just laid hands on him like that. Offended, he whipped out a dagger and struck with a growl that said, "You messed with the wrong guy." Astina didn't back down. In fact, she walked right into his personal space and launched herself forward, smashing into him while practically hugging his torso. His knife scraped across her arm, drawing blood. But it wasn't a reckless outburst, it was a strategy. Astina glanced at her own bleeding arm. With a cool head, she gave the signal. Game on. Sir Hyzen wasted no time. He moved like a hammer meeting laundry. Except the laundry were bandits, and the wash cycle was pure violence. Arthur, who had arrived just in time, leapt into the fray, helping mop up the remaining threats. Swords clashed, fists flew. But honestly, it wasn't even close. Jessie, now officially ticked off, delivered punches like her fist had something to prove. One of the bandits started connecting the dots. This wasn't some frightened noble and her incompetent guards. This was a trap, and they had just walked straight into it wearing a target sign. In one last desperate move, he raised his blade again, thinking he could still turn the tables. But before he could even finish the thought, Astina struck low and fast. Let's just say a loud egg crack came after. The next day at Belua Castle, Astina lay still on the bed, eyes closed and arm wrapped in freshly bandaged cloth. With her pale face and pain expression, she looked every bit the tragic noblewoman. Sitting beside her was Arthur. Before long, the door creaked open, and in stumbled a man. Pale, sweating, and clearly in a panic, he introduced himself as Viscount Belua, the current acting lord of the territory. Arthur gave him a lazy side-eye and offered a dry introduction of his own. The Viscount's voice trembling as he asked about the Archduchess's condition. Arthur didn't say much. He simply gestured toward Astina, lying unmoving on the bed like a wounded swan, and dropped a not-so-gentle reminder that the Archduke was quite the protective husband. That did the trick. The Viscount's face turned ghost white. He quickly put the pieces together. The attackers were no random thugs. They were his bandits, from his land. And now the Archduchess was hurt. Worse yet, she hadn't been alone. The Archduke's own blood relative was with her. The man looked like he might collapse on the spot. Once the Viscount excused himself to go breathe into a paper bag, or whatever nobles did to recover from potential ruin, Arthur glanced back at the bed and muttered, "Okay, he's gone." Instantly, Astina sat up like a puppet yanked by invisible strings. She was all business, immediately asking about Jessie's whereabouts. Arthur simply replied that Jessie was resting in the next room. Then he stared at Astina while she unwrapped the fake injury. Was all of this really necessary? Apparently yes. According to Astina's logic, the fastest way to trigger action was to make herself the victim. If the Viscount believed the Archduchess had been personally targeted, the investigation would move far more urgently. One fake wound was a small price to pay for speeding things up for Jessie. Arthur, still frowning, pointed out that Jessie had been horrified when she saw Astina like that. It was obvious the girl didn't want anyone, especially not her master, getting hurt because of her. Astina simply raised an eyebrow, teasing him with a comment about how she thought he didn't even like Jessie. Arthur scoffed. It wasn't like that, he claimed. Sure, he found it frustrating that a complete rookie was suddenly joining the Knights of Atalanta. But then, with a sigh, he admitted the truth. Jessie's path wouldn't be easy, no matter how determined she was. But Astina reminded him that Jessie already knew what she was getting into, and despite everything, she chose to walk this path anyway. More importantly, Astina hadn't supported her blindly. Jessie had genuine talent. That only seemed to fluster Arthur more. He threw up his hands in mock surrender, promising not to interfere again, even if Astina collapsed in front of him a second time. Astina smirked, clearly amused. Arthur was growing up fast, yet he grumbled something about her needing to grow up too, especially in situations like this. Before leaving, he paused in the doorway, tossing one last warning over his shoulder. She'd better start figuring out how to explain all of this to her husband. Because if there was one thing he knew for sure, Theo wasn't going to let it slide. Not long after, hurried footsteps echoed down the hall. In a panic, Astina tossed her book across the room like it had personally betrayed her, dove under the blanket, and quickly resumed her tragically wounded noblewoman pose. Timing was everything. Right on cue, the door burst open with a dramatic bang and Theo stormed in. Without hesitation, he rushed to the bedside, his expression frantic. Astina, ever the committed actress, threw herself into his arms. She trembled, whimpered, and clung to him like her life depended on it. But Theo's sharp eyes noticed something odd, a book, lying a little too conveniently by the bed. It only took a moment for the truth to click. He knew it was all an act. With an eerily calm voice edged in steel, he addressed the Viscount still hovering nearby. Whatever he said wasn't loud, but it was enough to drain the color from the poor man's face. The threat was clear. If those bandits weren't found and dealt with, someone else would be. The Viscount nodded in speedlight. It looked like he was practicing a quick head stunt, then bolted from the room before things could get any worse. Once the door shut behind him, the charade collapsed. Astina praised Theo for catching on so quickly, clearly pleased with how well he'd played along. But Theo wasn't in the mood for praise. His eyes narrowed as he gently inspected her arm. The cut might have been shallow, but the concern on his face ran deep. He reminded her that he'd trusted her, let her go alone because he believed in her judgment. And this was what she did with that trust. Astina, trying to brush it off, insisted it wasn't a big deal. Barely a scratch and no scar. But Theo didn't care about that. To him, the problem was much deeper. Why did she treat her own well-being like it didn't matter? She tried to explain. From her perspective, it was just a small cut. But Theo, still fuming beneath the surface, didn't agree. In his mind, even a scratch caused by a blade was serious business. Just then, Astina lifted her finger and pointed right at his chest. If there was a real wound, she said, it was there, in the heart. That kind of pain was hidden, but far more dangerous. The words hit Theo harder than any blade ever could. For a brief moment, his entire body leaned toward her, drawn in by something he couldn't explain. His flushed face and pounding heart said it all. He wanted to kiss her. But the moment shattered when a servant entered. The news was delivered. The Viscount had formally handed over sentencing authority. The bandits were now Theo's to deal with as he pleased. Astina, now nestled under the blanket, allowed herself a tiny, victorious smile. Everything was going exactly according to her plan. Theo's expression remained calm, but his voice low and grim. He was going to pay those attackers a visit, and it wouldn't be pretty. And just like that, her doting beastly husband was full in motion. Later, Astina finally decided to check in on Jessie. But before she could even reach the door, it slammed open with a loud bang. Arthur stood in the doorway, completely out of breath and clearly rattled. Without wasting a second, he delivered the news. Jessie had been kidnapped. Astina shot upright, immediately jumping to the worst conclusion. Had the bandits somehow broken into the estate? Thankfully, or maybe not, Arthur clarified that it wasn't that kind of kidnapping. Jessie had wanted to visit her family, and of course, he hadn't let her go alone. But something had gone wrong. Just a few hours earlier, they had arrived at Jessie's modest home. The air had been thick with unease as she explained everything to her stunned parents. She told them that she'd made her decision, not out of rebellion, but because the Archduchess had placed her trust in her. And in return, Jessie wanted to honor that trust by becoming her knight. Her mother, however, seemed more interested in the man seated beside her. With curiosity, she tossed a suspicious glance at Arthur, clearly trying to sniff out romance. Jessie's reaction was immediate and loud, no, though Arthur wisely stayed silent. Meanwhile, her father looked more concerned. The idea of his daughter swinging swords for a living clearly didn't sit well with him. The parents tried everything they could to change Jessie's mind. They urged her to stay home, help with their business, settle down, and maybe even get married. But Jessie wasn't swayed. With fists clenched, she stood firm. The Archduchess had believed in her, and that was enough. Then came a knock at the door downstairs. Her parents asked Jessie to answer it. She left without hesitation. As soon as she was out of sight, her brother scoffed, clearly unimpressed. While the father muttered something about how trust from an archduchess didn't mean much when it came to real swordsmanship, especially coming from a woman. Arthur nearly rolled his eyes. The man clearly had no idea who Estina was. If he did, he might have realized that the woman he was dismissing could likely disarm a room full of guards blindfolded. Trying to keep things civil, Arthur casually mentioned that it was actually Estina herself who had suggested Jessie train as a knight. That one line seemed to stop Jessie's father in his tracks. He was stunned. Apparently, the idea that someone of Estina's rank thought Jessie had potential was hard to ignore. Minutes passed, but Jessie still hadn't returned. Grumbling under his breath, Arthur rose to investigate. Honestly, he didn't care much for the whole knight's journey drama. But if Jessie had wandered into trouble, someone had to deal with it. He opened the front door, expecting to find her loitering, or maybe getting distracted by the rain. Instead, he was greeted by a yard completely empty, except for the telltale sign of muddy footprints leading nowhere. And Jessie was gone. Inside a rundown house hidden among the trees, the bandit leader slammed his fist on the table in frustration. The news had just come in, and it wasn't good. The Viscount had officially washed his hands of the situation, and worse, the Archduke himself was now in charge of judging the captured bandits. In other words, game over. The leader hadn't expected things to spiral like this. Attacking a random carriage was one thing, but finding out the Archduchess herself had been inside? That was an entirely different mess. In the corner of the room, Jessie sat unconscious and bound, a silent reminder of their mistake. The leader barked out a command. Plans were changing, and they had to move fast. But not before dealing with her. Just as tension peaked, a knock echoed from the front door. One of the bandits opened it. Standing in the rain, completely soaked yet unfazed, was Estina. Her expression was calm, but her eyes held no patience for games. She had come to take Jessie back, and she wasn't asking nicely. The bandits hesitated. Threatening a noblewoman was dangerous. Surely she'd back down if warned. She didn't, not even a flinch. And when the bandit leader made the mistake of ordering his men to grab her, Estina reached for her sword. If they wanted a fight, Estina would give them one. The leader quickly realized the tables had turned. Their position was compromised. Whoever had followed her wasn't going to show mercy either. So, he shouted for his men to kill her. Estina moved like lightning. With each swing of her blade, another attacker fell. The bandits couldn't even land a single blow. The floor turned muddy with water, blood, and the weight of collapsing bodies. Still clinging to hope, the leader yelled for them to attack all at once. But as it turned out, one woman was all it took. And after some time, Estina stood victorious. Still, she had no intention of stopping there. Without a word, she marched toward the trembling bandit leader, who now seemed a lot smaller than he did just moments ago. He backed away, all his bravado gone. Just then, a hand grabbed her leg, one of the fallen bandits still clinging to life. Before she could react, the leader lunged forward with a hidden blade. Estina twisted just in time, blocking the strike with a flash of annoyance. Rookie mistake. She should have checked for movement. Without wasting a second, she kicked the man away and spun around. One clean strike, and the leader dropped. It had all happened in a blur, almost too fast. Honestly, it had been easier than expected. Then, She glanced up, just in time to spot the last remaining bandit making a run for it. He threw the door open and sprinted toward the woods in a last-ditch attempt to escape, only to run straight into the blade of another. The Archduke stood outside, drenched by the rain but unmoved. His sword was already drawn. The fleeing bandit didn't make it 2 steps before collapsing at his feet. Rain continued to pour as Theo stormed forward, his steps heavy and unrelenting. Without hesitation, he grabbed Astina by the shoulders, fury and panic flashing in his eyes. His emotions boiled over. She had gone to that place alone, faced danger without backup. Of course, he was furious. Astina, now glancing down at her soaked and blood-stained dress, quietly pointed out that the wound wasn't even hers. She hadn't been seriously hurt. Still, that didn't cool the fire in Theo's gaze. To him, the risk had been real. He couldn't believe how carelessly she treated her own life. Astina tried to reason with him. She had sent a message through Arthur, hadn't she? Theo already knew that. And yet, the moment he found out she was in danger, his mind had gone blank. He couldn't think straight. All logic had vanished. She was confused by the intensity of his reaction. Nothing serious had happened after all. But Theo just stared at her, eyes filled with disbelief. As if he were asking, did she not even fear death? And then came her quiet answer, barely a breath. Sometimes, it didn't feel like dying would matter at all. In truth, she hadn't always been like this. In her previous life, back when she still had something to lose, Astina used to be cautious, careful with her life. But over time, that value faded. Life and death had started to blur, and now, the weight of either barely touched her. She met Theo's gaze with a hollow expression. To her, life and death were just 2 sides of the same worn coin. Theo's face changed, pain crept into every feature. The sadness in his eyes ran deep, like a man who recognized the feeling all too well. He had nothing to say, because the truth was, he once felt the same. With tears threatening to spill, Astina finally admitted what she hadn't told anyone. She had nothing, wanted nothing. There was no grand cause she fought for, no one to protect, nothing worth clinging to. She stayed alive simply to search for something, anything, to make life feel meaningful again. Just then, Theo reached up and gently touched her face. It wasn't a dramatic gesture, just raw, quiet desperation. If she had no reason to live, then let him be the reason. Because if she disappeared, he wouldn't survive either. Astina stopped breathing for a moment. Those words, "Live for me," echoed through her like a ghost from another life. A sudden memory surfaced. A different man, from a different time, telling her that from that moment forward, she had to live for him. Her heart jolted. Again, her husband had managed to pull her back into memories she worked so hard to forget. It was maddening. This connection between them, this inexplicable string tying her present to a haunted past. It was cruel. Anyway, Theo kept talking with voice softer now. He said that if her life could save even one person, then maybe it wasn't so meaningless after all. Astina reached out, her fingertips brushing gently against his cheek. Her eyes searched his as a single question formed in her mind. Was he afraid of losing himself too? Theo hesitated, then admitted that yes, he was afraid. Not of danger, but of the way she seemed so detached. It terrified him more than any blade. And as she stared into the face of the man who looked at her like she was his entire world, something inside Astina shifted. A thought formed. Why did she stay? She, who had learned to run from attachments. Why did she remain here, in this place, beside this man? At first she told herself it was pity, the lonely, cursed Archduke. Then she decided maybe it was friendship. But now she saw through her own excuses. It wasn't duty, and it certainly wasn't just kindness. It was him, his face. The face from her memories, the one that still haunted her most tender dreams. She simply wanted to see that face again. And so she leaned in and kissed him. Theo flinched like lightning had struck him. He pulled back, eyes wide, mind scrambling for meaning. She didn't explain. Instead, she gave him a soft smile. Whatever the reason, she made it sound like the kiss was just meant to help him stay in his human form. But we all knew that wasn't the full truth. How sad, really. As for Theo, he didn't know what to do with the pounding in his chest. He didn't understand why everything inside him felt like it was about to explode. There was no blade in front of him, just her. And somehow that, That simple moment was the most terrifying thing of all. At the imperial palace, Benjamin sat beside the emperor, who lounged comfortably with a glass in hand. For once, he cast his son a rare look of approval. It wasn't the room that made Benjamin uneasy. It was the looming public stage he was about to face. The spotlight had never been his comfort zone. Still, the emperor was pleased. Benjamin's decision to reappear in the political scene might have come late, but as far as the emperor was concerned, better late than never. With a small bow of his head, Benjamin accepted his father's judgment. He knew he'd been hesitant in the past, but things had changed now. The emperor's tone remained calm, but resolute. Primo, Benjamin's older brother, would be informed personally. The emperor declared it was time for the brothers to strengthen their bond. He placed his glass down with a deliberate finality, as if sealing the plan then and there. Those words pulled Benjamin straight into a memory. He remembered the very first time he met Primo. His older brother had looked at him with curiosity, asking his name. When Benjamin admitted he didn't train with a sword, Primo only laughed, calling him modest for a boy his age. It sounded playful, but Primo's eyes had always held something else. And even then, Benjamin had sensed the danger lurking behind his smiles. That danger became painfully real when his mother led him deep into the woods one day, and with firm voice, told him he was no longer part of the imperial family. He was to vanish. Survive not as a prince, but as a shadow. If he had to crawl through mud to stay alive, then so be it. The only rule was never to utter the imperial palace again. But in the end, it hadn't been Benjamin who died. It had been his younger sister, the delicate one who stayed behind. Now, walking through the familiar palace corridors, Benjamin kept his stride steady. Primo wasn't proven responsible for that tragedy. No evidence, no confessions. And yet, the shadow of suspicion still followed. But Benjamin hadn't returned for the throne. That was never his aim. What he wanted was strength, enough to protect Estina. Even so, the warning in his mind never quieted. In this place, caution was survival. Primo wasn't the only danger. The Empress and her children had their power and influence. They didn't play games in this palace, but wars. Lost in thought, Benjamin walked without noticing the figure directly in his path, until it was far too late. A sharp, cold voice broke the silence. The one person he least wanted to see appeared before him. Princess Isis, Primo's sister. The elegant viper of the imperial court. She was infamous for orchestrating assassination plots, engineering disappearances, and eliminating any heir bold enough to challenge her family's grip on power. And now, she stood before him, wearing the smile of someone who'd just spotted fresh prey. With her usual air of casual cruelty, she tossed out a few biting remarks. She mocked his return to the palace, implying that a pitiful brother like him would have done better to stay hidden. Dead mice, after all, didn't cause trouble. Benjamin stood his ground. He made it clear he wasn't back for the throne. But Isis wasn't impressed. She twisted his words, questioned his courage, and hinted that cowardice might be the only thing keeping him alive. He fired back, refusing to stoop to her level. To him, being cautious was far better than becoming a monster. But Isis simply shrugged and sauntered past him as if they were old schoolmates bumping into each other by accident. Before fully passing him, she paused and leaned in close, her voice turning soft and sinister. She brought up something he hadn't expected. Primo killed his sister. With eerie calm, Isis said it outright. Beth had died 7 years ago during a hunting competition. An arrow, fired by an unknown assailant. A mystery swept under the rug by the palace, hidden away like so many uncomfortable truths. After all, a powerless princess wasn't worth destabilizing the empire. The words hit Benjamin like a storm to the chest. He fought to keep his expression still. Isis, perfectly composed, wore a soft smile as she reminded him that since he'd returned to the palace, she had plenty more stories to share. But of course, Isis never gave without taking. She offered a reminder. There's a world of difference between holding a weapon and knowing the exact moment to use it. Benjamin's confusion deepened. What was she after? Then she said it. She wanted his help. Isis had set her sights on the throne. Not beside Primo, but for herself. Becoming Empress was her endgame. And to make it happen, she needed someone like Benjamin standing at her side. She positioned it like a gift, help her rise, and in doing so, secure his own revenge. Benjamin reeled. The plan wasn't just dangerous, it was utterly unhinged. His hesitation didn't offend her. She simply yawned at his resistance, brushing it off as predictable. She reminded him of Empress Martina, a woman who reshaped the empire through will and cunning. Why, Isis asked, should ambition belong only to men? Benjamin's expression turned cold. To him, she was no different from Primo, just another ruthless contender in a blood-stained game. But Isis didn't bother denying it. In fact, she embraced it. She openly admitted to killing many of their half-siblings. She never claimed innocence. That was the difference, she said. She never pretended to be anything but what she was. Then, in a twist of calm cruelty, she added that she, at least, didn't kill Beth. Benjamin stared at her, saying nothing, unsure if her words carried even a grain of sincerity. Still, one question burned in his mind. Could she really kill Primo? Isis stepped closer, resting a hand lightly on his shoulder. Her voice turned smooth, almost sweet. They would talk more, she promised, at the pre-harvest festival. On the flip side, Theo and Astina had received the imperial party invitation, and while most might have seen it as just another royal gathering, Astina's eyes sharpened with quiet resolve. The stage was set. This was the moment she had been waiting for. Theo, however, didn't share her enthusiasm. A shadow of concern crossed his face. He knew the risk wasn't hers. It was his. His human form came with a strict time limit, half a day. After that, the curse would return, and the Archduke's carefully guarded secret would unravel. If anyone caught even a glimpse of his transformation, he wouldn't be remembered as a nobleman, but as a beast. Astina remained calm. To her, this was a calculated move. No one outside Atalanta knew the truth yet, and showing up at the grand ball in full human form, under the glare of chandeliers and the judgmental eyes of high society, would be far more powerful than any rumor, especially with the master of ceremonies watching. If they were going to send a message to the Empire, this was the time. Theo let out a bitter laugh. The Emperor had always been a narrow-minded man, but refusing the invitation would raise questions. He knew he couldn't back out now. Of course, Astina had already thought through every detail. With a map laid out in front of them, she pointed to the planned route. Discretion would be everything. Theo couldn't be seen traveling in public like other nobles, and his transformation during the journey had to remain hidden. Fortunately, the ball would begin at night, giving them the advantage of darkness. A late arrival might even enhance their dramatic entrance. The servants, maids, and guards would go ahead to prepare the Atalanta mansion in the capital. Meanwhile, the Archduke and Archduchess would take an alternate path, secluded, quiet, and far from the eyes of curious nobles. Only a few would be allowed to accompany them: Jesse, Arthur, and Hyzen, a small, trusted group. Still, Theo had his doubts. His fear lingered. What if someone discovered the truth? Astina, sensing his unease, reassured him softly. He had nothing to worry about, she reminded him, because no matter what happened, she would be by his side. Then she reached for his hand, placed a gentle kiss on it, and smiled. The gesture was odd and sweet, completely unexpected, so it made Theo laugh. It was the kind of affectionate silliness he rarely saw from her. He joked in return, calling her his loyal knight and saying he'd follow her orders. Astina caught the teasing tone and matched it. She remembered what he had told her back in Belua, how he'd comforted her when she doubted herself. She even echoed his words from then, laughing softly as she teased him about making such selfish request. Theo flushed at the memory. But something about the way she repeated the phrase made him pause. It was almost like someone else had asked her to live for them once, long before he had. Astina didn't answer that question directly. Instead, she simply said that he wasn't selfish. She understood why he said those words. He only wanted her to feel better at the time. Her insight caught him off guard. The truth was, he hadn't said it just to comfort her. He had meant it. Every word. Still, he knew that if he let himself open up too much, she'd likely push him away, just to protect herself. Yet even knowing that, he couldn't stop himself. Watching her smile at him, so gently, something twisted inside him. If only she knew how desperately I didn't want her to leave me, he thought. Maybe she wouldn't smile at me like that. So he reached for her hand this time. He admitted that asking her to live for him had been bold, maybe even foolish. His life might never be enough to give hers meaning. But one thing he could promise, since she gave him this second chance, he would live for her too. As he kissed her hand, that promise settled deep in his heart. And in that moment, Theo knew the truth he hadn't dared say out loud. He really had fallen for her. Just outside the room, Arthur stood frozen. He had been about to knock, but after what he'd just overheard, he wasn't sure if now was the right time to step in. Then Jessie appeared beside him like a silent ghost. Arthur nearly jumped out of his skin. Jessie, of course, looked entirely unbothered. She casually held up her letter, explaining her presence with all the seriousness of someone announcing the weather. She was there to deliver Astina's punishment letter. Back in Belua, Astina hadn't exactly been thrilled about how things had played out. The mission may have ended in success, but discipline was discipline. Of course, her judgment was swift and creative. Each offender had to write 10 full pages detailing everything they regretted about their actions. Arthur's eyes narrowed the moment he saw the apology letter. Jessie noticed and, with a knowing smile, offered to delay handing hers in, just in case Arthur hadn't finished his yet. She admitted that it was mostly her fault anyway. She wasn't even supposed to leave the estate to begin with. Technically, Arthur wouldn't have been punished if it weren't for her actions. He had expected her to be mad, maybe even defensive. But instead, her voice turned soft, grateful even. She acknowledged what he did back there, how he'd stood up for her in front of her parents. Arthur flushed immediately and tried to brush it off. He hadn't done it for her, he insisted. He was only defending the Archduchess, nothing more. But Jessie smiled gently. She understood. Still, she wanted to thank him. The words caught Arthur off guard. No one had ever thanked him like that before. Not like this. It left him standing there, a little stunned, unsure of what to do with the warmth that crept up behind his usual scowl. As she turned to leave, Jessie reminded him that once he finished his 10 pages, he should let her know. Then she'd turn hers in too. Arthur stood quietly as she walked away, but something unfamiliar settled over Arthur. Was that a budding crush from a brat, perhaps? The next day, Theo sat in his office, fingers rhythmically tapping against the armrest as his thoughts drifted far beyond the walls around him. Eventually, Theo let out a long sigh. He wanted to give Astina something meaningful. A gesture that could show her that life, in all its mess and beauty, was still worth holding on to. But that was easier said than done. Astina wasn't like most women. She was poised, sharp, and frustratingly impossible to impress with flowers or trinkets. Simple gifts wouldn't move her. That's when Oliver, ever the practical one, quietly offered a different angle. Maybe it wasn't about giving her what she liked. Maybe it was about giving her what she needed. The thought stuck. They would be leaving for the capital soon, and with that came public appearances and formal events. She'd need dresses, ones that matched her status. Theo remembered how little she had in her wardrobe. For someone of her rank, it was laughably sparse. Without hesitation, he gave the order, tailors, immediately, and not just for a dress or two. He wanted them to keep sewing until Astina herself had to raise her hands and beg them to stop. Soon enough, Astina's chambers were completely overtaken by an avalanche of luxury. Boxes upon boxes arrived, overflowing with hats, gowns, and bolts of exquisite imported fabric. Astina stood at the center of it all, momentarily stunned by the sheer volume. It was hard to tell if she was impressed or overwhelmed. The head dressmaker, noticing her reaction, gently reminded her that these were the Archduke's orders. She was to choose anything she liked, without limits. Holding up a particularly extravagant hat, Astina couldn't help but think that her husband had certainly earned a proper thank you for this. A well-chosen outfit might send that message more effectively than words. The dressmaker simply smiled, clearly used to noble affairs. Hours later, Theo arrived at her room expecting things to have settled down. The head dressmaker, clearly overwhelmed, greeted him with a rushed bow and a flustered apology. Everything was done strictly according to his own instructions. Astina met his gaze with a smug little grin, clearly enjoying herself. When he asked what she had picked for the ball, she gestured toward the fabrics laid out. Light, elegant, and modest in tone. Nothing too flashy. Theo raised a brow, a bit surprised by her restraint. She could easily pull off something brighter, but Astina simply explained her reasoning. Furs would only stand out in bright colors, and she wasn't aiming to steal the spotlight anyway. He chuckled to himself, noting that one outfit alone couldn't possibly qualify as a proper gift. And just as he said that, the bill arrived. Apparently his ever-so-modest wife had spared no expense. She had selected only the most luxurious options available. At first he had expected her to reject the gift entirely, maybe even scold him for the extravagance. Instead, she had embraced it with the confidence of a queen. And truthfully, he loved that. Astina explained that she simply didn't want to appear underdressed at the imperial ball. A practical reason, backed by elite taste. As the last of the tailors quietly filed out, Theo smirked. Had he known she liked clothes this much, he might have braced himself better, for both the cost and the surprise. Astina laughed and reminded him that perhaps he should be more mindful of the family's finances. Theo played along, wondering aloud what would happen if he went bankrupt. She answered sweetly, with a smile that made trouble sound like a romantic promise. She'd feed him, no complaints. Watching Astina laugh, Theo found himself admitting something. Moments like this made him forget the burden he carried. She looked at him not as a cursed being, but as a normal man. Astina, of course, understood better than most. A man afraid of losing himself would naturally cling to the only person who reminded him who he was. But her own heart was the problem here. Love, once upon a time, had been its own kind of curse for her. It had burned her, shaped her, made her cautious and more guarded. Theo's thoughts drifted deeper. In his mind, no matter how kind Astina was to him, the beast within didn't have a conscience. He feared that kindness wouldn't be enough. Astina tried to mask her uneasy feelings within. She wanted to reassure Theo, so she simply told him not to overthink. Theo sank to one knee, looking up at Astina with pleading eyes, the kind of gaze that held nothing back. In that moment, he seemed like a man ready to offer his very soul, just to hear how she might soothe the storm within him. Even if her comfort came only out of pity, he wouldn't mind. To him, any chance, no matter how small, was worth it if it meant inching closer to his beloved wife's heart. But Astina didn't give an answer. Instead, she leaned in and kissed him. It wasn't rushed or uncertain, just soft, steady, and sure. The kiss deepened, warm and breathless. Then, with a whisper laced in teasing intent, he murmured something near her ear. If she truly meant to calm him down, she had better commit to it properly. Before she could even respond, he lifted her effortlessly and carried her to the couch. His lips never wandered far, trailing hers in a blur of eager, breathless kisses. The air between them changed, thick with emotion and something far more daring. Excitement pulsed between them like an unspoken promise. When Astina finally caught her breath, her gaze meeting his, an alluring smile tugged at her lips as she suggested something completely unexpected. Maybe it was time to level up. Theo stood in the bathroom, staring at his reflection like it might offer answers. His mind buzzed with uncertainty. What exactly was supposed to happen tonight? Earlier, Astina had casually suggested they head to bed a bit earlier than usual. She mentioned she'd use a different bathroom to get ready, and told him to freshen up and join her afterward. Now, however, the Archduke found himself frozen mid-thought, tangled in a far more pressing dilemma. What was the appropriate level of clothing for this kind of situation? A robe? Just a towel? Or nothing? After a brief internal crisis, he played it safe. Pressed trousers and a light shirt. Modest, respectable, and hopefully not walking straight into a trap. When he finally stepped into the bedroom, he found Astina already seated. She looked up and smiled, casually gesturing for him to come sit beside her. Now, everything about this moment felt casual on the surface, but it was laced with tension beneath. Then, as if she had just remembered something important, Astina turned to him and suggested they begin. For a brief moment, Theo's brain hit panic mode. Her tone wasn't exactly helping either. It sounded a little too suggestive. But Astina wasn't on the same track as him at all. She calmly explained a theory that had been on her mind. Since kissing had shown some effect in suppressing the curse, perhaps other forms of physical contact might work too. Theo nearly choked at the implication, excitement rushing in before reason could catch up. But Astina clarified quickly. She was referring to something simple, like holding hands. Theo couldn't help but point out they'd done that before, and it hadn't changed anything. Astina reasoned it might not be about intensity, but consistency. Maybe he responded better to physical connection than structured control. Theo was clearly enjoying where this was headed. Maybe they needed to try something more meaningful than just a kiss, he suggested, his eyes already lighting up with hope. Astina didn't disagree. Instead, she calmly opened her arms and invited him in for a hug. Theo's face shifted instantly, his hopeful excitement giving way to plain disappointment. Meanwhile, Astina had to bite her lip to keep from laughing. Still, he obliged and moved closer, wrapping his arms around her gently. Their bodies pressed together, warm and close. Eventually, he wondered aloud if a hug could really be more meaningful than a kiss. Astina, nestled comfortably against his chest, responded softly. Perhaps in some ways it was. At least now, she could hear his heartbeat. That made Theo blush. He mumbled that unlike her, he couldn't hear her heartbeat from this angle. Of course, that wasn't the point, but it still left him flustered. Astina, never one to miss an opportunity, teased him again. She asked if he was truly nervous tonight. Her words cut right through him, melting whatever composure he had left. Flustered and thoroughly teased, the Archduke finally gave in. With a small groan of defeat and affection, he pulled her down with him onto the bed. It was hard to say whether this was part of the experiment, or just something both of them had wanted all along. Astina blinked, suddenly realizing she may have pushed her teasing too far. She tried to brush it off with her usual confidence, insisting that there was no need for him to be so bashful, but her attempt to lighten the mood only fanned the flames. Without missing a beat, Theo bent down and placed a kiss on her foot. A bold move, and definitely not one she expected. He then tossed her leg over his shoulder and glanced up, asking if she finally understood what real embarrassment looked like. Astina, who usually had the upper hand in banter, found herself momentarily speechless. Then, she muttered that if his goal was to catch her off guard, congratulations, he succeeded. Theo pointed out that she was the one who pulled him into bed in the first place. But Astina quickly clarified that it wasn't that kind of invitation. Somewhere between confusion and desire, Theo admitted he couldn't make sense of her signals. But Astina reminded him that he once had no interest in taking things further. Yet now, here he was. Theo shot back, saying that he could always change his mind. And judging by how he hovered above her like a man newly obsessed, that shift had definitely happened. But Astina stopped him. Not because she didn't want him close, but because for her, such intimacy should come from love. That single word, love, brought the entire room to a pause. It hit Theo square in the chest. He stared at her, trying to make sense of what she just said. Eventually, he backed down. Letting out a sigh, he collapsed beside her and muttered that words would never be enough to win her over. At this point, he knew actions mattered more. He even joked that after what just happened, maybe they'd moved past hugs altogether, then asked what they'd do if kisses stopped having an effect too. Astina, ever the rational one, replied that they'd simply keep raising the level. Simple as that. Now that made Theo pause. He looked at her like she'd just opened Pandora's box. Did she mean she'd do more to him than just kiss him? The way she calmly nodded sent a visible chill down his spine, but not the bad kind. Of course, then came the awkward follow-up. What if they accidentally had a child? Astina assured him. She knew that he wasn't the type of man who'd turn away his own child, even if the mother was no longer around. But that answer only rattled him more. He grabbed her hands and asked if she truly planned to leave him and raise a child alone. Why would she choose a life of shame when she could simply stay? Astina didn't have a solid answer. Even she couldn't explain why this desire to walk away still clung to her. She knew staying made more sense. But logic and emotion rarely walked the same path. Theo, holding back his own frustrations, quietly said that if she ever left, he'd still make sure she had everything she needed. But if it were up to him, he wanted her to stay. Astina sat in silence, eyes locked on his. Sensing her emotional shift, Theo wrapped his arms around her again and whispered a quiet promise. He wouldn't ask her any more painful questions tonight. He knew her heart still bore invisible wounds. And if she couldn't open up to him yet, that was okay. But as Astina rested her head on his chest, she quietly scolded him. Somehow, this man always managed to turn her into a coward at the exact moment she thought she had things under control. And as he gently stroked her hair, she muttered for him to stop. Because the truth was, she wasn't just protecting herself from the world. She was protecting her heart from him. The day of their journey to the capital finally arrived. Hyzen asked what had made Arthur change his mind about joining the trip at the last minute. Arthur, with the casual stubbornness of a teenager, said he simply felt like it. But Hyzen had a theory. He quipped to Astina that if she started paying Arthur more attention than Jesse, maybe he wouldn't have to suffer as much. Astina, amused but sharp as ever, replied that her affection remained fully reserved to Hyzen. After all, Hyzen was her special first student. That, of course, made his big bear heart melted in an instant. With logistics out of the way, Astina announced that she would ride with her husband in the cage-style carriage designed for his beast form. Once Theo returned to his human state, they'd switch to a regular carriage, and Arthur could tag along. Jessie, hearing this, felt visibly relieved. Lately, she'd noticed Arthur glaring at her like she'd stolen his favorite sword. Now she could breathe a little easier. As Jessie hauled her suitcase into the carriage, she noticed something. The cage carriage actually had enough space to fit both her and Hyzen comfortably. But apparently Arthur noticed too, and his reaction was swift and dramatic. The very idea of a young woman and a knight traveling alone in a carriage for several days was, to him, a scenario that needed urgent correction. In full overreaction mode, Arthur decided this was the time to act. He squeezed himself awkwardly between Hyzen and Jessie, claiming he couldn't possibly ride in luxury while his master endured hardship elsewhere. Jessie gave him a look, one that said she'd seen this nonsense before, and suspected this was just his newest brand of troublemaking. Hyzen, sensing the awkward tension rising like steam in a kettle, stood up and calmly offered to sit elsewhere. The carriage bench clearly wasn't built for three, and Hyzen valued his sanity. Jessie, now shoulder to shoulder with Arthur, frowned and asked why he'd sat so close. She didn't like it. Arthur, flustered, shot back that she'd thanked him recently. Didn't that count for something? Jessie explained that while she no longer hated Arthur, she still definitely didn't like him either. The world of emotions, she concluded, was clearly lost on him. She added that they'd both be better off if they just stayed out of each other's business. Arthur, stung but stubborn, spun away and claimed that's exactly what he wanted too. From his new seat, Hyzen watched the scene unfold and silently concluded that this little exchange was more uncomfortable than the wooden bench he was now sitting on. Several days into the trip, the group stopped at a rest area. Astina noticed Arthur had been missing longer than expected. Concerned, she made her way to find him. Hyzen offered to go with her, but Astina waved him off. She could handle one dramatic boy on her own. When she finally found him, Arthur nearly jumped in surprise at her sudden appearance. His clothes were covered in dust and dirt, and when she asked what happened, he brushed it off, saying he simply tripped on the road. Astina suggested they return to the camp, but Arthur paused, surprised. Had she really come looking for him because she was worried? The question hung in the air, and Arthur looked genuinely confused. After all, he had a habit of being difficult, saying the wrong things, and constantly pushing people's buttons. And yet, despite all of that, people still showed him kindness. Astina and Arthur had just begun heading back to the camp when she suddenly halted. A sharp noise sliced through the quiet, metal clashing against metal. Her instincts flared. Without a word, she turned and bolted through the trees, sprinting toward the camp with all the force her legs could muster. Arthur, not about to be left behind, chased after her. Back at the campsite, chaos had already erupted. Hyzen and Jessie were locked in a heated battle, fending off a surprise ambush. A group of rough mountain bandits had targeted them, clearly unaware they'd picked the worst possible group to mess with. Hyzen quickly realized these weren't professional killers. They were just desperate outlaws, likely looking for an easy raid. Unfortunately for them, they'd stumbled onto a traveling group where everyone could fight back. But then he heard it, a dull thud, followed by the distinct scrape of an axe. The bandits had made it to the cage carriage. Meanwhile, Astina burst out of the forest line like a storm, her voice cutting through the clamor as she yelled for the thieves to back away from the carriage immediately. Her tone wasn't just angry, it was a warning. If they didn't want to end up sprawled in the dirt, they'd better take their hands off the carriage and rethink their life choices. Naturally, the bandits didn't listen. One of them, clearly thinking more with greed than sense, decided that capturing Astina alive would fetch a better price. But he never got the chance to finish that thought. A swift blow to his face, delivered by the hilt of a sword, sent him crashing to the ground. That's when it began to dawn on the attackers. This wasn't a group of soft nobles or helpless travelers. Even the coachman probably had a few battle scars under his belt. Still, the bandits were stubborn. Their leader, unwilling to retreat empty-handed, rallied his men and ordered them to seize Astina. Arthur, now surrounded and clearly outnumbered, quickly shouted for Hyzen to regroup. The situation was tipping. Then everything stopped. A ferocious, guttural roar erupted from the direction of the cage. Everyone froze. Astina dashed to the carriage, panic flickering in her voice as she called out to Theo, not to let him out, but to stop him. But it was already too late. With a mighty crash, the door of the cage shattered into splinters, and out leapt a massive wolf, the Archduke in his full, terrifying glory. The robbers took one look at the beast and instantly scattered. All bravado vanished. but Theo automatically paused and sat the moment he heard his wife's command. That was when the leader of the bandits, clearly too reckless for his own good, saw an opportunity. A trained monster like that, worth a fortune. He lifted his weapon and roared as he lunged forward. But Theo moved faster. With a single swipe of his paw, he knocked the attacker off his feet like he was nothing more than leaves in a storm. After that, the scene had drastically changed. Theo now trotted happily alongside a carriage, the one holding several very bruised, very defeated robbers. From the driver's seat, Heisen chuckled, half joking that they probably looked like human traffickers now. Of course they planned to hand these criminals to the authority later. Stina glanced up at the sky. Dawn was still a couple of hours away, plenty of time to make a quick stop. She looked over to see Jesse and Arthur fast asleep, leaning against each other with surprising peace. Smiling faintly, the Archduchess moved closer and gave Arthur a sharp nudge to wake him. She had some business to do at the carriage. Calling Theo over, she noticed how relaxed and playful he seemed. It had been a long time since he'd gotten to run freely like this. She kissed the wolf affectionately, but the moment was cut short. A sudden scream echoed near the carriage. Stina turned sharply to see a man brandishing a dagger and threatening them, but before the man could make another move, Heisen silently crept up behind him and struck with precision, knocking him unconscious. Stina leaned over the fallen stranger, studying him more carefully. He didn't look like a rugged forest outlaw, which meant they couldn't just leave him behind. Sometime later, in a quiet village inn not far from the capital, the man finally stirred. His head throbbed like someone had used it for target practice. He sat up in a panic, recalling fragments of the attack. For a brief moment, he thought he'd been kidnapped, and then he noticed the man sitting near the window. The figure looked serene, almost glowing under the sunlight, like an angel. Theo turned to the bed and smiled when he noticed the stranger was finally awake. A little while later, the man, still embarrassed by everything that had happened, lowered his head and apologized sincerely. Now that he was fully aware of the situation, waving a weapon at the very people who'd saved him felt beyond foolish. Stina brushed it off kindly. Misunderstandings in high-stress moments weren't uncommon, she assured him. No harm done. Still, the guilt clung to him. He looked like he wanted the floor to open and swallow him whole. But Stina reassured him again. She pointed out that anyone who risked their life to protect others wasn't someone they could just abandon in the forest. That simple truth struck a chord in the man, who, humbled by Stina, thanked her once more, genuinely and from the heart. Then, Theo approached and rested a hand on his wife's shoulder. He asked if everything had been cleared up, and as usual, he'd already taken practical action. He'd ordered breakfast ahead of time. Stina gave her husband a thankful look and silently hoped that the local cook was better than average. No one needed a bland meal after a near-death experience. The man, watching this quiet exchange between the two, curiously asked what kind of relationship the two had. Theo calmly answered that they were friends, while Stina, not missing a beat, clarified that they were husband and wife. She glanced at her husband, clearly baffled by why he would downplay something so obvious. Theo, unfazed, smoothed things over with a grin, adding that they were also good friends. The man watched them, oddly inspired. If he ever married, he thought, that's what he wanted, someone who could tease, comfort, and stand beside him like that. Curious now, he asked where they were heading next. Theo replied that they were en route to Vasil. The man's interest deepened. He asked if the couple already had somewhere to stay in the city. It wasn't just small talk. He seemed eager to repay the kindness he'd received, and helping them secure housing felt like a start. Theo politely declined, but the man cleared his throat and shifted into something more formal. He introduced himself properly this time. His name was Edwin Tristan, the eldest son of the noble house of Tristan, and older brother to its current head, Marchioness Antherine Tristan. He admitted with slight hesitation that he didn't get along well with his sister. Still, she was the kind of person who knew how to show gratitude when it mattered, and he hoped they'd pass that kindness along. That noble house, Tristan, made Theo pause. He recognized it immediately. The House of Tristan and the House of Atalanta weren't just old names. Their rivalry was the stuff of legends across the empire. Their feud dated back generations, supposedly over a high-stakes game between distant ancestors. And ever since then, the two families had remained tangled in political tension. Tristan, with their history in weapons manufacturing, once sought to expand into the southern territories. But Atalanta refused, insisting that weapons shouldn't be used to conquer fortresses on their soil. The argument spiraled into accusations of dictatorship and barbarism, and neither side had forgotten. Even though the war had stopped long ago, the bitterness never truly faded. And now here they were, Atalanta and Tristan, seated at the same table by sheer accident. Theo felt the weight of it. He understood now that getting any closer to Edwin might not be wise. Edwin, unaware of the storm beneath the surface, offered them a letter, an official proof that would grant them access to the Tristan estate, and a formal reward. Theo looked down at the letter in disbelief. Who would have imagined that he, the Archduke of Atalanta, would end up rescuing the heir of House Tristan? Estina, sensing the tension, gently shifted the topic. She asked Edwin if he was heading to the capital for the harvest festivities. Edwin shook his head, a little sheepishly. The truth was, he'd left his family behind long ago and hadn't made a public appearance in years. Theo realized then why they hadn't recognized each other sooner. Though Edwin had always been frail as a child, his appearance now was surprisingly healthy. He still coughed from time to time, but far less than the rumors claimed. Estina noted that since Edwin wasn't heading to the capital, their paths would soon diverge. Edwin confirmed that he planned to head east. Anywhere far from home would do. Estina warned him gently to avoid trouble and stay away from unnecessary risks on the road. Edwin stood and gave one last heartfelt thanks to the couple. He insisted on paying for their breakfast as a small gesture of gratitude. And as he left, he asked for a favor. If they ever crossed paths with his sister in the capital, he hoped they'd let her know he was doing well. Estina promised she would if the chance came. Theo eyed the letter again and made a quiet remark. If they did deliver it to the Marchioness, she'd likely be furious. So of course they both decided to never deliver that letter at all. Theo headed upstairs, his mind crowded with doubt. He couldn't shake the thought that maybe his wife would eventually lose interest in someone like him. He recalled what had happened earlier. What caught Theo off guard wasn't the stranger. It was how polite his wife was being to him. Suspicion flickered behind Theo's calm expression. He glanced at Estina and hesitantly asked if she was still thinking about Edwin. Was she disappointed to see him leave? Her manner had certainly seemed curious around him. Estina gave a neutral reply. She explained that it wasn't about sympathy. She didn't warm up to people so easily. If anything, Heisen had simply overreacted and attacked the man due to a misunderstanding. To her, Edwin wasn't some intriguing mystery. He was just a man who took propriety a little too seriously. Theo, trying to read between the lines, asked if that meant there was truly no hidden meaning behind her actions. Estina didn't miss the jealousy tucked into his question. She gently assured him that his worries were unnecessary. In marriage, what mattered most was loyalty, and she was nothing if not devoted. But Theo, still bothered, admitted he'd prefer if she kept her distance from other men altogether. Even if nothing improper happened, it was the idea of it that unsettled him. Estina paused and looked at him, her gaze firm but not unkind. She pointed out that he was overthinking things again. For her, what mattered when judging people were their intentions. And to prove her point, she reminded him how furious he'd been during their trip to Balua, even though, deep down, he must have known the danger wasn't nearly as dire as he made it out to be. Still, he had blown up like wildfire. Theo, caught off guard by the sudden shift in tone, looked at her carefully. Was she really bothered by how much he worried for her? He asked almost hesitantly if she would have preferred he just waved her off with a polite farewell next time, instead of being anxious. But that wasn't her point at all. Estina clarified that she hadn't been in a bad mood back then, because she already knew how worried he was. It didn't annoy her. If anything, she'd accepted it. Theo was touched by her words. Then, without waiting for more explanations, he lifted her chin and kissed her gently. What surprised Estina was how much his kisses affected her now. It was no longer just a kiss meant to lift his curse. Theo noticed that change too, because his next kiss was deeper, more possessive. He pushed her lightly against the wall, closing the distance with growing intensity. Breathless, the two stood there, trying to collect themselves. Still half serious, he noted that she wouldn't be able to do this kind of thing with the wolf version of him. Theo brought up a lingering question. He really wanted to know what she had meant when she once joked about leveling up. Estina was not sure if he was offended or just playfully suspicious. Had he taken her teasing that seriously? But Theo was already on a roll. He said, with mock seriousness, that kisses had levels, and as someone cursed to transform unpredictably, he needed to study the subject carefully. Then, like a man presenting a lesson, he began listing them. A kiss on the hand? That meant loyalty and admiration, just like knights offered to their lieges. He kissed her palm and added that it could also mean jealousy, depending on the intent. Startled, Astina pulled her hand back quickly and told him to stop. But Theo wasn't done. He pointed out that understanding these layers wasn't just about his curse. His wife should also know what was acceptable, and what wasn't, when it came to sharing moments with other men. Astina let out a long, exasperated sigh. Clearly, arguing with him would get her nowhere, so instead, she just told him to keep things short. Theo, enjoying every second, kissed her on the forehead next. That, he said, symbolized trust and faith. Then came the final one. He explained that kissing someone's eyelids held a romantic meaning, often associated with courting. Before the moment could escalate further, however, someone appeared on the staircase. It was Hyzen. Looking like he'd just walked into a melodrama. The night froze. There was a strong wind outside, but that wasn't what had him trembling. He took one look at the couple, and instantly covered his face in horror. "I saw nothing," he insisted. Astina bolted in the opposite direction, slamming the bedroom door behind her, clearly mortified. Meanwhile, Theo turned to Hyzen with a sigh and muttered that they needed to talk. Probably to do some little punishment. On the Tristan family's private training grounds, the Marchioness stood tall and focused. Her posture was flawless as she pulled back her bowstring with confidence, taking precise aim at a distant target. But just as she released the arrow, a breathless servant rushed up the stone steps, yelling that something urgent had happened. Calm as ever, the Marchioness simply swapped out her arrow and asked what the fuss was about. The servant, still catching his breath, reported that the rumors were true. Archduke had reappeared in the capital. At the news, Chirby remarked that with the Archduke away from his duties, their long-standing petition over customs tariffs might finally gain traction. In fact, there were plenty of political opportunities to seize while Atalenta's influence was momentarily weakened. But the Marchioness had other plans. She turned to Chirby, her loyal attendant, and declared that the true moral mission of the Tristan family was more than political gain. It was about crushing the Atalanta fair and square. As she headed back toward the estate, she added that she wasn't going to sit around hoping for some ancient curse to do the job. If something needed to be done, she would see to it herself. Thinking back to the last time she saw the Archduke, recalled not just his striking looks, but his refined manners. That man, despite everything, was hard to dismiss. And yet, it bothered the Marchioness deeply, trying to stake her place in an elite noble society that barely tolerated her, often whispering behind her back about how she dressed and behaved more like a man than a lady. Still determined, she asked aloud why Theo had even come to the capital. Chirby promptly answered that the Archduke was there for the imperial ball. Without hesitation, the Marchioness decided she'd attend as well. Chirby then mentioned that the Archduke and his companion had slipped into the capital at dawn, without using their titles, a clear sign they were traveling discreetly. He asked what she planned to do next, and her first move was to visit the horse market. To anyone else, it might have seemed like idle shopping, but Chirby knew better. This was her version of reconnaissance. The Marchioness was already thinking ahead to the hunting tournament after the ball, and she had no intention of the Tristan name being shamed. After inspecting numerous mounts, the Marchioness finally spotted the one. A fine beast, elegant and strong. But just as she stepped forward, someone else reached out for the reins at the exact same time. Astina. Both women paused, then politely acknowledged one another's interest in the same horse. The Marchioness graciously offered Astina the first trial ride. Hidden under her travel cloak, Astina gave a small nod and accepted. After a brief test ride, Astina declared she'd take the horse. She then thanked the Marchioness for the opportunity, admitting that it had helped her to have a companion during her hunt. The Marchioness lit up at the idea. A lady taming a horse for a hunting competition? Intriguing. Her curiosity only grew when Astina noted the calluses on her hands. Those weren't from riding, but a sword. The Marchioness asked for specifics about the blade, and Astina answered with confidence. But Astina had a question of her own. How successful was her conversation partner with her own weapon of choice? The Marchioness was caught off guard. How had Astina guessed she was a woman? Astina explained matter-of-factly that it was her build. A trained eye could tell, and though she hadn't meant to expose her secret, she apologized. To her surprise, the Marchioness didn't take offense. In fact, she seemed almost delighted. She admitted she had underestimated Astina. Only someone truly skilled would notice something like that. The conversation shifted toward archery. Astina, amused, said becoming a master archer required not just good vision, but an enormous amount of control and strength. The Marchioness proudly declared that no weapon was more elegant than the bow. No true competition could exist without it. She even quoted the Empress herself. Martina had once told those who mocked archery that they ought to drown in a sea of arrows, a sentiment that still resonated in noble circles like the Marchioness. Astina smiled faintly and added that if those critics could still talk after being submerged in arrows, then maybe they had earned the right to speak. The two women, clearly more alike than they'd expected, began to connect in subtle ways. But their budding conversation was suddenly interrupted. Loud shouts echoed through the market. One horse had broken free. It was now charging full speed toward the two women. Antherine instinctively stepped forward, thinking she needed to shield Astina, but Astina moved fast. With one smooth motion, Astina sidestepped the chaos, leapt onto the horse mid-charge, and steered it aside with expert control. As she did, her hood fell, revealing her scarlet hair. The Marchioness froze. There was no mistaking that fiery shade. The woman before her looked astonishingly like the late Empress Martina herself. Astina calmly dismounted, handed the horse back to the workers, and passed her payment for her purchase. Meanwhile, Chirby reminded the Marchioness that it was time to choose their own horses, but her attention remained fixed on Astina, who was about to leave. Not ready to let her disappear so quickly, Antherine stepped forward and blocked Astina's path, politely asking if she could spare just one more minute. Astina lifted the cup and took a small sip of the tea. Antherine, noticing her interest, explained that the blend was a precious import, brought from lands far beyond the continent. According to her, this tea wasn't something one could simply buy with money. It came only through personal connections and trusted friends. As Astina quietly watched the refined woman across from her, an unsettling realization began to creep in. Fate had a twisted sense of humor. She'd sat down so casually, without knowing she was face-to-face with Marchioness Tristan. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have even accepted the invitation, let alone the tea. Now it was too late to undo any of it. The Marchioness, noticing her guest's subtle discomfort, gently asked if the atmosphere was making her uneasy. Astina admitted that she had never imagined this kind of situation, that the woman she'd formed a connection with could be the head of House Tristan. The Marchioness responded with a knowing tone, confessing that if she had introduced herself at the very start, her guest would have surely walked away, Antherine's curiosity finally breaking the surface. She acknowledged the question might be impolite, but she couldn't help asking for the name of the woman who had helped her. After a brief pause, Astina answered simply, Tina. The name was vague enough to avoid raising alarms, but the Marchioness wasn't so easily fooled. She asked for a last name. Astina politely explained she didn't have one. And the Marchioness, half amused, remarked that if Tina were truly trying to pass as a commoner, she might want to act a little less poised. Still, the Marchioness expressed her gratitude and told her guest she could ask for anything in return. Astina chuckled softly and remarked that this whole interaction reminded her of someone else she'd met recently, someone who said almost the same thing. Reaching into her cloak, she pulled out a neatly folded letter from Edwin. Astina explained that she had met the man on the road and was asked to deliver the message to his sister. As she handed over the envelope, the Marchioness tensed slightly. She opened it slowly, her eyes scanning the contents with focused precision. Then, Antherine asked where exactly her guest had encountered Edwin. Astina replied that they had met not far from Chelbourne. After placing the letter gently on the table, the Marchioness asked whether her brother had mentioned his destination. Astina answered that Edwin hadn't said much about where he was going, only that he intended to travel east. The Marchioness reminded herself that Edwin was a grown man, capable of making his own choices. She told herself she had no reason to worry. Astina, with quiet detachment, said she had fulfilled her duty by delivering the message, and it was time for her to leave. The Marchioness, clearly reluctant to end the conversation, tried to keep her guest a little longer, but Astina claimed she had another appointment waiting. Accepting the excuse with some reluctance, the Marchioness gave a respectful nod and said she wouldn't dare keep a busy guest. As she escorted Astina outside, she offered a polite invitation. If the mysterious traveler ever found herself nearby again, she was welcome to visit. Inside the carriage, Astina stared out the window, thoughts quietly swirling. Perhaps the rift between the Tristan siblings wasn't complete distance. Maybe it was more like a fracture, subtle, but deeply rooted. Meanwhile, the Marchioness turned to Chirby and admitted that she still didn't know who their guest really was, or why she chose to hide her identity. But there was something about her that lingered in the mind. With a quiet intensity in her voice, she murmured her final thought aloud. The woman looked uncannily like a reincarnation of Empress Martina. Upon arriving at the Atalanta estate in the capital, Astina stepped inside, quietly scolding herself for returning so late. But the moment she opened the door to the sitting room, she froze, then broke into a delighted smile. There, waiting on the couch, was her sister Canna. Without warning, Canna leapt from her seat and wrapped her arms around Astina, practically crashing into her with a loud, teary cry. Her words came in a flurry. Was Astina safe? Had she been sleeping enough? Eating properly? Every question spilled out through choked-up emotion. Her eyes shimmered with tears as she admitted how deeply she had missed her and how worried she had been all this time. Astina pulled her sister into a firmer hug, gently reminding her that she'd written to say she was doing fine, but Canna only shook her head, guilt washing over her. She began to apologize for everything, for walking away, for leaving her sister to carry the burden alone. Astina listened silently, remembering the moment her sister once said that no man could live without his honor. Now, Canna seemed to carry the weight of that belief like a wound. With a sad voice, Canna admitted how foolish those words were. Her ideals, she said, had only been able to survive because Astina had shouldered the cost. What good was honor, she asked, if she couldn't protect it herself? Astina didn't argue. She simply replied that for her, life always mattered more than reputation. But Canna couldn't help but ask, if that were really true, why had her sister gone to the Archduke in her place? Astina answered softly. She had done it to protect Canna. Then, she leaned in and kissed Canna on the forehead, whispering that she missed her just as much. A knock at the door broke the silence. It was Theo asking if he could come in. Canna, still wiping her tears, nodded toward her sister and gently urged her to let him enter. The Archduke stepped inside but paused quickly, sensing the emotional weight in the room. He hesitated, suggesting maybe it would be better to return later. But Canna turned to him with a determined look. There was something she needed to say. With trembling words, Canna asked if he truly intended to treasure her sister. Astina tried to diffuse the tension, insisting there was no need for such a question. But Theo didn't flinch. He walked over, knelt before Canna, and replied that Astina had already become precious to him. That statement only made Canna cry harder. She explained, between sobs, that her sister formed bonds so easily and was always too kind to others, so she worried. Still, she looked him straight in the eye and gave her warning. If he ever made her little sister cry, she would not forgive him. Theo, now smiling gently, swore he would give Astina no reason to shed tears, at least not from pain. From the side, Astina watched the dramatic scene unfold. She appreciated the gesture, but she couldn't help noticing he was laying it on a little thick, like a man playing the role of perfect husband, just a bit too well. Rising to his feet, Theo announced that he had prepared something special for the two sisters. Soon after, Canna was practically dragging her sister into the heart of the capital, filled with excitement. The two strolled around for a while before settling into a cozy pastry shop, their arms full of bags and laughter echoing around them. As they enjoyed the treats, Canna made a teasing comment about how thoughtful Astina's husband was. Astina admitted he treated her kindly, but she reminded her sister that it was because she was helping him lift his curse, a partnership, more than anything. But Canna wasn't convinced, saying he could have just repaid her with money or a nice gift if that were the case. Astina stayed quiet for a moment, absently picking at her tart. The thought wouldn't leave her. Was this fate? A man born with King Theodore's face, now married to a woman carrying the memories of Empress Martina. Even now, she couldn't quite decipher what the gods intended by throwing them into such a strange bond. As she stared down at her dessert, she wondered if Theo truly held her in his heart. Canna, of course, thought her sister was being too analytical. She reminded Astina, rather cheerfully, that many women would kill for a love that felt this destined. Love like that, she said. It was so powerful, so romantic. It felt impossible to resist. It wasn't something you could fight. It just was. Astina, ever the realist, replied that the happiest people were the ones who lived normal, uneventful lives, the kind who didn't get caught up in faded romances or ancient curses. But as they left the pastry shop, Canna turned to her with a knowing smirk. Of all people, Astina was the last one who could claim to live an ordinary life. And honestly, that was part of what made her fascinating. The ballroom shimmered with candlelight and hushed curiosity. All around, the nobility whispered the same question. Would Archduke Atalanta appear tonight? Or were the rumors of his curse being lifted just more capital gossip? Some claimed he had already arrived in the city days ago, but not a single soul had seen him in public. The mystery only fueled the chatter. Then a steward made the formal announcement. The Archduke and Archduchess have arrived. Stina, arm in arm with her husband, entered the hall with practiced grace. It had been a long time since she stood under such intense scrutiny, and frankly, it was exhausting. Theo, walking beside her, noticed something in her expression shift. He quietly leaned closer, concerned. But Astina kept her composure. Dressed in finery that sparkled under the chandeliers, she admitted that with how much effort she put into her appearance tonight, this level of attention didn't feel like pressure. It felt like part of the performance. Still, her mind wasn't on the ball or the crowd. Lately, she found herself thinking more and more about Theo, about the way he looked at her, spoke to her, touched her hand like it meant something. Was it all real, or just part of their carefully crafted image? Before the question could settle, the air shifted again. The room fell into a stunned silence as another announcement was made. Emperor Eseled was entering the ballroom, accompanied by Prince Primo and Princess Isis. The emperor, long absent from public view due to illness, slowly made his way to the throne. His presence alone was enough to ignite murmurs among the nobles. Many guessed he was finally about to name Prince Primo as his successor. But the emperor had other plans. With a calm, steady voice, he explained that he had recently found his own son, long lost from the palace during childhood. Gasps swept through the room. A secret royal? The emperor added that, due to health complications, the prince would not be taking the throne. Even so, he remained a full member of the imperial bloodline. Then, with a small gesture, he motioned toward the side and welcomed Benjamin to introduce himself. Theo blinked in surprise, the name ringing somewhere in his memory. Astina stood still, barely processing it. Before either of them could dwell on it, the emperor raised his hand and declared the beginning of the ball. The music resumed, and couples began to move toward the dance floor. Astina, not ready to linger on royal mysteries, smoothly changed the subject. It was a ball, after all, and it was time to dance. Theo bowed toward her and asked if she would honor him with a dance. She accepted, and the two made their way onto the floor. As they spun into rhythm, Theo half joked that they probably should have practiced this in advance. But Astina moved effortlessly, and he quickly realized he was the one trying to keep up. She didn't brag. She simply explained that nothing came naturally. She had to train hard for every bit of grace she now carried. Then a flashback. When Martina first received her title, she was overwhelmed. Her shoes pinched, her skirts dragged, and her posture had to remain flawless through it all. But she endured it. For someone. Back then, Theodore loved dancing, and at every ball, he asked Martina to join him. Even before she understood what love really meant, she tried her best to keep up, for him and his throbbing royal feet. As the dance floor swirled with color, the couple nearly collided with another pair. Theo quickly pulled Astina aside, steadying her before anything dramatic happened. She looked at him, amused, and remarked that he danced surprisingly well. He grinned, explaining that the Atalanta family had some very intense methods when it came to training heirs. She suspected it must have been a lonely childhood, and he admitted that it was. The question lingered in her mind, and eventually she asked it aloud. Did he resent his parents for raising him that way? Theo paused. He wasn't sure which was worse, to hate them, or to feel nothing at all after they were gone. He confessed quietly that sometimes he just wished they had hugged him, even once. Astina understood more than he knew. As Martina, she'd spent years wondering what kind of pain was harder to carry, suffering for the sake of love, or living with the ache of being alone. Hours after the ball, Astina found herself on the terrace. She was waiting for Theo, expecting him to join her for a peaceful end to a long evening. But when the door opened, it wasn't the Archduke who stepped outside, it was Prince Benjamin. The sight of him caught her off guard. They hadn't spoken in ages. Astina quickly masked her surprise and asked, half-jokingly, whether she should start addressing him by his new title. But Benjamin, avoiding ceremony, assured her he'd never intended to keep anything from her. Benjamin went on to explain that his mother had pulled him away from the palace during his youth, hoping to keep him out of the brutal succession politics. Astina, thoughtful, asked the obvious question. If he was so carefully protected, what made him return now? Benjamin clenched his fists. It wasn't politics that brought him back. It was her. News of her marriage to the cursed Archduke had been the final push. And since Benjamin Leandros had no power on his own, he decided to return under the name of his powerful birth family. Astina was confused. They'd always been friends. Nothing more. But Benjamin shook his head. To him, it was never just friendship. He admitted what he had buried for years. He had fallen for her. Meanwhile, Theo was still inside, obsessing over his hair in the mirror. Unaware of the conversation outside, he was too focused on whether his formal look had held up after the dance, or if his face looked mature enough to please his wife. Back on the terrace, Astina struggled to respond. It wasn't just the sudden confession. It was the strange familiarity of it all. Benjamin was a descendant of Elsier, her closest companion in her first life. And once again, fate had placed her in the middle of a past she thought she'd left behind. To her, it felt surreal. But Astina didn't waver. She told Benjamin plainly, this couldn't happen. It was madness to even think of it. Benjamin wasn't surprised. In fact, he said he'd expected this outcome. That was why he'd hidden his feelings for so long. Astina explained again, gently but firmly, that she couldn't return his affection, not just because she was married, but because she didn't feel the same, not even once. Benjamin, clinging to the words he'd heard about her divorce plan, insisted that if the Archduke was forcing her to stay, he would help her escape. But Astina immediately clarified. This wasn't about Theo. Her decision had nothing to do with pressure or force. It was simply how she felt. Benjamin's shoulders slumped. He realized then that she had never seen him as anything more than a friend. Still, he said he would stay by her side. If necessary, he'd fight, defend, even die for her. Astina told him it wasn't her responsibility to carry the weight of feelings she didn't return. She had never asked for this devotion. Benjamin explained that all he had ever wanted was to be her refuge, her safe place. If she didn't want that, he wouldn't push it. Astina urged him to give his heart to someone who might love him back someday. Someone better suited to receive what he had to offer. But Benjamin wasn't ready to let go. In a hushed, aching voice, he asked if she could give him even one chance. One day, if she ever divorced the Archduke, would she ever consider him? Before Astina could respond, a sharp voice cut through the tension. Theo had arrived, and he was furious. He accused Benjamin of trying to seduce a married woman. Benjamin, unfazed, shot back that a man who bought a bride had no right to judge anyone. Theo, struggling to keep his temper in check, coldly remarked that a man with true honor would know when to back off. Yet Benjamin didn't budge. He stood his ground and declared he wasn't running from anything, not from rivalry, and certainly not from the Archduke. Theo firmly reminded Benjamin of the line he had crossed. As a prince, he should know better than to lust after someone else's wife in plain sight. Benjamin countered without flinching. He claimed this marriage wouldn't last. Astina had a history of following through on her decisions, and he didn't believe she'd stay bound to a loveless arrangement forever. Theo shot back and reminded Benjamin of one thing. Astina hadn't even given him that meager chance he seemed so sure of. The air turned heavy as the two men continued to trade bitter words, their civility rapidly unraveling. Voices rose, tension crackled. Then Astina had enough. She yelled, loudly, ordering both men to stop. Turning sharply toward Benjamin, she scolded him for his lack of decorum. She added sharply that the Archduke had every right to ignore his provocations. As Benjamin stepped away, he leaned in to whisper one last thing in Astina's ear. A warning. Stay away from Prince Primo and Princess Isis. And then Benjamin left. Astina looked at her husband and asked how long he'd been eavesdropping. But Theo brushed the question aside. It didn't matter. She reassured him there was nothing to worry about. Their marriage contract still stood, and she had no plans of breaking it. But Theo wasn't comforted. He asked almost bitterly if she planned to accept Benjamin's proposal. After all, hadn't she considered divorce from the very beginning? Astina insisted that Benjamin had nothing to do with that. But the damage was done. Theo admitted it hurt, watching his wife defend another man. He stepped closer, frustration simmering in his eyes. Theo reminded her that the monster he was felt no shame in speaking his mind. or in becoming increasingly greedy for her. Astina, alarmed by the shift in his tone, pushed him away. She told him, firmly, to stop. But Theo had a hunch. He asked if Benjamin was the man she had left behind in the capital when she first arrived at the archduchy. He suspected that she now felt guilty for kissing him after reuniting with her former lover. But instead of answering, Astina placed her hands on his chest, then on his neck, and felt how fast his heart was beating. Then came the words that shook her. Theo whispered that she had looked so passionate when she mistook him for that man on the first night she saw his face. But suddenly, he stepped closer and pressed a tender kiss to her hand. Astina stared at her husband, baffled. How had she never seen it? He had always been there, right beside her. So why hadn't she realized his true feelings sooner? Then came his quiet vow. Theo wouldn't let her go back to that man. And in that moment, as Theo's voice softened and the storm in his eyes finally cleared, Astina understood the truth. He loved her. Deeply and undeniably. After the ball, Marchioness Tristan was in a foul mood. Yesterday had been nothing short of chaos. It began when her favorite horse suddenly fell ill, an inconvenience that delayed her departure. As if the universe was playing a cruel joke, a renowned opera singer happened to perform that same evening, drawing half the city into the streets. The crowds were massive, the roads clogged, and of course, 2 carriages collided right in front of hers, blocking the entire way. But the real cause of her frustration? She hadn't been able to attend the ball on time, and she had very specific reasons for wanting to see the infamous Archduchess in person. She even leapt out of the halted carriage and began sprinting toward the venue on foot, ignoring both social norms. By the time she arrived at the ballroom, she was met by Viscount Verdi, who welcomed her with a sly comment about her lateness. Leaning closer, he whispered something even more intriguing. The Archduchess of Atalanta looked incredible. He said she reminded him of the famed portrait of Empress Martina. Same elegance, same aura. Antharine turned her head just in time to glimpse a young couple on the staircase. One of them had unusually colored hair that tugged at her memory. It was very familiar. Back inside her carriage, the Marchioness' clenched fists spoke louder than words. She kept asking herself why everything had conspired against her yesterday. Chirby, trying to lighten the mood, asked what the Archduchess was really like. He repeated the rumors, how Astina was supposedly stunning, and how she and the Archduke made the perfect couple. That didn't help. Annoyed, Antharine ordered the carriage to stop and told them to head back to the estate without her. She needed space and quiet, and something to keep her from punching carriage walls. Spotting a bookstore nearby, she decided a good book might ease her mood. But as soon as she stepped into the shop, her eyes landed on a familiar figure by the shelves. Astina. The Archduchess stood there browsing books, seemingly lost in thought. And judging by her distant expression, she wasn't just picking out titles. She was battling something internal. Quietly, Astina was coming to terms with the reality of Theo's feelings for her. She knew the memories she carried. Martina's memories weren't something Theo could share. And she wondered if it made her look selfish, clinging to a man who didn't even know what he meant to her past. Just then, a voice broke through her thoughts. The Marchioness asked gently if she was all right. Astina straightened up, mildly startled. Antharine apologized for scaring her. She had only been concerned that Astina looked pale. Recognizing her immediately, Astina kept her tone calm and said she'd simply been deep in thought. She thanked the Marchioness for her concern, trying to remain composed. Leaning slightly against the shelves, the Marchioness smirked and noted that it was nice to see Astina again. Astina was surprised the Marchioness recognized her. She'd tried to hide her face well during their previous encounter. But Antharine gave a playful wink and remarked that she'd be a terrible noble if she couldn't recognize beauty when she saw it. The subject shifted quickly. The Marchioness commented on the books Astina had selected, assuming she had a personal interest in history. Astina clarified they were for her sister, who was studying for upcoming exams. She added with some regret that her own studies had been interrupted by marriage. When asked about her own interests, Astina admitted she was more drawn to strategy and military tactics. Antharine, amused, admitted she was pulled into that world by none other than Empress Martina. That caught Astina's attention. The Marchioness then mentioned a curious find. A document written in the ancient Quilinian language had recently been discovered in Blanchet's castle. It was unusual, since Blanchet never used that dialect. Some dismissed the document as nonsense, but it had everyone buzzing. That detail sent a quiet jolt through Astina. If a hidden document had been found in Blanchet's estate, it could belong to Theodore. So, Astina asked if it listed an author's name. Antharine answered it was signed Char. Nearby, Canna had been browsing her own shelf but couldn't help overhearing. She glanced over and raised a brow. Her sister chatting with a handsome friend? That was new. Approaching casually, Canna tapped Astina on the shoulder and asked who she was talking to. The Marchioness greeted Canna with a graceful smile and introduced herself properly. Antharine Tristan. She mentioned how much Astina had helped her. Canna barely held back her skepticism. Since when did a Tristan ever thank an Atalanta? Still, Canna gave a polite curtsy and mentioned that she and her sister had a tight schedule. They really should get going. But the Marchioness wasn't ready to say goodbye. She watched them carefully, uncertain when they'd meet again. As the sisters prepared to go, the shopkeeper suddenly asked where the books should be delivered, to the estate of Atalanta or their residence in the capital. That's when it hit the Marchioness. The woman in front of her was none other than Archduchess Astina van Atalanta. Trying to recover quickly, Astina offered a formal introduction, admitting she'd recently married the Archduke. She apologized for keeping her identity hidden. But the Marchioness waved it off. She understood. Astina must have been startled during their first meeting too. Then came a moment neither of them expected. Perhaps driven by impulse or emotion, the Marchioness firmly asked Astina to divorce the Archduke. Antharine even pressed her hand to her chest and admitted she could make Astina happier herself. After a second of silence, the Archduchess let out a polite laugh and said it was a bold joke. Antharine, realizing how reckless the confession had been, mumbled that she may have misspoken a little. As they left, Astina smiled genuinely and said she had enjoyed herself. She hoped that next time, Antharine would at least say hello if they crossed paths again. Left behind, the Marchioness stood fuming. How could the Archduke have managed to marry someone so perfect and amazing? In her mind, she cursed the one thing standing between her and a friendship with Astina, her husband. Walking away from the shop, Astina gave Canna a quick summary of how she met the Marchioness. But before they got too far, Antharine caught up to them once more. The Marchioness handed Astina a parting gift, a book titled How to Get a Different Husband, adding that it was the latest trend nowadays. Back at the Atalanta estate, Theo stepped into the office, casually asking if his wife had enjoyed her outing. But the warmth in his gaze betrayed a deeper truth. He'd missed her terribly. Astina noticed it. It was there in his voice, in the way he looked at her, like she was the only thing that made sense to him. And what truly puzzled her was how she hadn't seen it before. Those feelings were never hidden. But realizing it now wouldn't change the choices she had already made. Theo leaned in slightly, eyes narrowing with curiosity. He pointed out something different. Her glasses. He admitted he had never seen her wear them before. Astina explained that she'd used them back at the academy. It was a habit, something that helped her focus. Interested, he asked if he could try them on. Without hesitation, she handed them over, adding that he probably wouldn't feel any different. He slipped them on and blinked, slightly surprised by how strange everything looked. She chuckled, noting that the glasses actually suited him. But Theo wasn't done. He looked at her and told her honestly. She looked even better with them on. Astina thanked him for the compliment, but said she wasn't sure whether to believe it. Theo returned the glasses, and with a rare flicker of guilt, admitted he'd been wrong to lash out at her before. Astina, as calm as ever, acknowledged that Benjamin had clearly been provoking him. It was understandable, but Theo shook his head. His frustration should have been aimed solely at the prince, not her. Astina told him not to worry. Until the curse was broken, she wasn't going anywhere. Then, something caught Theo's attention, a new book sitting on the table. Curious, he picked it up and started flipping through. But as soon as he read the title, his jaw tightened. He asked if she'd be terribly upset if he got rid of it. Astina, unbothered, pointed out that she hadn't even read a full paragraph yet. Still gripping the book like it had personally offended him, Theo asked if she'd actually bought it herself, or worse, if it was a gift from the prince. His voice dropped a little when he asked the question that had been eating at him. Was Benjamin the man from her past? The one she left behind when she moved to the archduchy? Astina paused. Her reply came flatly. He didn't need to know the answer, and besides, that man was already gone. Theo stood frozen. The response caught him completely off guard. But before he could ask anything else, Astina raised her head, changing the subject abruptly. She asked what kind of books he liked. Then she kept going, question after question, one after the other. It was sudden, intense, almost overwhelming. Theo held up his hands in surrender, laughing nervously. He asked her to slow down, reaching out and gently taking her hand to steady the moment. Looking at her, he admitted something honestly. What he really wanted was to know more about her. He kept her hand in his, almost hesitantly, and asked what kind of man she liked. Astina gave a vague answer. She didn't really have a type. Still curious, he asked about her preferences. Did she like a certain hair color? Almost without thinking, she answered, "Black hair." The words slipped out before she could stop them. Realizing her mistake, she quickly pulled her hand away, flustered. She told him to forget what she said and stood up abruptly, announcing that her tasks for the day were finished. Theo watched as she left the room, but even after she was gone, he remained still. Meanwhile, Astina stepped into the hallway and slammed her palm against the wall in frustration. She couldn't believe she'd slipped like that. Her thoughts, her feelings, all laid bare with one careless sentence. She wasn't just disappointed in the moment. She was disappointed in herself. Back in the office, Theo sat alone. Something strange twisted in his chest. The man he had been so jealous of was already dead. And yet somehow that fact didn't bring him peace. It felt like standing over a grave that refused to stay buried. Just then, a knock came at the door. It was Oliver, his butler. Theo didn't look up. He simply said he had a small favor to ask. On the final day of the banquet, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Nobles from every corner of the capital lined up, eager to exchange pleasantries with the elusive Archduke and Archduchess. After all, sightings of the couple at public gatherings were rare, almost mythical. Astina, ever graceful, hid a satisfied smile behind her fan. Watching the eager faces crowd around them, she realized something important. After today, perhaps people would finally stop calling her husband Pteroid the Beast. Just the thought of it felt like a quiet personal victory. But their brief moment of calm didn't last long. A familiar voice cut through the crowd, arrogant and amused. The couple turned to find none other than Prince Primo and his sister, Princess Isis, making their grand entrance. With a sly grin, the prince commented how difficult it was to finally meet the infamous Archduke. Primo's eyes lingered a bit too long on Astina. He made a pointed remark about finally seeing the Archduke's beautiful wife in person, clearly enjoying the effect of his words. Astina responded coolly, noting that she and her husband had been enjoying their honeymoon in peace. There would be plenty of time for polite chatter now that they were back in the capital. Then, patting Theo's shoulder like an old friend, though no one ever recalled them being close, Primo casually shifted to politics. He asked if the rumors were true about the Archduke finding more coal deposits in Atalenta's territory. Of course, Primo wasn't subtle. He was sizing Theo up like a prized chess piece, one he wouldn't mind having on his side. So, Theo deflected with a smile. He claimed that as a noble of the Empire, he could only act within the bounds of the law. It was a diplomatic way of saying no, without actually saying it. Astina quietly observed her husband's carefully measured words. She recognized that phrase, within the law. Emperor Elsier had long ago set a strict rule. Territories were forbidden from meddling in royal succession matters. That very law now protected Theo from being dragged into imperial games. Primo, unfazed, muttered that the Archduke always seemed to land on his feet. Then came the not-so-subtle jab. He called the first Empress too generous. Theo laughed it off, saying Empress Martina had conquered an entire continent single-handedly. Surely ambition like that wasn't born of kindness alone. But Primo wasn't convinced. With an eyebrow raised, he claimed that Martina must have had help, namely, from Emperor Elsier. To him, the idea of one woman shaking the foundations of an empire was a bit too much to swallow. Astina barely kept her composure. She had heard that kind of talk far too often while living as Martina. And now, to hear it from Elsier's own descendant was exhausting, to say the least. Thankfully, Princess Isis mercifully interrupted, reminding her brother that he needed to get ready. As Primo walked off, he hinted that he had a special show planned for later. Meanwhile, Astina thought that the prince was certainly memorable, and not in a flattering way. Being first in line for the throne had clearly gone to his head, and it showed in every word and gesture. Astina decided it was best to avoid him whenever possible, Too much exposure might shorten her life expectancy. Soon after, the emperor made his appearance, signaling that the final day of the harvest celebration had officially begun. Spirits lifted across the banquet hall. But then came the surprise. The emperor raised his hand, announcing a week-long hunting competition, then paused, eyes gleaming with importance. He added that another announcement would overshadow even that. All eyes turned to the stage as he beckoned Primo to stand beside him. Astina's spine stiffened the moment the emperor called for the ceremonial heir's cup to be brought forward, a sacred relic used to mark the official heir since Empress Martina's era. Its presentation signaled an appointment that could change the course of the empire. A servant stepped forward and opened the box. It was empty. Primo's expression twisted into rage. In one swift motion, he grabbed the servant's wrist, demanding to know where the glass had gone. His grip tightened, and for a moment, it seemed he might actually throttle the poor boy. Isis rushed to calm her brother, whispering that this was not the time. Too many eyes were watching. But Primo wasn't done. He barked orders to the guards, demanding that they scour the palace until the relic was found. Astina stood silently, watching it all unfold. She had only wanted to embarrass Primo a little. But this was perfect. She caught a glimpse of both Benjamin and Isis in the crowd, looking far too suspicious for people who were supposed to be confused or shocked. It didn't take much to connect the dots. They both had a hand in this chaos, no doubt. Astina couldn't help but smile. The prince who had tried to insult them had just publicly humiliated himself, and no one had to lift a finger. Theo turned to his wife, eyebrow raised. He clearly suspected something. Was this her doing? Astina only laughed, assuring him with a grin that she was completely innocent. She said that, but of course she was already planning something entirely different in her head. At the palace entrance, a servant examined a card before stepping aside and announcing that the Archduchess had been granted entry. Jessie, clearly caught off guard, glanced at Astina, who quickly noted how much tighter the security had become after recent events. Inside, Benjamin stood and beamed as soon as he saw her. His delight was unmistakable. Astina returned the energy with a polite, familiar smile and asked how he was doing. Benjamin ushered her to sit, insisting she must be exhausted from the journey. He looked healthier, relieved even. When asked about it, he credited his recent decision to formally give up any claim to the throne, a promise made to Princess Isis. Apparently, since then, things had been peaceful. Well, at least on the surface. Astina, always sharp, raised a brow. So was Isis truly in charge now? Benjamin chuckled. No one dared say it aloud, but everyone knew the answer. She was, and while he joked that giving up his title saved his life, there was an unsettling undertone behind the grin. Astina picked up on it and brought up something more serious, the warning he had given her earlier to avoid Primo and Isis. What exactly had he meant? Benjamin's tone shifted. He claimed she didn't understand how far that pair had gone to eliminate their political rivals. The thought alone was chilling. Without warning, Astina rose from her seat. She stated plainly that she had only come to make sure Benjamin wasn't being blamed for the missing royal cup. That was all. Her visit was short, deliberate. Benjamin was clearly taken aback. He hadn't expected her to leave so soon. But Astina didn't linger. In her eyes, she'd already stayed longer than planned. As she turned to leave, Benjamin's eyes were drawn to the inconspicuous box Jessie carried. Ah yes, of course he was disappointed it wasn't for him. Out in the garden, the air felt calmer. Jessie walked beside Astina, still unsure what their visit had really been about. Curiously, she asked if they were just allowed to stroll around the palace like this. Astina replied without hesitation. This was exactly why they came, to walk, to look around. Though of course that wasn't the full truth. They moved past guards who didn't stop them, walking with the kind of poise that made them seem like they belonged anywhere. Jessie, however, still couldn't quite figure out why she had been brought along. She voiced her doubt, feeling somewhat useless. Astina gently corrected her. She would need Jessie's help now. With quiet determination, the Archduchess began inspecting the stone walls. It was subtle at first, just a brush of her hand, but soon she was pressing at certain seams, muttering to herself. Things hadn't changed much, thankfully. Jessie's eyes widened as she watched her mistress begin dismantling part of the wall. Alarm bells went off in her head. Was this even legal? Peering inside, Jessie blinked in disbelief. A hidden passage? Astina smiled knowingly. Things escalated fast. Before Jessie could even think twice, Astina was removing her skirt, preparing to squeeze through. She advised Jessie to do the same. Jessie flushed, sheepishly admitting she had only a thin shift under her dress. But Astina reasoned that it was better to lose a shirt than ruin perfectly good clothes. They stashed their garments in the bushes, ducked inside, and were immediately enveloped by damp, earthy darkness. Jessie muttered about how awful it smelled. The air was thick with mold and moss. Clearly no one had used this passage in ages. Astina lit a candle she had stashed in the box earlier. Jessie was, once again, amazed by how prepared her mistress always seemed. It was like she had done this before. Astina, walking ahead, explained that this passage had likely remained untouched since the fall of the Richardrow royal family, once a mighty force that ruled the capital of Vasile. If their dynasty hadn't collapsed, even Martina might not have conquered them. That was how powerful they had been. Jessie, half out of breath and fully confused, asked how Astina even knew about this tunnel. Astina stopped and looked her dead in the eye. Did Jessie really want to know? Instant panic. Jessie shook her head and backed off. Curiosity suddenly seemed like a very bad idea. Astina let it go with a soft chuckle. She claimed it was all thanks to her studies at the academy and a personal fascination with old texts. The truth, of course, was more complicated. As they pressed deeper into the tunnel, Jessie asked again why they had come all this way. Before Astina could answer, a strange sound echoed. Think of an eye. Astina yanked Jessie aside, just in time to avoid a volley of arrows shooting from hidden traps. Jessie gasped as they narrowly dodged them, frozen in place while the arrows clattered against the stone. Astina held her close. She had completely forgotten about the old traps. Some things, it seemed, hadn't been forgotten by the tunnel after all. Eventually they reached a worn wooden door. Beyond it was a storage chamber, dim, dusty, and packed with relics. Jessie looked around with wide eyes, taking it all in. Astina waved her over and carefully positioned her in a specific corner of the room, telling her to stand still and not move. Jessie complied, still overwhelmed. Astina, meanwhile, scanned the tables, rifling through old items with deliberate speed. She was searching for something, and soon enough she found it. At last, buried under layers of dust, was a box. She opened it carefully, almost reverently. Inside, resting like a forgotten treasure, was the cup of the successor. Holding the cup in her hands, Astina smiled with quiet triumph. She had it now, and it was time to go see the Emperor. Sometime later, the Emperor entered the reception room with Princess Isis in tow. Astina stood gracefully and offered a formal curtsy, though it didn't take much effort to see that her sudden visit wasn't exactly welcomed. The Emperor wasted no time with pleasantries, and asked directly why she had come unannounced. Sensing the tension, Astina offered a calm apology and explained that she'd studied at the Blanchet Academy before her marriage, where she became friends with Prince Benjamin. Officially, she said, this was just a friendly visit, but of course there was more. Without another word, Astina opened a small casket and revealed a gleaming golden cup. As she placed it on the table, both the Emperor and Princess Isis were visibly stunned. Astina explained that, while organizing her husband's warehouse, she had stumbled upon this cup, which, to the untrained eye, looked identical to the missing heir's cup. The Emperor's brow furrowed, but Astina reassured him. This wasn't the stolen cup. It was a completely separate one. Still, that didn't ease the confusion. Isis pointed out that if this was merely a replica, then what was the point? Astina, ever composed, explained that during her time at the academy, she had come across an old document. It told of a king who once had twin sons, and in celebration, had 2 identical golden cups made, one for each heir. The resemblance between this cup and the missing heirloom was uncanny. Could this really be the other half of a forgotten royal set? The Emperor, now clearly intrigued, asked for more details. Astina shared the story. After a long and bitter war, the elder twin became king, while the younger was exiled to a distant eastern tower. The victorious brother kept one cup as the royal symbol, while the second was hidden away to erase the loser's legacy. Then, Astina offered the relic to the Emperor, saying she couldn't allow scandalous rumors to damage Prince Primo's reputation. The Emperor, visibly touched, praised her loyalty, and told her to name any reward. Isis, watching silently, braced herself. Surely Astina would request land, a title, or some political leverage. To the princess's astonishment, Astina simply asked for a book, a rare manuscript she'd been eager to read. The request caught everyone off guard, especially Isis, who could barely mask her disbelief. The emperor laughed and agreed immediately, promising she'd receive the book before the upcoming hunting competition. With that, he departed, looking genuinely amused by the strange but charming request. As Astina and Jessie made their way toward the exit, a voice suddenly called out. She admitted that Astina was truly remarkable. Her intellect rivaled the Empire's best scholars, and she couldn't help but be impressed. Astina, unfazed, looked the princess in the eye and pointed out that what she returned today wasn't the heir's cup. That set off alarms. Had Astina just confessed to deceiving the emperor? Calmly, Astina clarified. This cup wasn't just a copy. It was part of the original royal set. But only one of them ever became a symbol of power. After the war, the cup of the losing prince was hidden in the royal vaults, forgotten by history. The one she brought today was that cup, the loser's. Now, she added slyly, it had landed in the right hands. And with a knowing smile, she hinted that the original successor's cup had already found its real owner. Isis, sharp as ever, understood the implication. Astina suspected her. As the Archduchess curtsied and bid farewell, Jessie caught up and whispered if they had just handed over the loser's cup. Astina smiled. These days, its meaning didn't matter. Generations had changed, and with it, so had symbols. Jessie still couldn't wrap her head around why her master had told Isis so much, but Astina's answer was simple. It was more important that Isis found the real cup herself. Jessie blinked. So someone had done something worse than she had? And then it clicked. Astina, with a quiet, victorious grin, confirmed it. It was Isis who had hidden the real heir's cup all along. Back at the estate, Theo raised his hands in surrender. It was clear. He was no match for his unpredictable wife. With a weary but curious look, he asked if she'd really gone to visit Prince Benjamin. Astina, unfazed, admitted that she had. No secrets there. Still confused, Theo reminded her that she'd always criticized Prince Primo's behavior. In mock horror, Astina played the part of a loyal citizen who would never dare speak ill of a royal. Of course, she could barely keep a straight face. Theo, unconvinced, shook his head. He knew his wife too well to believe she'd stay quiet if it didn't suit her. Astina, with a mischievous glint, teased him. What if she decided to humiliate Prince Primo? What if she publicly shamed or mocked him? But Theo found the idea rather amusing. She asked if he wanted someone else to take Primo's place as successor. He shrugged. Who knew? Either way, it'd be a headache for the Empire. Astina then hinted that there was someone just as qualified, someone who could replace Primo under the same conditions. Sitting beside her, Theo admitted that Isis might be the Empress's daughter, but she was still under Primo's thumb. It wasn't a secret. Everyone knew Isis was brilliant, but she wasn't exactly independent. Suddenly, Astina interrupted with a more pressing question. Just how much of Theo's power could she borrow? He looked at her warmly. Even if she was only meant to stay temporarily, she had already become the true mistress of Atalanta. And if things went as he hoped, she'd remain there, fully and forever. Whatever she wished for, planned or dreamed of, he'd make it hers. Her happiness, after all, would be his as well. Just then, a knock came at the door. A servant informed Astina that the book she had requested from the emperor had arrived. Astina jumped up from her sit, saying she'd see him later that evening. As she walked briskly down the hall, she muttered under her breath, still annoyed that she hadn't come up with a proper response to her husband. After a few minutes, Astina was handed the long-anticipated item. The book bore a title, written in an ancient, extinct language, its meaning translated to just one word: King. Suddenly, memories flooded back. Astina remembered the night she'd been trapped with Waldo. He had scribbled something endlessly in his diary. Now, holding it herself, Astina realized she'd found that exact piece. As she flipped through the pages, her mood rapidly soured. At first glance, the text looked like a confusing mess of gibberish. But she recognized the encryption method, an old technique used to hide military secrets. And as she read further, she stumbled upon a detailed account of that humiliating night with Waldo. Fury boiled inside her. Just as she suspected, this wasn't a gift. It was a trap. A full archive of her worst memory, disguised as a scholarly treasure. Clenching it, Astina was filled with both anger and relief. Thank the stars she had gotten to it first. If anyone else in the academic world had decoded these written words, her shame would have gone public in the worst possible way. She was still trembling when a knock sounded again. A maid entered with tea and paused, clearly alarmed by Astina's pale face and shaking hands. Astina quickly assured her she was fine. Then, with a deep breath, she made a request. Have the table in her bedroom set with alcohol tonight. After all, she said dryly, it was time to celebrate receiving such a thoughtful gift from the Emperor. Theo ran a hand through his newly dyed black hair, staring at his reflection with a mix of hope and anxiety. Checking himself one last time in the mirror, Theo wondered if Astina would like this new look. He certainly hoped so. Oliver, ever the loyal aide, asked what time he planned to return. Theo promised he'd be home before midnight. His wife had asked to meet that evening, and he had no intention of missing it. Afterwards, the Archduke entrance at the high-end salon caused a stir. People gasped and complimented the new dark hair. One man even boldly predicted this would spark a new trend. Another, however, claimed the Archduke now looked eerily like King Theodore, the last ruler of a fallen kingdom. Theo found that comparison less than flattering. With a half-hearted laugh, he muttered that he'd prefer to pretend this conversation never happened. Later that night, Theo returned home with a quiet sense of anticipation. He checked with Oliver. Flowers, music, everything was in place. Now all he wanted was to see his wife. But as he stepped into the bedroom, his romantic plan crumbled instantly. The room was a mess. The table had been wrecked, wine bottles were everywhere. And Astina? She was confidently striding along the balcony railing like it was a performance act. His heart leapt in panic. Shouting her name, Theo ran toward her, afraid she'd fall. When she turned around, she looked utterly stunned to see him standing there. Then she grinned and stumbled into his arms. Yes, she was absolutely drunk, and very, very affectionate. Throwing her arms around his neck, she called him a fool, but in the same breath, she called him her king. Theo froze. That one word sent his heart into full chaos. Maybe this was the dream. She kissed him, passionate and bold. Then she pulled away and tilted her head, as if she was trying to figure out whether he was real. Theo, stunned and flustered, scooped her up and carried her inside. He laid her gently on the bed, determined to stay composed despite the complete emotional ambush he just received. But Astina wasn't done. She tugged at him to stay, asking him to lean down just a little more. His name slipped from her lips in that soft and sweetest tone. My Theo. What happened next made Theo's soul briefly leave his body. She bit his ear. Yep. The Archduke of composure and restraint flailed backward like a startled cat, completely red-faced and utterly baffled. He sputtered something that sounded like, "What the hell just happened?" but got no answer. Instead, she grabbed him and, because of course she did, threw him onto the bed like she was the protagonist of her own hot romance scene. Now pinned and flustered, Theo flailed, waving his arms like that would somehow slow her down. He begged her to stop, to give him a second, to maybe think this through for at least half a minute. In a moment of panic-flavored logic, he scrambled for a robe and covered her up. Astina looked at him, completely unfazed. In her drunken mind, everything felt perfectly normal. So she asked, "What exactly is wrong with this? Isn't it just a normal thing to do?" But Theo, oh poor Theo. He was trying to be noble. He begged himself to get a grip because this wasn't the way he wanted their first night to happen. And just when he thought he might stand his ground, she looked him dead in the eyes and said it. I love you. It was the first time she'd ever said it. And Theo? He crumbled. All that restraint, all that effort to stay proper, it vanished. He reached up and stroked her face with a tenderness that only someone deeply, madly in love could give. He whispered back that he loved her more, so much more. That night felt like a dream. But dreams, as sweet as they are, often come with a trace of cruelty. A memory from Astina's first life resurfaced. Martina had once marched into King Theodore's office with unshakable resolve and confessed that she loved him. He promptly choked on his tea, stunned. She repeated it. This wasn't a vassal's loyalty. It was real. Realizing she'd cornered him, she tried to leave to spare them both the awkwardness. But he stepped in, blocking the door, and asked what, exactly, she loved about him. She couldn't name it, only that she'd been wrong before, and nothing else mattered now. He caught her hands, half grinning, teasing that she was being shameless and he couldn't tolerate it. Then he sobered, asking if she was certain. She was. She knew the difference between sincerity and love. In a flustered blur, he blurted that he, for his part, wasn't the sort to confuse trust with lust. And then he proved it by pulling her close and kissing her, fierce and wordless. When he finally pulled back, embarrassed, he insisted it wasn't lechery. Just a foolish joke from a man who thought she needed someone to turn unrequited love into something real. Astina jolted awake from the vivid memory, as if waking from a sweet dream, only to be reminded of what had happened between her and Theo last night. And what else could you expect from her but to run, right? So when Theo stirred and reached for her later, he found only cool sheets. He was on his feet in seconds. He searched everywhere. A maid in the dining room reported she had just finished some work and moved on. At the training grounds, Arthur said she'd passed through and headed toward the back gardens. As Theo followed the trail, he admitted to himself that she was clearly avoiding him. Even so, the memory of last night, her touch, her words, still rang true. First order of business, find her and talk. With a wry smile, he realized he was sprinting around like the day they first met. Meanwhile, clarity hit Astina like a storm. She couldn't meet his eyes and pretend it had all been a mistake, because it hadn't, and she knew it. Lost in thought, she nearly collided with Oliver and another servant in the corridor. Oliver, alarmed, said the master had gone out at dawn to search for her and hadn't returned. She didn't wait to hear the rest. She spun on her heel and ran. Astina panicked, shouting for Theo in fear that he might have turned into a wolf again. But a calm voice behind her made her flinch. She spun around, only to find her very human husband, his hair now a deep, striking black. Theo casually explained that after hearing she liked dark hair, he decided to give it a try, just to see her reaction. And judging by the stunned look on her face, it worked a little too well. Astina grabbed his hand, insisting they go inside in case his transformation started again, but Theo stopped her. Looking into her eyes, he asked something more pressing. Had she been avoiding him all day? On purpose? He wondered if she now hated him, thought he was too clumsy, or regretted what had happened between them. Astina's heart sank. She couldn't lie. She admitted it felt like a mistake. But then his next question stopped her cold. Was her love confession also a mistake? When she didn't answer right away, Theo let go of her hand, apologizing for the awkwardness and blaming the alcohol. Still, he admitted that even if they had been drunk, his feelings had been real. He was happy and sincere. He told her he loved her, plainly, openly, and that he could probably say it 1,000 times more and still not get tired of it. Astina, looking down, quietly asked how much she meant to him. She knew how deeply he valued the people he led, so she wondered, would he give them up for her if she ever asked? That wasn't a simple question, and Theo didn't give a simple answer. He admitted he wasn't sure why he held on to his people so tightly. Maybe it was a way to compensate for the love he never received, a way to give meaning to his existence. In fact, when he thought about it, all those sacrifices he'd made for them felt more like parting gifts, like he'd been preparing to disappear from the world with grace. But then she showed up. Extending his hand, Theo asked if she'd like to take a walk with him. He'd like to tell her one of those boring childhood stories even he barely remembered. Because once upon a time, everyone thought he was going to die. Especially after his parents' deaths. The rumors only grew louder. So he figured if death was inevitable, he might as well be remembered as someone noble. But even that selfless version of him had been sabotaged by his own stubborn will to live. And Astina was the one person who told him it was okay to want to keep going. She reminded him that if something truly mattered, he should ask for it, even if it meant being selfish. So, standing there, Theo said it. He was going to choose her. Astina still couldn't meet his gaze, but murmured that maybe, if she could just learn to love him, she might finally find happiness too. Hearing that, Theo gently took her hand, saying they had time. There was no need to rush. He'd move at her pace, slow and steady, and love her more with every step. That was a promise. Astina looked at him then, asking if he could really wait, even if it took a lifetime for her to feel the same way. Theo didn't even hesitate. He said he'd wait as long as it took, and whatever pain came from loving her, he'd take it willingly, because it was her pain, and because she had saved him. For once, the normally composed Archduchess balled her fist, then admitted something she hadn't yet dared to say aloud. She really liked him too. That was all Theo needed. Without warning, he swept her into his arms. clearly not expecting that kind of answer but thrilled by it. He laughed, holding her tightly, and repeated his love for her like it was the only language he knew. And finally, Astina felt it. Maybe this was her chance to rewrite her own story, to reclaim something she'd once lost. She leaned in, held him close, and promised she'd learn to love him. And then, like a switch flipped, she abruptly pulled back and started feeling his arms and chest. Startled, Theo blinked in confusion. Astina, clearly conducting an inspection, asked when exactly he had woken up today. Apparently it was sometime around noon. That got her thinking. He hadn't turned into a beast at dawn. Not yesterday, not today. So if it wasn't the kiss, then maybe their first nightly steamy training from last night had disrupted the curse. She looked at him with wide eyes, piecing it together. And Theo, now catching on, asked if she was seriously suggesting that that was the cure. Let's just say, neither of them had any objections to experimenting a bit more. Isis's earliest memories were far from warm and fuzzy. Her childhood was spent in a gilded cage, locked away and drilled in all things befitting a proper princess. One day, while walking through the palace garden, she spotted her younger sister Beth, strolling alone. No servants, no attendants. That in itself was strange. Isis could only scoff. In her mind, nothing in this suffocating palace would ever change. Back in class, Isis's teacher noted, not for the first time, that Prince Primo was late. Again. Isis, with all the grace of an exasperated genius, muttered that if her brother was going to be stupid, the least he could do was try harder. Her tutor chuckled and said that it wasn't the prince who was dull. It was Isis who was simply too sharp for her own good. Fair enough. Still, Isis wasn't amused. She remarked dryly that if someone like Primo ever became emperor, the nation might as well start preparing for its funeral. Then came an unexpected interruption. Beth peeked shyly through the door. Isis, in no mood for family bonding, snapped at her to leave. But Beth just blinked, confused, asking why she wasn't allowed to be near her own sister. That struck a nerve. Isis coldly responded that if Beth was dumb enough to think they were real sisters, then all her studying would be for nothing. The tutor gently pointed out that Beth only ever appeared when Primo wasn't around. Isis confirmed that, if she hadn't, she'd probably be dead by now. Then, the teacher reminded Isis that she had an exceptional presence. But she also warned her never to let that be seen. Not by strangers, and not even by her own mother. It was only by dimming her light that Isis would survive. Years passed, and blood spilled across the palace floor. Empress Isabel had begun purging anyone who even remotely threatened her son's future. People whispered about Beth's younger brother, once hailed a prodigy, who had vanished without a trace. Everyone had their theories. One day, while walking the palace corridors, Isis noticed Beth in the courtyard. From then on, she found herself secretly watching her sister more and more, just to confirm she was still alive. It became a quiet comfort. Eventually, Isis reached her breaking point. She grabbed Beth by the wrist and demanded to know what she was doing there. Beth, cool as ever, said she was simply taking a walk. That only made Isis more frustrated. She asked what time Beth usually snuck out of her room, how often, and how long she stayed out. Beth, as if discussing the weather, explained that it took exactly 20 laps from the garden to the back courtyard for the sun to go down. That's how she passed the time. And just like that, Isis ordered her to come with her. Soon the two were sitting in Isis's private chambers, sipping tea, an unthinkable scene just a few years prior. Beth, still confused, asked why she was even allowed here. Isis explained that the foundation of their status was the same. In this palace, there were people who could rule, and people who could be discarded. Then Isis posed a cryptic question. Did Beth know why they could now share tea together? Because just like her, Beth had been abandoned, left behind, and that truth had set them free, together. Beth laughed, not bitterly but with real understanding. She already knew. As their quiet meetings continued, more eyes began noticing Beth. Isis felt torn. She was thankful for her sister's gentle presence, and terrified of what it might cost. But she couldn't stop. Those days together were the most peaceful she had ever known. Of course, peace doesn't last long in a palace built on bloodlines and backstabbing. One day, Prince Primo ran into Beth in the hallway. He gave her a look like he was trying to match a familiar face with a half-forgotten memory. Once he realized who she was, he shrugged and casually said that with so many royal siblings scattered around, it was impossible to keep track. In fact, he added, it wouldn't be surprising if a few of them were fakes. Before things could spiral, Isis stepped in. She saw exactly what Primo was doing, and didn't hesitate. She snatched his wrist and told him to stop. Primo, annoyed, claimed he was just trying to play with his little sister, and didn't see why Isis was interfering. But Isis wasn't backing down. She made it clear. His words weren't just a jab at Beth. They were an insult to the dignity of the entire imperial family. She even wondered aloud, how could someone like Primo, born with such noble blood, be so fundamentally lacking in nobility? His answer? A slap. She called him a fool, incapable of mastering even his emotions. So he threw her to the floor through another hard slap. Fuming, Primo leaned in, practically growling that it would be easier to snap her neck than tolerate her defiance. It was only when a servant warned that far too many people were watching that Primo pulled back. But not before declaring that Isis should be locked away. Anyone who dared feed her would be punished severely. One brave maid hesitated, asking what would happen if something went wrong. Primo didn't even blink. "Let it," he said, eyes full of venom as he looked at both sisters. The next day, Isis sat alone in her room, nursing more than bruises. Then, soft knocks at the door. When she opened it, she was stunned to find Beth sitting calmly outside the rain. Panicked, Isis pulled her inside. Beth reassured her. No one saw her. She'd learned the guard's schedule from all her little walks. Isis told her to leave, fearing Primo's wrath, but Beth only smiled and handed over a small bundle. Inside were warm, freshly baked buns. Isis protested. Beth couldn't keep doing this. It would only stoke Primo's anger again, and they had barely survived the first time. But Beth, tears welling up, gently pressed her palm to her sister's cheek and whispered that it was her fault Isis was in pain at all. After the punishment was lifted, Isis fell ill. But those days weren't lonely. Beth came every day to care for her. One afternoon, while watching her sister, Isis thought how beautiful she looked. She hoped Beth would someday meet someone kind and build a life beyond the palace walls. Beth only smiled and said she'd always be happy, as long as she could stay by Isis's side. If only Isis had known how false that hope was. Before autumn ended, Beth was gone. No, worse. She was murdered. Her lifeless body lay pierced by an arrow. Isis stood frozen in horror, and nearby, Primo smiled cruelly, saying that if he wanted, he could destroy everything Isis held dear. Sometime later, she visited her brother. She fell to her knees, lowered her head, and kissed his foot. She apologized for her arrogance, promised she'd never defy him again. She played the role of a broken sister, because survival now meant pretending. And Primo? He watched her grovel with twisted satisfaction, finally convinced she had come to her senses. Isis vowed to survive for Beth, and one day, make sure Primo paid for every drop of blood he spilled. Isis flinched slightly at the sound of her name, but quickly masked it behind irritation. She looked at Benjamin and was once again struck by how much he resembled their late sister Beth. With a pointed tone, she snapped that he should be grateful. If not for her sisterly restraint, she would have already had him dragged away. Benjamin blinked in confusion, unsure what she meant. She tapped a stack of documents and asked if he really thought she didn't know where to dig up information about him. Hearing Astina's name made him tense. Noticing he referred to her by first name, Isis quickly realized their relationship had been personal. Benjamin, annoyed, asked why Isis was even bringing up Astina. In response, she flung the papers at him and accused him of leaking their secret plans. Benjamin stood his ground, insisting he'd told Astina nothing. He didn't even know about the twin cups. But Isis wasn't convinced. She interrogated him, asking how long he planned to keep pretending. When he demanded to know what Astina had told her, Isis suddenly faltered. Looking into her brother's eyes, she realized he was telling the truth. Astina had uncovered everything herself. Still, Isis didn't let on. Instead, she warned Benjamin not to lie to her and reminded him she wasn't asking for permission, only stating a fact. Benjamin, now fully suspicious of her intentions, vowed that he wouldn't let her use the Archduchess so easily. Then, he stormed out. Left alone, Isis sighed and quietly made plans to send someone to Atalanta. Time was no longer on her side. Meanwhile, Theo helped Astina prepare for her trip. He asked if she'd be fine traveling alone, but she assured him with a smile that she'd return soon. Settling into the carriage, she reflected on everything. from the circulating rumors about the heir's cup to yesterday's tense conversation with Theo. If she wanted a peaceful future with her husband, there were loose ends to tie. Later, she met again with Isis, who acknowledged that thanks to Astina's clever moves, all talk surrounding the golden cup had been silenced. When Isis expressed surprise over why Astina had shared such explosive information with her, the Archduchess smiled knowingly. She said she'd recognized that hunger in the princess's eyes, the look of someone with a fire in her gut, craving more than anyone suspected. Astina pointed out the irony of Isis trying to control Benjamin when the real power play had already begun. Isis stiffened and asked if they now wanted the same thing. The Archduchess simply replied that she didn't know. But perhaps it was time for the princess to create her own answer. It was clear that the House of Atalanta, the one Primo couldn't bring to heel, was no pushover. Isis admitted Astina had once had a choice, up until the moment she admitted to knowing the princess's plans. From then on, she'd been all in. Astina mused that no one could truly say whether Isis would rise to become Empress or remain stuck in a dream. Isis, in turn, insisted that just surviving in the palace was proof enough of her strength. After all, she'd outlived all her siblings. But Astina was taken aback by the casual way Isis bragged about it. How could someone with such disregard for life rule a nation? Isis fired back by bringing up the legendary Empress Martina, who had slaughtered countless lives in her conquest, only to be revered as a heroine. Astina reminded her that Martina gave up the throne in the end, for someone who ruled differently. So would Isis offer that same throne to Primo, a man who killed without conscience? Of course not. And Isis knew it. She admitted that the burden of such decisions would always haunt her. The nobles might worship Primo's brutality, but she knew better. Astina leaned in and asked, half mocking, what they even called a man whose violence no one dared to question. Isis laughed, loud and sharp. She'd heard so much about the Archduchess, but now she was convinced Astina was more than just a noble woman. She invited her to help build a second Martina, a reign of fearlessness and strategy. At first, Astina had joined forces with Isis just to spite Primo, but now she genuinely found the princess fascinating. When asked for her final answer, Astina declared that the princess's ambition was more than enough to deserve the real successor's cup. She had already come clean with her husband, so Isis didn't have to worry about her allegiance. The princess let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. She had been terrified Astina was playing her, but hearing her sincerity, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Isis hoped the upcoming banquet would be just as entertaining. After all, they'd be celebrating the woman who restored honor to the imperial palace. The heir's cup would be handed to Primo, in name. Isis admitted she hoped that gesture would win her brother's trust. Now, thanks to Astina, the situation was finally in her favor. But Astina corrected her. The victorious cup had always been meant for Isis. She just needed someone bold enough to remind her of it. In the hallway, Benjamin caught up with Astina and demanded to know what she had discussed with Isis. With a calm smile, she told him she simply gave the answer everyone expected. That only made him more alarmed. Was she seriously siding with Isis? And what was she even getting out of this? Astina answered vaguely, hinting that he wouldn't understand even if she explained. She then added, almost teasingly, that she had always dreamed of becoming the ruler's friend. And maybe, someday, she'd borrow a bit of her power. Her tone was playful, but her gaze was firm. Isis had to become Empress. That was her decision. On the day of the imperial hunting competition, the Marchioness caught up to Astina and invited her to join her group. Noticing the Archduke's absence, Antharine asked why he hadn't come. Astina explained casually that her husband was a bit under the weather. Though, in truth, they had just spent the night together and were currently testing whether their little experiment could keep Theo from transforming. Since the results weren't certain, Astina had gone alone. But his way of pleading for her kiss before she left was kinda cute. Poor guy had to restrain himself once again. The Marchioness only chuckled, saying the Archduke's absence made her feel even more relaxed. During the hunt, even the experienced nobles were impressed with Astina's skills. She explained that she'd often hunted back at the academy with friends, then turned the conversation to why the Marchioness didn't attend the academy. Antharine replied wryly that the academy didn't allow women in its combat program. Just then, a sudden noise snapped them both to attention. Astina instinctively pushed the Marchioness to the ground. An arrow embedded itself in the tree behind them, exactly where Antharine had just stood. They looked at each other in silent realization. Someone was trying to kill them. More arrows rained down, forcing them to scatter. The Marchioness fired back, but before she could release another shot, an assassin charged her. She braced herself, but Astina stepped in, swords drawn, easily deflecting the attacker's blows. Amid the chaos, another arrow hit Anthorine's leg. Astina rushed to her side, but the Marchioness brushed it off, saying it was just a graze. Still, she couldn't help muttering that she hadn't made any enemies, at least not many. When pressed, she reluctantly admitted there was one name that came to mind: Edwin. Astina was surprised. Edwin didn't seem the murderous type. But Anthorine pointed out that he was the only one who stood to gain from her death. She sighed and explained that she had inherited her position only because her brother had willingly stepped down. And if Edwin wanted it back, well, she would have no choice. Astina was about to say something, but she stopped when she looked up, only to realize the wounded mercenary had already vanished. A little while later, Isis burst into the tent, clearly worried. Astina reassured her that she was fine, but the Marchioness had been wounded more severely. Taking charge, Isis promised to care for the Marchioness herself and insisted that Astina return to the estate immediately. Before she left, Astina made one final request: to be informed the moment the culprits were caught. Back at the estate, Theo couldn't help but grumble that he was gone for just a little while, and yet somehow, his wife had managed to get herself injured. Astina waved it off, pointing out that the Marchioness had it far worse. She also shared that Anthorine suspected her own brother of orchestrating the attack. Theo blinked. He remembered meeting the man at the inn, but he didn't exactly scream dangerous assassin. Astina agreed. Then, as she flipped her hair off her shoulder, Theo continued applying ointment to her barely there wound. But it tickled her. So, she cheekily licked his finger and remarked that it tasted bitter. Theo blushed hard and hid his face, muttering that Astina was being cruel to him. Astina, of course, thoroughly enjoyed teasing her adorable husband. Changing the subject, Astina glanced at her husband's hair. The dark dye had washed out, revealing the familiar silver beneath. Theo offered, a bit sheepishly, to dye it again if she preferred it. But Astina leaned closer, smiled, and said she'd just learned to love silver more. That tender moment quickly escalated into a passionate kiss, until Theo pulled back, awkwardly reminding her that they were still supposed to be testing the nighttime transformation effect. Astina, however, had other plans. With a bold grin, she pushed her husband onto the bed and cheekily declared that their experiment was already in progress, and maybe it should never end. After all, if staying close kept the curse at bay, why not make it a routine? The next day, Astina woke up late. She'd missed her morning workout. But as she glanced at her peacefully sleeping husband, she decided that this slower pace wasn't so bad after all. Last night had surprised her. She'd always assumed Theo was a shy, reserved man who needed careful handling, but clearly she had underestimated him. Suddenly, Theo pulled her into a tight embrace. He mumbled that nothing made him happier than falling asleep and waking up beside her. She sat up with a wince, her body still a bit unaccustomed to such intensity, and shot him a suspicious look. Wasn't he supposed to be inexperienced? Theo blushed, admitting that during her outing he may have studied a few books, just for educational purposes. Confused, Astina pointed out that reading books was different from real life, which prompted Theo to remind her that it wasn't their first time after all. Back then, they had done it several times too. So yeah, last night, he knew what to do. She stared in disbelief, admitting to herself that she didn't remember their first night at all. Anyway, Astina tried to tease him more. She suggested they take a bath together, adding that he didn't have to agree if he didn't want to. Theo, now thoroughly flustered, couldn't seem to form a proper answer, but of course, he shyly admitted he did want to. Astina softly laughed at his reaction as he quickly corrected himself, saying he'd call a maid right away to help them prepare for the bath. After some time, a knock interrupted their moment. A maid entered, announcing a message from Marchioness Tristan, who planned to visit that afternoon. When asked if a reason was given, the maid replied that it was purely a friendly call. Would Theo really be okay with Astina leaving him alone to entertain the Marchioness after such a productive night? Maybe, or maybe not. Later that day, Anthorine greeted Astina properly, and she returned it with a calm, polished smile, as always. However, the maids were sneaking glances from behind Astina, pretending to stay bowing while obviously watching. After all, A Tristan stepping into Atalanta territory wasn't exactly an everyday sight. As they walked, Astina asked about Antharine's injured leg, and the Marchioness brushed it off in a composed way. The wound wasn't deep, just painful. She had to chew on pain-relieving herbs every few hours, which already sounded miserable enough. But other than that, she was fine. The topic quickly shifted. Astina asked if she had contacted her brother. Antharine didn't dodge the question. She said her suspicions about Edwin weren't confirmed yet, so she hadn't reached out. That led straight into the next question: investigation. Astina's sharp thinking didn't go unnoticed. Antharine actually admired it, and admitted she had already looked into Edwin quietly. She couldn't drag the imperial family into a scandal inside her own house, so she handled it privately. Then Astina suggested contacting her brother in secret. Antharine immediately made it clear that accusing someone without certainty wasn't right. But if she let her brother unchecked, it would only give Edwin time to disappear. Right then, the sound of clashing swords cut through the air. Antharine turned toward the noise and asked to inspect the training grounds. When they arrived and saw Arthur and Jessie training, her interest sparked immediately. She looked at them curiously and asked if they were trainees. That moment triggered Astina's internal alarm system. Arthur and Antharine were not a good mix. History, grudges, and old conflicts were just waiting to explode. So Astina stepped in smoothly, explaining that the knight training them was her personal knight before, and the two were his students. She added that they were still inexperienced, and gently suggested that Antharine might prefer watching the more seasoned knights instead. But Antharine wasn't moving. She made it clear that polished skill didn't impress her as much as raw talent. Discipline could be taught, potential couldn't. And what she was seeing had her full attention. Then she dropped the offer. She suggested that Astina let Arthur and Jessie take the knight's exam while they were still in the capital. Astina tried to decline, saying they weren't ready. So Antharine adjusted her aim. Her gaze locked onto Jessie. Instead of the exam, she proposed personal training inside the Tristan family manor. She pointed out something uncomfortable but true. Jessie's current training partners had limits, and staying in a closed environment could create bad habits. The Tristan family, on the other hand, had experienced female knights who were strict, skilled, and more than willing to train someone new properly. The advantage was obvious. Astina didn't reject the idea, but she didn't accept it either. She said she would discuss it with Jessie first. Inside, she knew the truth. She had brought Jessie to the manor and had entrusted her to Hyzin. But objectively speaking, it wasn't the best possible training ground for Jessie's real growth. Antharine didn't push. She simply said that if Astina ever needed help, she would give it. Eventually, Astina called Jessie over. She didn't decide for her, but simply opened the door and let the choice belong to the girl herself. Because sometimes the right thing to do is not hold someone close, but let them move forward. A few minutes later, Astina sat quietly, lost in thought. Her mind kept circling back to the same question. Was the House of Atalanta really the right place for Jessie to grow? The offer from the Marchioness had come out of nowhere, and Jessie herself was still overwhelmed by it. The girl had barely been able to process it earlier, let alone give an answer. Astina didn't pressure her. She spoke gently, telling Jessie to take her time and think carefully. She reminded her that this was a rare opportunity, not something that appeared every day. And even Astina knew from experience that loyalty alone could sometimes hold someone back instead of helping them move forward. Her thoughts were interrupted when the coachman announced their arrival at the imperial palace. Inside her office, Princess Isis had not expected Astina to personally request a meeting. The surprise was obvious, but she kept her composure. There were many things they could have talked about, but Astina went straight to the point. She brought up the series of incidents that happened during the hunting competition and explained that those events were the reason she had come. Then she looked Isis directly in the eyes and asked about her motive. At first, the princess looked genuinely confused. So Astina clarified. She told her she was talking about Marchioness Antharine Tristan. That changed everything. The princess tapped her finger slowly against the table, her expression shifting into something thoughtful and calculating. She asked how Astina had figured it out. Astina answered that she had only guessed. That answer alone earned Isis's respect. She even admitted it was her loss for underestimating her. With Atalanta backing her and the Tristan family standing as enemies, Isis openly revealed her intention. She had planned to remove a possible threat, someone who might side with Prince Primo in the future. Astina stared at her and asked directly if that was why assassins had been sent after Antherine during the hunt. The princess didn't deny it. She only said that if murder had truly been her goal, she would have sent far more assassins than that. Then she explained her plan in full. All suspicion would naturally fall on Antharine's older brother. The Tristan family would turn inward, consumed by distrust and internal conflict. Antharine would be too busy searching for a traitor within her own house to interfere with political matters. The real goal had never been death. It had been chaos. She also admitted that she hadn't expected Astina to be connected to Antharine, let alone to save her that day. Astina understood the logic behind the plan, but she felt no gratitude toward it. She knew exactly what Isis had tried to do, eliminate a potential rival before they could grow. Seeing the troubled look on Astina's face, the princess asked if she understood her reasoning. Astina answered without hesitation, and declared that Marchioness Tristan would never side with Prince Primo. Isis studied her carefully and asked how she could be so sure. Astina replied that if Antharine ever spoke to Primo privately even once, she would withdraw her support immediately. The reason was simple. Antharine was a devoted follower of Empress Martina. She added just enough emphasis to make her point impossible to ignore, and it worked. Even the princess had to admit, at least to herself, that her brother had a talent for saying the wrong thing at the worst possible time. If anyone could destroy his own image in a single conversation, it was him. Astina then made her request. She asked the princess to refrain from harming the Marchioness again. However, the princess challenged her, questioning whether Astina could truly swear that Tristan would never become an obstacle in the future. Astina answered with confidence. She said Antharine would not only avoid becoming an enemy, but would likely become a dependable ally, because she intended to turn her into one. The words sounded impossible, and yet they were strangely convincing. Isis stared at her for a moment, before finally agreeing. If Astina's claim proved true, she would allow her to handle matters with the Marchioness personally, as long as Antharine never became Primo's pawn. As Astina stood to leave, the princess commented that the Archduchess clearly wanted to criticize her. Then she gave her one final advice. A woman who stays just will never get what she wants. Astina didn't argue. She simply said she would remember those words before leaving. A few days later, Astina found herself drowning in frustration. Nothing was lining up the way it should. The Marchioness was too busy to meet her. The princess kept pressing her to prove her claim, and she was stuck trying to figure out how to bring two powerful women into the same room without starting a political disaster. As if that wasn't enough, another problem decided to join the pile. Henry, the captain of the Knights, openly opposed her plan to let Jessie take the Knight's exam. He said Jessie wasn't even an official trainee, yet Astina was trying to push her into an exam meant for trained members of House Atalanta. Astina sighed. At that moment, it felt like even her own house was working against her. He continued, explaining that only the best trainees had been selected for the upcoming exam. Some had trained for years just to earn a chance, and now the ones who were excluded because of Jessie were feeling discouraged and bitter. She stared at him and asked why Jessie should waste a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity just because others were jealous. Henry argued back, saying it wasn't jealousy, but fairness. According to him, the other trainees had worked too hard for too long, and her decision wasn't reasonable. Astina touched her forehead, clearly losing patience, and reminded him of his own words from the past. When she had asked him to let Jessie join the Knights as a squire, he had said that House Atalanta had a long and strict tradition, and that rules could not be broken even for her. Jessie was not part of their knight order, and that was the reason he refused. She made her point clear. She had accepted that decision out of respect for him, so now she asked him directly. What right did he have to decide whether Jessie could take the exam? He had refused to let Jessie join the Knights because she lacked qualifications, so Astina planned to let her earn those through the exam. But now he was rejecting that as well. She asked him plainly if Jessie's background was the real issue. Henry insisted that it wasn't only her status. He said Jessie simply wasn't prepared and had only recently started learning swordsmanship. Astina immediately seized on that point and asked how long Jessie would need to train. 1 year, 5 years, or perhaps 10 years. But Henry stayed silent. Astina took that silence as his answer. She told him directly that the real problem was not Jessie's skill, but the fact that she was a commoner woman. He simply did not want someone like her inside House Atalenta's night order. Henry still refused to change his stance, so Estina ended the conversation. She said she would pretend it never happened and dismissed him. Before leaving, Henry warned her that if rumors spread about special treatment for Jessie, the reputation and authority of the Knights would be damaged. As she watched him walk away, Estina realized something simple and bitter. He still didn't understand what he should actually be ashamed of. Not far away, Jessie was dealing with a problem of her own. Several trainees surrounded her, blocking her path and pressing her against a wall. She stayed calm and asked them to move aside. One of them poked her forehead and demanded to know if she understood how many hours they had trained like dogs just to qualify for the exam. That was when Jessie finally understood why the bullying had gotten worse lately, even though she still didn't know who had started the rumors. One trainee shoved her and sneered that they would die of shame if they had to take the exam alongside her. Another mocked her, saying the archduchy meant nothing to her, and that she was only there because Arthur favored her. Then he added something cruel. He said the person who laughed at her the most behind her back was Arthur himself. Another one joined in, claiming Arthur had said Jessie was acting out and didn't know her place. Jessie didn't want to believe it without proof, but she couldn't ignore the possibility either. Arthur was rude, arrogant, and careless with his words. He also knew about her plan to take the knight's exam. When they added that Arthur had been the one who told them about the exam, and had hoped Jessie would refuse it for the sake of Atalenta's reputation, doubt slowly settled into her chest. She couldn't understand why he would say those things. She truly believed their relationship had been getting better lately. She stayed silent and endured their taunts until one of them demanded to know if she planned to ignore them completely. Then a voice rang out behind them, asking what they thought they were doing. The trainees turned around and went pale when they saw Arthur standing there. Before Arthur could say anything, Jessie ran past him at full speed. Arthur stood there, stunned for a second, then demanded to know what they had done to her. Everyone denied doing anything to Jessie, but Arthur didn't buy it. Certain that Jessie wouldn't run off without a reason, he shouted that he'd deal with them later and immediately ran after her. After some time, he finally found her in the back garden, sitting alone on a bench. Still out of breath, he sat beside her and joked that he never imagined a girl could run that fast. That was a mistake. Jessie jumped up and shouted at him to stop. She accused him of always talking about what girls could and couldn't do, and yelled that it was obvious he didn't want her there because she was a woman. Arthur was completely confused. He asked if the trainees had said something to upset her. Seeing the tears in her eyes, he tried to explain that he only wanted to warn her that becoming a female knight would be extremely difficult. Jessie demanded that he admit the truth, that her presence annoyed him. Arthur grabbed her arm and insisted she was wrong, but she pulled away before he could finish. She told him coldly that there was no need to pretend it was all for her sake, and shouted for him to leave her alone. Then she said that maybe it would be better if she left altogether, because then everything would finally be resolved. Jessie eventually revealed that she had received an offer to train under Marchioness Tristan, and that Estina had left the final decision to her. As she brushed past him, she said that unlike him, Estina actually thought about what was best for her. She also added that he would probably feel much more comfortable once she was gone. Arthur stood there in shock, unable to respond, as Jessie walked away. Only after she had gone some distance did he finally shout after her that everything would work out for the best, and that if she truly wanted to leave, then maybe that was where she belonged. That night, Theo put out the candle and finally relaxed, turning toward his wife with a smile. He asked how her day had been, and Estina didn't even try to sugarcoat it. She told him it was the most exhausting day she had had since they arrived in the capital. Theo didn't ask questions. He leaned in and started kissing her, already deciding that stress relief was now officially his job. Perfect timing. A loud knock suddenly hit the door. Theo ignored it and continued doing his job. However, another knock soon followed. Estina sighed, already knowing this person wasn't leaving anytime soon. She lightly tapped Theo and told him to go deal with it, reminding him that he could come back to her right after. Theo, clearly annoyed, dragged himself toward the door, silently cursing whoever had the audacity to interrupt a married couple's bedroom in the middle of the night. When he opened it, he found Arthur standing there, looking like he had cried his entire emotional life away. Red eyes and a completely wrecked expression. Theo stared at him, then pointed out the time and asked if Arthur even knew what hour it was. Arthur awkwardly admitted it was 1 a.m, which only made Theo irritated. He asked why Arthur thought it was a good idea to knock on a married couple's bedroom door at that hour, and told him that if he understood his mistake, he was free to go back to his room. He tried to shut the door, but Arthur grabbed it. He rushed to say that it was urgent and begged Theo to at least hear him out. He studied his cousin's swollen eyes for a moment, sighed in defeat, and told him to talk quickly. Arthur explained that Jessie had suddenly gotten angry with him earlier that day and left. Theo responded dryly that he didn't know the details, but it was already obvious Arthur had done something wrong. Arthur protested, saying Jessie had been bullied by other trainees, but somehow she ended up angry at him instead. He admitted that he wanted to give her a chance to apologize for her mistake, but he didn't even know what to say to her. Theo didn't soften. He told Arthur bluntly that no matter the reason, he was still at fault. Then he gave simple advice. Think about what he did wrong, come back tomorrow and talk to her properly. With that, he shut the door. Theo stood there for a second, shaking his head and sighing, wondering how long his cousin planned to stay that immature. When he returned to Astina, he muttered that Arthur was living proof that men might all be devils by nature. That comment made Astina laugh. She wrapped her arms around him, kissed his forehead, and told him she would summon both Arthur and Jessie the next day to deal with the situation properly. She said she would talk to them separately, since it involved Jessie, and she couldn't ignore something like that. Theo joked that if Arthur caused too much trouble and refused to listen, she could just hit him. Astina immediately refused, promising she wouldn't hit Arthur, which only made Theo laugh even more. With the interruption gone and the problem temporarily parked for tomorrow, they went back to what they were doing before the knocking ever happened. The kissing resumed, and this time, there were no interruptions. When they finally pulled back, Theo admitted that he might actually be getting addicted to her kisses. He placed a gentle kiss on her forehead and told her how much he loved her. And as he looked at Astina, smiling sweet at him, he quietly wished for the day she would say those same words back to him. At the same time, Jessie was fast asleep when a strange knocking sound suddenly came from her window. Half asleep and already annoyed, she opened it, ready to scare off whoever was ruining her night, only to freeze when she saw Arthur standing below, waving at her like this was a normal, reasonable thing to do in the middle of the night. He asked if he had woken her up. Jessie just stared at him in disbelief, and reminded him that normal people were sleeping at this hour. Arthur casually admitted that he wasn't sleepy at all, and just assumed she would still be awake, because apparently, logic had already left the building. After sneaking downstairs, Jessie demanded to know what was so important that it required a dramatic visit. Then she noticed Arthur's red, swollen eyes and immediately softened. She asked if the Archduke had scolded him. Arthur admitted that he had been angry earlier, especially because Jessie had fought with the other trainees, but somehow ended up mad at him instead. Jessie asked if he really still didn't understand why she had been upset. Arthur awkwardly confessed that he didn't. He even admitted that he had gone to Theo for advice on how to reconcile with her. Jessie just stared at him. The fact that this proud, snooty young master had just used the word reconcile almost didn't feel real. Then Arthur admitted it directly. He said he wanted to reconcile, even though he still didn't fully understand what he had done wrong. Suddenly, he lowered his head and apologized, asking her not to leave. That only confused Jessie more. She asked why he was apologizing if he didn't even know what he was apologizing for. Then she dropped the question that made everything explode. She asked if he liked her. Arthur's face instantly turned bright red. He turned away so fast it looked like his soul tried to escape his body. And in that moment, Jessie realized her suspicions were right all along. She pointed out that he had been treating her differently lately, and had even tried to stop her from transferring to Marchioness Tristan's training. Still flustered, Arthur asked her to just tell him what he had done wrong so he could fix it. But Jessie coldly said that there was no point fixing anything if he didn't even understand the real problem. Swallowing his pride, Arthur admitted he didn't have the best manners and never had, but if she told him what he did wrong, he would genuinely try to change. Jessie finally said it out loud that no one couldn't solve her problem. All male commoners with the same status as her had already joined the knights, while female knights were treated like decorative guards for noble ladies. The only person who treated female knights like real knights was Marchioness Tristan. Arthur hesitantly tried to argue that women were physically disadvantaged in combat, which was why knight orders usually didn't accept them. However, Jessie reminded him that even he admitted she had talent. And if talent was what truly mattered, then why did Henry keep refusing to accept her? Then she asked him directly if he had spread the rumors about her taking the knight's exam. Arthur denied it instantly, shaking his head so hard it looked like he might knock himself out. He swore he didn't do it. Jessie told him she hadn't made it up. Those were the exact words spoken by the trainees who bullied her earlier. And even if he hadn't told them directly, he probably blurted it out in front of someone else. That's when Arthur remembered how loudly he had shouted when he first heard about the exam from Estina. So, he admitted he had a terrible temper and often acted recklessly, but he swore he would never intentionally do anything to hurt her. Jessie sighed and said she used to believe that being a knight and being friends with Arthur could exist together, but she had been wrong. Hearing this, Arthur apologized again. He admitted that he had often lashed out at her because of frustration and pride. He called himself a fool and confessed that he had refused to acknowledge her abilities. He claimed it was for her sake, but the truth was simpler. He didn't want to see her succeed at first. Then he said the part that actually mattered. Jessie was more talented than most of the men there. He was certain she would become a great swordsman someday. And at some point, his goal had changed. He stopped competing with her and started training her. He corrected her posture, sparred with her, and helped her because he genuinely wanted her to improve. Looking straight at her, Arthur said that if she planned to leave because of him, then she shouldn't. Jessie replied sharply that even if Arthur changed, it wouldn't change the opinion of the entire Knight Order. Arthur immediately followed her, promising that he would make sure those idiots would never dare mock her again. He took off his coat, draped it over her shoulders, and muttered that it was too cold for her to be standing outside and that she should go back to her room. As he walked away, Jessie watched his back in silence. She hadn't expected sincerity, and she definitely hadn't expected an apology like that. The next morning, the dining hall was loud, messy, and full of noise that Jessie really did not need. While trying to eat in peace, she overheard the same trainees who had bullied her before whispering loudly on purpose, making sure she could hear every word. They were talking about her argument with Mad Dog of Esteban, Arthur's nickname, saying she would probably end up begging to be kicked out soon. Now they were celebrating, convinced Jessie had gotten on Arthur's bad side, and that it was basically game over for her. They even started placing bets on when she would run away. Some said a month, others said a week, while Jessie sat there trying her best to just focus on her food and ignore them. She tried, she really did, but eventually she snapped. Jessie glared at them. Of course, the three idiots noticed. They immediately demanded to know why she was staring. When Jessie called them petty, they didn't back off. They moved closer, clearly looking for trouble. The biggest one even knocked her fork away just to interrupt her meal. That was it. Jessie stood up and shouted that instead of talking behind her back, they should fight her properly in a duel. She stormed out of the hall, and the trainees followed her, mocking her, saying that if her face ended up bloodied, it wouldn't be their fault. They were clearly underestimating her, just because she was a woman. Jessie scoffed and fired back that insulting a woman behind her back was just as embarrassing, asking how they could act tough and cowardly at the same time. That comment made one of them snap. He grabbed her by the collar, furious, shouting that she kept getting in their way. Jessie was fully ready to swing her fist straight into his smug face, when suddenly, a loud voice echoed through the area. Someone shouted that the Mad Dog had gone crazy and was trying to chop something off from the captain. He screamed for someone to call the Archduke immediately. Meanwhile, Arthur was standing over Henry, who was tied down, holding a dagger like he was in a very good mood. Casually pointing the blade at Henry, Arthur asked if the rumors were true, that people without a manhood were unfit to join the Knights of Atalanta. Then he added, in the most unhinged way possible, that if he cut Henry's off, would Henry still be qualified to stay captain? Henry, shaking with rage and fear, shouted at Arthur to untie him and speak like a man. He yelled that he had always treated Arthur like a brother. Arthur's answer was cold and simple. That was exactly why he was giving him a chance to apologize. No one dared to move. Some knights watched in horror. Others straight up looked away. Nobody wanted to be the hero in this situation. When Jessie rushed in with the others, she froze in shock at the sight of Arthur pressing the dagger closer to Henry's third leg and shouting for him to say it, to say that people without it could join the knights. Arthur smirked and added that if Henry refused, he would be the first one kicked out. Henry desperately tried to justify himself, shouting that a knight's duty was to protect ladies, and that was why he could not allow women to wield swords. Arthur immediately shot back, mocking him. If he respected the ladies so much, why had he treated Jessie the way he did? He knew she was being bullied, and he did nothing to stop it. Henry argued that respectable maidens should be treated with dignity, and that a girl holding a sword could not be called a lady. Arthur didn't hesitate. So she couldn't be treated like a lady because she held a sword, but she also couldn't join the knights because she was a lady. The logic collapsed in on itself. Henry demanded to know whose side Arthur was on, and why he was causing chaos for Jessie's sake. Arthur answered plainly. He admitted he had been stupid before, and he had repented for it. But Henry still had to face the consequences of his prejudice. Realizing Arthur wasn't backing down, Henry finally broke. He shouted that he would say whatever Arthur wanted. Arthur told him exactly what to repeat. From that day forward, women would be allowed to join the knights. After some very aggressive dagger encouragement, Henry repeated it out loud and in front of everyone. Then he added that Jessie would be allowed to take the examination, warning that it would be extremely grueling. Arthur congratulated him on his sudden enlightenment, and immediately bolted out like the chaos gremlin he truly was. The knights rushed to untie Henry, who instantly started yelling for Arthur to be captured. As Henry fixed his clothes and tried to regain his dignity, he looked up and froze. Jessie and the trainees were standing there, staring at him. Pressing a hand to his forehead, Henry sighed and admitted that he could not take back his words. Jessie would be allowed to take the knight's exam, and if she passed, she would be allowed to take the examination for House Atalenta's knightage. One trainee tried to protest, but Henry said it couldn't be helped. Then he noticed the three idiots standing beside Jessie and asked why they were with her. When he learned that Jessie had challenged them to a duel, Henry declared that he would handle them himself, with fire burning in his eyes. But Jessie immediately objected. She said she had proposed the duel, and she would be the one to fight it. Looking at Henry, Jessie understood that she had only been given this chance because of Arthur, but she wasn't going to waste it. Raising her sword, she spoke firmly and loudly, declaring that she would prove it herself, prove why she deserved to become a knight. Not because of favors or chopping threats, but because she earned it. The scene shifts to the grand banquet at Tristan's manor. Marchioness Antarine greets Astina warmly and openly admires her red hair, calling it the most beautiful she has ever seen. She is pleased that Astina accepted the invitation, because this banquet is not just a social gathering, but a public statement meant to show noble society that House Tristan has strong ties with the archducal family. With practiced elegance, Antarine gestures toward a nearby group of nobles and offers to introduce Astina to her acquaintances. When they enter a more private chamber, the Marchioness formally announces the arrival of the Archduchess. Astina introduces herself with perfect courtesy and greets the guests politely, immediately drawing attention from several noblemen who approach her with curiosity. They eagerly ask if she is truly the woman who saved the Marchioness's life during the assassination attempt. One rude nobleman suddenly laughs and says that if the Marchioness truly struggled against assassins, then they must not have been ordinary opponents, adding a cruel joke that people initially thought Antarine might not be remembering things correctly because she lost so much blood. Another nobleman tries to soften the mood by saying that Astina is one of the rare women worthy of true respect. Astina responds with a polite smile and calmly explains that nothing heroic happened, saying that the assassin simply fled the moment she stepped forward. However, the same rude man interrupts again, mocking that most ladies would have run away first, making exaggerated scared faces and pretending to scream like a frightened noble lady. Laughter follows from the group, including Antarine herself. Eventually, Antarine adds that the Archduchess is clearly different from ordinary noble ladies, saying she is nothing like those women who cannot protect themselves and only know how to powder their faces. Another man comments that aside from the Marchioness herself, he has never met a lady so knowledgeable in military tactics. Antarine bows respectfully and says it is an honor to hear such praise, adding that she will continue to improve her training. Astina quietly observes the exchange and feels her thoughts settle into a familiar realization. Even after 100 years since her previous life, the world's view of women has barely changed. Respect only exists when women act like men, and strength is only accepted when it looks masculine. Turning to Antarine, Astina calmly tells her that she has become an excellent marchioness and respectfully calls her my lady. She then politely excuses herself, explaining that the long carriage ride has made her feel nauseous and that she needs some fresh air, promising to greet the remaining guests later. As Astina leaves, the noblemen exchange puzzled glances and begin whispering among themselves, wondering if the Archduchess and the Marchioness are truly on good terms. The rude nobleman immediately blames it on women's emotions. Although Antarine is clearly insulted, she hides it behind a graceful smile and excuses herself, saying she will speak with the Archduchess privately. On the balcony, Astina stands quietly in the cold night air and reflects on Antarine's life. She thinks about the years Antarine spent shaping her public image, surviving in a male-dominated society, and becoming strong enough to exist in a world that was never built for women. A woman who wears pants must abandon softness. A woman who holds power must accept hatred, and a woman who wants authority must accept criticism. When Antarine joins her on the balcony, she asks if Astina will judge her too and what she should do. Astina answers honestly by asking, which is more painful, being hated by everyone or hating yourself? She tells Antarine that her sin is her talent, because being talented made her want achievement, being knowledgeable made her want wisdom, and knowing more only made her want more. She adds that if Antarine had known nothing, she would have wanted nothing. Antarine tries to deflect with bitter humor, that the only thing she lacks is a third leg, but her voice changes as she recalls about her father's deathbed. Even in his final moments, he waited for his son Edwin to return before choosing an heir, refusing to decide without him. She talks about the treatment she endured before gaining her position, the humiliation, the dismissal, and the constant comparisons. Astina does not scold her or lecture her. Instead, she simply nods and tells her to hold firmly onto her place and never feel sorry for herself, because the moment she begins criticizing herself, she will lose everything she fought for. Antarine claims she has no regrets, but Astina sees through it and asks why she followed her to the balcony. For a moment, Antarine cannot answer. Then she admits that when her father died, she felt relief instead of grief, believing she was finally free from endless comparisons to her brother. However, the vassals immediately began calling for Edwin instead, and that was when she cut her hair, punished anyone who spoke his name, and drove them away. She began acting more masculine than men themselves, and only then did they stop looking down on her openly. With trembling eyes, she asks if she is wrong. Astina meets her gaze calmly and tells her that she cannot blame her. She explains that the prejudice of the world became a wall before her, and Antarine chose to close her eyes and lean against it, which is why she began to resent even her brother, the one who gave up everything for her sake. And so, Astina eventually revealed that it was not Edwin who ordered the assassination attempt. Antarine stiffens in disbelief, but Astina continues, explaining that the Marchioness was caught in someone else's conflict, and that someone powerful is planning something big and deliberately turned her anger toward her own family because they knew she would suspect her brother first. Antarine tries to deny it, insisting Edwin is still the prime suspect, but Astina gently challenges her by asking if she truly believes her brother is capable of such a thing. Then she shared how she first met Edwin, pointing out that even though he had no combat skills, he still rushed forward to protect a complete stranger, proof that he hasn't changed at all. Taking Antharine's hand, Astina softly tells her to believe that he is simply her brother, a brother who wandered far away for her sake. Astina's words hit Antarine harder than she expected, and instead of sorting through her thoughts like a normal person, the Marchioness chose to drink until she passed out in her own room. By the next morning, she woke up with a brutal headache. A loud knock on her door made her groan as she told whoever it was to go away, fully prepared to fight the world from her bed, until a servant announced that Edwin had arrived. That single name made her sit straight up like she had been struck by lightning. Still dizzy and clutching her head, Antarine made her way down the corridor, already thinking that this was the worst possible timing for a reunion. The moment Edwin saw her, he rushed toward her in panic, asking if she was all right, and saying he had heard she had been injured. Antarine did not look touched by the concern at all, and instead asked him why he had come to the capital. Edwin answered simply that he heard about the attack and needed to see her with his own eyes. Antarine waved it off and said the rumors were exaggerated, explaining that the arrow only grazed her leg. Edwin finally relaxed and told her he was relieved she looked fine, then awkwardly added that she should not drink so much, completely unaware that he was the reason she drank herself into unconsciousness in the first place. Antherine studied him quietly, trying to see him through a different lens, trying to figure out if Estina had been right about him all along. Then Edwin suddenly asked if someone had delivered his message, explaining that he had given a letter to a lady and asked her to pass it to his sister. When Antherine replied that the letter had been delivered personally by the Archduchess, Edwin froze and realized what kind of situation he had accidentally caused. Embarrassed, he muttered that this must be why they never told him their family names. Trying to change the topic before his soul left his body from shame, Antherine asked the question she had been holding in for 7 years. Why he never came home even once. Edwin awkwardly said it was because he was having fun traveling, then immediately realized how stupid that sounded and rushed to explain properly. He told her that he thought she would feel more at ease without him, that she always handled everything better than he did, and that he never felt confident enough to carry the responsibility of the family the way she could. He admitted that in less than 10 years, House Tristan had grown stronger than ever, and that seeing it now made him realize he made the right decision. Looking at her sincerely, he told her that the position had always been meant for her. Antherine leapt to her feet, ordered a room for him to rest, then rushed out before anyone could react. Later that night, Antherine went to see Estina. When she arrived, Oliver quietly asked Estina if he should inform the Archduke, but Estina told him she would handle it herself. Antherine was so drunk that she could barely sit properly, wobbling on the sofa while slurring that she was deeply ashamed of her behavior. When Estina asked her why she had come all this way, Antherine admitted that she was sorry, and that Estina was the only person she could think of going to. Estina told her that the apology was already enough, but she wanted to know what had happened. Antherine slumped forward and confessed that Edwin had returned, that he must have gone through hardships during his travels, and that she expected him to be more hardened by reality than she was. Instead, he was still talking about justice, family, and belief like nothing had changed. Almost in tears, she questioned how she had ever managed to not trust her own brother and what had made her fall that low. Her voice shook as she admitted that it was harder than she thought to abandon the woman inside herself just to survive as the head of the family. Estina placed a hand on her shoulder and told her gently that she did not need to throw anything away. She said that inside Antherine, there was neither a woman nor a man, only a person. Antherine laughed bitterly and said that everyone always tried to point out the woman in her. If she cried during a play, people called her sensitive because she was a woman. If she looked at accessories, they said she was acting like a woman. If she avoided anything feminine, they told her she should dress up because she was still a woman. She tried to laugh it off like she always did, but her voice cracked, and the truth slipped out. She cursed the people who judged her, and finally admitted that she actually hated her short hair, but now she did not even know what she wanted anymore. Estina told her not to take their words so seriously, and reminded her that she was capable and courageous, and that those facts had never changed. She said that men mocked women for caring about clothes and jewelry, yet looked down on women who carried swords. If a woman failed to meet their expectations, they said she was no longer a woman. And yes, people always found a reason to judge. She told Antherine that those men only accepted her as head of the family after she cut her hair because they were fools, and their opinions were meaningless. She warned her never to do something she believed was wrong just to satisfy others. For a moment, the room fell quiet. Then Antherine suddenly burst into laughter, clutching her stomach like she had just heard the funniest joke in the world. She told Estina that she was a strange woman. Estina simply smiled and said she heard that often. Smiling Antherine said that Estina spoke strange things like they were common sense, and somehow that made her feel like she was the odd one instead. As she prepared to leave, she steadied herself and said with a faint smile that next time she would visit while fully sober. On the way to the carriage, Antherine spoke to her aide and admitted that she had spent her entire life trying to protect herself from a world that never really made space for her. Chirby listened without interrupting and simply said that he understood. That's what she thought at first, but not anymore. As she looked up at the wide, open night sky, Antherine added that only now did she finally feel like she had reached a point where she could breathe and live as herself, not just survive as the Marchioness. The next morning in the dining room, Arthur walked in with a smile so bright. He happily told Jessie that she no longer needed to go to the Tristan estate anymore, and started to explain why. But Jesse finished his sentence for him and said that she had already received permission to take the knight's exam. Arthur froze for a second, then lit up like a kid, fully convinced that his dramatic threats had paid off. Jesse quickly shut that down by explaining that she got the approval through her own effort and not because of anything he did. They both glanced toward the next table and noticed the 3 bullies sitting there looking completely miserable, covered in bruises, and refusing to lift their heads. Jessie casually added that she planned to increase her training time, and even though their relationship had always been simple and awkward, she still asked Arthur to keep training with her. Arthur turned red instantly and mumbled that there was no way he could refuse when she asked like that. His methods were questionable and dramatic, as always. But even Jesse had to admit he had done something right for once. Meanwhile, Henry stood nearby, glaring at them like he was mentally drafting a hit list. At the same time, Theo was tapping his fingers on a letter, while smiling and muttering that he could not believe he had received a duel request so early in the morning. Estina walked over and asked what he meant, and Theo explained that historically, House Tristan rarely sent letters unless they were challenges to fight. Estina joked that if that was the case, he might end up fighting someone she knew very well. Then she casually added that a very handsome guest had visited her the night before, and that Theo had come home quite late, leaving her all alone. Theo immediately panicked, apologized for being late, and demanded to know who the visitor was. Seeing that teasing him any further might cause unnecessary chaos, Estina admitted that it had been the Marchioness. Theo relaxed instantly, though he still admitted that Marchioness Tristan really was handsome, which only made Estina smile wider. Shaking his head at how much his wife's teasing skills had improved, Theo finally started reading the letter properly and froze in place. In it, Antarine wrote that she wished to apologize for her behavior the previous evening, explaining that she had gone into the storeroom to choose a suitable gift. The storeroom, as she described, was filled with countless items her ancestors had collected through battles and victories. At the end of the letter, the Marchioness declared that as the head of House Tristan, she had decided to end the long-standing feud with Atalanta and replace their hostility with a genuine and friendly relationship. Still stunned, Theo asked Estina what had happened the night before. Estina only smiled and said it was a little secret between women. Over at the Imperial Palace, Primo was having the time of his life, fully enjoying himself while playing around with his lover. Unfortunately for him, that happy little moment did not last long. Isis suddenly walked in and demanded a private conversation, instantly killing the mood in the room. Primo turned around, irritated, and scolded her for not knocking. Isis quickly replied that she had knocked, the servants had knocked, but he had been too busy to notice. His mistress fled in embarrassment, and Primo, now annoyed, asked what was so urgent. Isis didn't waste time and bluntly said that the Archduchess needed to be removed from her position. Primo was shocked and asked why she would say something so extreme, especially when they should be grateful to Estina for finding the heir's cup. Isis replied that the entire situation felt wrong to her, from the way Estina searched for the cup to how she conveniently ended up finding it. She openly questioned whether Estina's real goal had been to undermine her brother's legitimacy from the very beginning. Primo asked how he could have possibly offended the Archduchess enough for her to want to disgrace him. Isis looked at him with the kind of expression that silently screamed, "Use your brain for once," which made Primo awkwardly cough and change his tone. He mentioned that rumors were spreading about Estina breaking the Archduke's curse, and that getting rid of her would not be easy. Isis admitted that she had also heard darker rumors, with people whispering that Estina was a witch. After all, a man turning into a beast was already strange enough, but turning him back into a human sounded even more unbelievable, without something unnatural involved. Primo added that young lords had even joked that the curse had been Estina's doing in the first place. After finding the heir's cup, she had gained influence quickly, and climbed noble society at an alarming speed. Primo slowly asked if Isis was suggesting that Estina had simply used him for her own rise. Isis confirmed it, and added that Estina had not only damaged Primo's reputation, but had even convinced the Marchioness to end a feud that had lasted generations, and offer friendship to Atalanta. Primo laughed and said that sounded impossible, but Isis insisted that if Estina truly had the power to manipulate people, then even something that unlikely could happen. She explained that she had been inviting Estina to the palace to observe her and test her, but now she was certain that Estina was dangerous, and that meant only one thing. Astina had to be eliminated. Primo leaned back and commented that Atalanta could not be attacked so easily. But the princess replied that they did not need to remove Astina directly. They only needed to expose her weaknesses and gather evidence to brand her as a witch. When Primo asked what would happen if that pushed the Archduke away from them, considering how deeply he loved his wife, Isis answered confidently that even a powerful man like Theo would not be able to protect a woman condemned by society. Then she suggested that Astina be slandered, removed from her position, and replaced, with Isis herself becoming the Archduke's new wife. She claimed that becoming Theo's wife would be a fitting reward and promised that she would give Primo full control and access to everything within Atalanta's domain. Primo smirked, already thinking that his sister truly never missed a chance to sell herself at the highest political price. He said that he would first summon Priest Dennis, and that they would come up with a plan together. Isis frowned and said Dennis seemed untrustworthy and possibly scheming behind their backs. Primo snapped at her, telling her that she did not understand people and should not question his judgment. With that, the princess obediently backed down but asked him to inform her once he met with Dennis. Moments later, the princess was approached by Agatha, Primo's lover, who quickly thanked her for letting her escape from the insufferable prince earlier. Isis immediately hushed her and scolded her for not being careful inside the palace. Agatha promised to remember the warning and invited Isis to share a meal with her, but she declined, saying she had too many matters to handle. With a faint smile, she added that unfortunately, she needed to prepare to apologize. Back at the Atalanta residence, the Marchioness greeted the couple with her signature business smile and sincerely thanked them for responding to her letter so quickly. Theo, looking slightly awkward, admitted that her proposal had been completely unexpected. Before he could say anything else, Astina leaned closer and quietly reminded him to smile, which made him obediently follow her instruction. The two sides exchanged polite smiles, but the tension between them was obvious to anyone who happened to witness the meeting. Then, Antherine casually remarked that she could now request meetings with Astina without worrying about how society would react. Theo replied that she should remember he and his wife were newlyweds, and frequent visits should not be expected. Astina calmly soothed her husband once again, and in the end, Theo reluctantly agreed to let the two women enjoy their growing friendship. Their conversation shifted to how the sudden truce had sparked countless rumors across the empire. The Marchioness openly stated that political goals sometimes required difficult choices, and that it would benefit Tristan greatly if Atalanta supported them financially or agreed to invest. Theo leaned toward Astina and quietly whispered whether she was sure they were not being swindled by a fraud, pretending to be the head of the Tristan family, making Astina laugh at the comment. He then stated that if the Marchioness planned to involve herself in weapons production, she would not have an easy time securing his support. But Antherine assured him that he had nothing to worry about. She called Cherby forward and had him present the alternative business proposal she had prepared in advance. The Marchioness explained that the era of endless bloodshed was coming to an end and that new paths had to be found. She revealed that weapons production was becoming obsolete, and that Tristan had already begun converting their facilities to manufacture a wide range of goods instead. After a long and serious discussion, the Archduke and the Marchioness finally shook hands, both satisfied that they had taken their first real step toward reconciliation. Then, Astina added that she had one more proposal. To their surprise, she suggested selecting knights from both households and sending them for joint training and tour exchanges to strengthen cooperation. Antherine asked if that meant Jessie, whom she had seen before, would transfer to Tristan's domain. Astina replied that Jessie had chosen to remain in Atalanta and that her decision could not be changed. With business concluded, the Marchioness stood beside Astina and announced that it was time for them to depart. Astina explained to her husband that she had promised Princess Isis she would introduce the Marchioness to her. She reassured Theo that she would not be gone long and asked him to take care of matters at home. Poor Theo could only whine about being left behind, but in the end, he had no choice but to obediently agree. During the carriage ride, the Marchioness mentioned a popular street song about a red-haired witch that had recently become famous among children. Astina gazed out the carriage window and immediately understood the hidden meaning behind the song. Antherine explained that the symbolism was obvious. The man represented the Archduke, the enemy represented her family, and the villagers represented the people of the empire. Astina admitted that she was not surprised. She calmly said that fame did not always bring a good reputation, and that she was actually curious to see what creative ways people would use to try to sabotage her. Antarine, however, was left genuinely puzzled by Astina's relaxed reaction. When they arrived, the princess greeted them warmly and remarked that it felt unreal to see Tristan and Atalanta standing together in the same place. Antarine respectfully greeted her in return and said the occasion finally allowed her to meet Her Highness in person. They all sat at the table in heavy silence. The Marchioness glanced around, silently wondering how long the awkwardness would last. With subtle pressure from Astina, the princess finally lowered her head and, in a guilty voice, asked the Marchioness for forgiveness. She confessed that she had ordered the attack on Antarine during the hunting competition. Antarine instantly leapt to her feet, instinctively scanning her surroundings for danger. Isis quickly asked her to sit down and listen before reacting further. She explained that Astina had known nothing about the attack, and that the decision had been hers alone. She admitted that she had wanted proof that the Marchioness would not betray the Archduchess. Antarine stared at her in disbelief, unable to accept that an assassination attempt had been used as a loyalty test. The princess admitted that she did not have the courage to directly kill a high-ranking noble, and that her actions had been driven by desperation. For her, Astina was her greatest ally, and she had chosen to befriend the Marchioness. However, she could not easily trust Antarine because Tristan had been a long-standing enemy of House Atalanta. The Marchioness questioned why any of this was the imperial family's concern. After all, the imperial household had ignored the feud between their families for years, so why interfere now? Isis replied that the matter extended far beyond palace politics. Then she revealed her true ambition. She intended to become the next Empress. Antarine dismissed the explanation as a convenient excuse after a failed assassination attempt. But the princess countered by saying that the Marchioness should understand her struggles as a woman forced to endure constant hardship. She pointed out that, despite her talent, Antarine had always lived in her brother's shadow. In that moment, the Marchioness realized that the princess had endured the same silent suffering throughout her life. Isis admitted that she admired Antharine's unwavering loyalty to Astina and wished to possess such devotion herself. When Antarine still hesitated, Isis finally used her trump card and said, "Marchioness Tristan, won't you help me become the next Martina?" At those words, Antarine suddenly dropped to one knee and swore her loyalty, declaring that she would gladly obey the princess's command. Isis said she wished she could formally grant her a knightly sword at that very moment, but the timing was not right. She gently placed her hand on Antarine's head and promised that when she ascended the throne, the Marchioness would be the first person she honored with a knightly title. Tears filled Antarine's eyes as she called it a great honor. After composing herself, she left with a bright expression, filled with the belief that she would one day help the next Empress rise to the throne as her first knight. Once the two women were alone, Astina looked at the princess and calmly pointed out that Isis had mixed truth with lies, especially with the phrase about helping her become the next Martina. The clever princess admitted it openly. She explained that she always spoke differently to men and women to gain their loyalty. With women, she used words like, "Help me become the next Martina," and with men, she used phrases like, "Become my Elshir." She admitted that the tactic always worked. However, Isis stated that a woman like her would never get what she wanted in this world unless she was willing to manipulate the system and seize it herself. Late at night, Astina stepped out of the carriage and immediately realized she had returned much later than she had planned. When she entered the bedroom, she was surprised to find her husband already heavily intoxicated. Avoiding her gaze, Theo asked if she had enjoyed her evening. Astina admitted that they had been discussing matters that caused nothing but headaches for her. Then, she glanced at him and pointed out that it was already very late and that they should go to bed. Theo simply agreed that it was late, clearly wanting to ask where she had been for so long, but choosing to remain silent instead. Changing the subject, Astina casually remarked that the days were getting shorter, a clear sign that winter was approaching. But he muttered that maybe that was why his heart felt like it was freezing. She looked at him more carefully and finally realized that he was genuinely upset. Sitting down nearby, she mentioned that he had also come home late not long ago. But Theo quickly replied that it had only happened once, then asked how many times she herself had come home late during the past month. Astina couldn't deny that he had a point, so she explained that her schedule was filled with official duties. When he brought up the night the Marchioness had arrived drunk at their estate, Astina tried to explain that it wasn't something she could control, but Theo interrupted her with a sarcastic tone and said, "Oh, I'm sure." Irritated, Estina stood up and said that if he had that many complaints, they should discuss them after he sobered up. Suddenly, he stood as well and grabbed her hand. His voice wavered as he admitted that he had been waiting for her all that time, only for her to leave him to go see other people. He struggled to hold back his emotions, then stopped himself and sat back down, muttering that it didn't matter and that he had just upset himself for no reason. Estina stared at him in shock and asked if he was actually crying. Theo turned away to hide it, but the way he wiped his eyes gave him away completely. When he faced her again, he insisted that he wasn't crying and blamed it all on the alcohol. After seating, she explained that the Marchioness was really just her friend. Like a sulking child, Theo complained that no one should spend more time with a friend than with their own husband. When Estina reminded him that her friend was a woman, Theo kept pouting and said it didn't matter, so she threw her hands up and joked that if he was going to be stubborn, they might as well sign a contract and make it official. To her surprise, Theo immediately pulled out a blank sheet of paper from behind him. He explained that many couples signed prenuptial agreements, so there was no reason they couldn't make something similar. Estina blinked in disbelief and remarked that she had never seen a postnuptial agreement before, but he confidently suggested that each of them should write 3 conditions they wanted from the other. Seeing his serious expression, Estina suddenly felt as if she had walked straight into a trap. Theo wrote his first condition without hesitation: a kiss once a day, or at least some kind of daily affection. As he continued writing, he added his second condition, saying that she should always think of her partner first when making important decisions. Estina accepted his words with a gentle smile and asked about his third request. After a brief pause, he finally wrote that he wanted her to meet with the Marchioness Tristan far less often. Then she announced her first condition in a teasing tone, saying that he should not complain whenever she came home late from work. When she noticed him staring at the paper without writing anything, she asked why he had suddenly stopped. Without warning, Theo slammed his pen onto the table and shouted that he would not write that. He pressed his hands against his face and begged her to stop making fun of him. Estina asked whether he wasn't curious to hear her remaining conditions. Theo muttered that she was being sly, and she replied that it seemed like he was using his drunkenness to finally say everything he had been holding in. Blushing deeply, Theo admitted that he was, because she was cruel. Not wanting the argument to stretch any further, Estina suddenly leaned forward and kissed him. Theo pushed her slightly away and muttered that gestures like that would not make him forget everything. So, she responded by licking his lips and pointed out that the daily kiss requirement had already been fulfilled, leaving him completely red-faced. With a serious tone, she admitted that she wasn't very good at showing affection, but promised that she would try harder from now on. Then, she gently tapped his nose, repeated that she and the Marchioness were simply friends, and asked if he was satisfied now. Grabbing her hand and staring at her intensely, Theo insisted that the issue was far from resolved. In a sudden burst of emotion, he kissed her again and pushed her down onto the sofa, his movements rushed but not clumsy, driven more by feeling than sense. But when he leaned closer again, ready to go further, Estina teased him by saying she could smell the alcohol on him. Embarrassed, Theo immediately jumped to his feet, rushed toward the door, and declared that he would wash himself right away. Only then did Estina realize her joke had totally backfired. She flopped back onto the sofa, thinking that she hadn't actually minded the smell because the mood had mattered more. Smiling to herself, she recalled how adorable her husband had been, and quietly concluded that this must be why people fall in love and court each other. The problem was that when Theo finally returned, clean and ready to continue what they had started, he found his wife already asleep. He gently lifted her, tucked her into bed, and kissed her forehead. In a soft voice, Theo wished her good night and whispered, "My love." The following morning, Heisen reported that the atmosphere in the capital felt off. What stood out the most were the movements of Carabella's followers, whose behavior had become openly suspicious. Estina quickly guessed what was going on. They were preparing for purification rituals ahead of the upcoming day of solemnity. Heisen confirmed it, explaining that the scale had completely changed. Before, it was small groups gathering quietly in corners of the city. Now, massive crowds were marching through the streets like full-on processions. Estina calmly pointed out that the temple had to make a big show sooner or later. Their number of believers had been dropping for years, and fear was always the fastest way to pull people back in. Then she finally noticed something else. Hyzen was drenched. She asked what happened to him. But before he could answer, Theo burst into the office, announcing that the long-awaited day had finally arrived. Hyzen, still dripping wet, looked completely confused. Astina proudly explained that it was a historic day. The official exchange program between Atalanta and Tristan was starting. She also told Hyzen to go change his clothes before he flooded the floor. As the couple walked toward the training grounds, Astina explained to her husband that Jessie still couldn't join the exchange since she wasn't a knight yet. Instead, she had chosen a captain and several elite knights. Her plan was simple. Let them train with Tristan's female knights, gain experience, grow stronger, and eventually pass that strength on to Jessie too. At the training ground, Theo formally welcomed Captain Calix from Tristan's knights, who thanked him for the opportunity. Even Theo knew this alliance wouldn't magically turn into friendship overnight. The resentment between the two families was old, deep, and ugly. But slow steps were still steps, and sometimes that was enough to start changing things. Everything was going well, until Theo noticed his wife talking to one of Tristan's knights. And the guy was asking if he should buy her a drink. Naturally, Theo's expression shifted instantly. But before jumping to conclusions, let's rewind a few minutes. The knight was Adolf, the same big dude who once challenged Astina back in her academy days. He politely asked how he should address her now that she was married to the Archduke. Astina laughed and told him not to overthink it, saying formality was only needed during official events. When asked how he became one of the Tristan knights, Adolf explained that Marchioness Tristan had personally scouted him before his graduation. She had chosen several knights to spar with her directly, and that alone made her stand out. He proudly admitted that he believed she offered him the job because he didn't go easy on her, even though she was a woman. Of course, he owed it all to Astina, who completely beat him in their academy duel and quickly taught him that women weren't automatically weak. Feeling grateful, and recently paid, Adolf jokingly asked if he should buy Astina a drink to thank her, but she immediately declined. Right on cue, Theo appeared and interrupted the conversation. Astina quickly introduced them, explaining that Adolf had been her friend since academy days. Adolf admitted that he never expected Astina to marry someone like the Archduke. He had always assumed she would live independently for the rest of her life. Astina casually replied that when a good opportunity shows up, you take it. Without missing a beat, Theo looked at her with soft, loving eyes and said that he was the one who had been given the good opportunity. That was enough romance for one morning. Adolf excused himself politely and went back to his comrades. As he motioned for the other knights to come over, Astina noticed something odd. Many of Tristan's knights were completely soaked. So she asked Adolf why they were all drenched. He explained that Carabella's priests had completely lost their minds and were sprinkling holy water on everyone passing by, claiming they were carrying dark energy. He admitted he'd been caught in it too, and warned Astina to stay cautious. He added that it wasn't that he stopped believing in God, it was just that the priests were acting like they were trying to drive away their own followers. Astina, on the other hand, had the opposite feeling. A few days later, rumors spread across the city. The priest had supposedly captured a criminal possessed by evil energy. People started saying crime had dropped thanks to the church. Citizens praised the temple. Faith surged, and talk began spreading that nobles would soon be expected to increase their donations. At the same time, noblewomen whispered that the emperor had invited the pope to the ceremony of the heir's cup. Many people believed the cup had been corrupted after its disappearance, and fear fueled the gossip even more. Not long after, Astina received a formal invitation to the baptism from the emperor himself. Theo wasn't surprised. After all, she was the one who found the heir's cup. Astina simply nodded and said they needed to prepare carefully, because whatever was coming next wasn't going to be small. Fast forward to the day of the baptism, where the Pope officially blessed the future successor of the nation. The palace chapel, which had probably been collecting dust for years, was suddenly packed to the brim. Even Theo couldn't help whispering that it was hard to believe this place was being used for something this grand. Astina quietly pointed out the obvious truth. This ceremony wasn't just about faith. It was the perfect chance for the temple to pull in massive donations and expand its influence across the empire. The Pope then addressed the crowd, declaring that the temple would continue praying and searching for the fiend that was weakening the people's faith. His words clearly pointed to someone, as if it were a warning. But who could he possibly mean? Once the ceremony ended, Princess Isis moved through the crowd and greeted a young noblewoman nearby. It was Nadia Avalare, the eldest daughter of a count and Prince Primo's fiancée. They exchanged brief greetings, but Isis quickly spotted her brother and immediately nudged Nadia toward him, suggesting she go share a meal with her future husband. When Isis approached Primo and told him to escort his fiancée, he clearly wasn't thrilled. Still, he had no choice. Nadia was officially recognized by both the Emperor and Empress, and disrespecting her would be political suicide. So he agreed, and the two walked off together. Of course, Isis knew her brother wouldn't dare mistreat his fiancée in public, but her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a sharp voice. Belita Kellen, her half-sister, stood before her. Belita greeted Isis with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, and Isis smirked back, saying she hadn't expected her to attend such an event. Belita replied smoothly that she could never miss something personally arranged by her sister. Isis casually added that their other half-siblings had been smarter and chosen not to show up at all. With fake politeness, Isis commented on how difficult the long journey from Belita's distant estate must have been, mentioning that it probably took at least 2 weeks to arrive. Then she invited Belita to visit her residence before leaving the capital. Belita, still smiling, accepted the invitation politely, but inside, she was burning. In her mind, Isis hadn't just married her off and sent her away like she was being exiled. Belita also believed Isis was responsible for her younger brother's death. So instead of leaving quietly, she decided to take her chance at revenge and went straight to Prince Primo. The moment he saw her, his gaze turned cold. He asked why she had come. Belita politely said she only came to congratulate him on receiving the heir's cup. Primo turned to Nadia and told her to go ahead without him, promising he would follow shortly. Once Nadia left, the atmosphere shifted instantly. Primo told Belita that unlike Isis, he didn't hide behind polite words. He wasn't someone who pretended. When it came to bloodshed, he was direct. He made it clear that Isis chose her words carefully around him for a reason. Belita saw that her brother was still just as ruthless as ever, but she didn't back down. Instead, she calmly suggested that maybe Isis wasn't actually careful. Maybe she just pretended to be while secretly mocking him behind his back. Primo shut that down and said Isis's loyalty had already been proven. After all, she was the one who got rid of Belita from the palace. Belita agreed, but twisted the meaning. Isis had driven her away either to secure the throne for Primo or to take it for herself. He scoffed, tapping his head as if Belita was speaking nonsense. He said he had already ignored her once, and now she was back with more reckless words. He brushed her off as someone who had lost her mind. Of course, she never expected to turn him against Isis, with just one conversation. All she needed to do was plant a seed. Leaning closer, Belita whispered that when Primo reigned over the empire, he would soon realize that it didn't truly belong to him. Primo slapped her hand away in fury and snapped that her attempts to drive a wedge between him and Isis would never work. Belita simply bowed politely and replied that time would decide whether her words were lies or a warning. The moment she was gone, Primo summoned his loyal servant, Felix, who rushed to his side immediately. The prince gave a cold order: assign someone to escort Belita on her journey home and make sure her carriage never reaches Kellen territory. Imagine planting a seed of doubt, only to trigger her own death flag instead. A few days later, another secret mission unfolded. Astina and Theo moved through the city completely incognito. Before speaking, Astina carefully scanned the area, making sure the streets were empty. Fortunately, no one seemed to be nearby. When Theo asked who exactly she was so worried about, Astina answered that she was concerned about the priests. Considering how strange the temple had been acting lately, that concern was not exactly unreasonable. Once the coast was clear, the two slipped inside a small shop. A woman behind the counter greeted them politely and asked how she could help. Astina casually asked to see the wimple that had recently become popular thanks to Lady Cowell. The shopkeeper instantly understood the meaning behind those words. She assumed the couple must be looking for second-hand items, and she assured them that they had come to the right place. Without wasting time, she pulled aside a curtain and gestured toward a hidden passage, quietly inviting them to head downstairs. As they descended the stairs, Theo glanced at his wife with curiosity, and asked how she knew the secret code for a place like this. Astina answered simply that Oliver had told her. Apparently, Oliver knew quite a lot of things that respectable nobles were not supposed to know. At the bottom of the stairs, a merchant welcomed them with incredible enthusiasm. He began boasting that his shop carried everything a person could imagine, from rare treasures to ancient portraits that could supposedly impress even the pickiest collectors. His sales pitch was full of energy and confidence. Unfortunately for him, that confidence lasted about 3 seconds. Theo slowly lowered his hood just enough to reveal his silver hair and said that the items they were looking for had better be there. If it turned out they came all this way for nothing, then they would not be leaving quietly. The merchant froze on the spot. It took him exactly one glance to recognize the infamous silver-haired Archduke, a man whose reputation had traveled far and wide. The excitement on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by pure panic. Theo then ordered him to bring out every item in the shop that belonged to House Atalanta. The merchant moved faster than anyone had ever seen before. Within moments, a large collection of stolen goods was displayed in front of them. Astina looked at the pile with surprise, not expecting the number of missing items to be this large. The merchant quickly began explaining that he had no idea the items were stolen when he bought them. He insisted that if he had known, he would never have touched them in the first place. Astina calmly reassured him that she did not blame him. After all, she believed he would never knowingly buy stolen goods. The merchant, unfortunately, misunderstood her kindness as simple naivety. Thinking he had found an opportunity, he boldly asked how they planned to handle the delivery costs. Astina raised an eyebrow at the man's confidence. It took some courage to ask nobles to pay delivery fees for their own stolen belongings. Still, she and Theo had already prepared for this exact situation while sitting in their carriage a few minutes earlier. Back then, Astina had explained her strategy to her husband. If they punished one merchant too harshly, the others would simply become more careful and hide their dealings better. That would make recovering the stolen items much harder. Theo had asked what would happen if the merchants became even more shameless instead. Astina had replied very simply that if that happened, Theo could just intimidate them a little. And right now, that plan was working perfectly. Theo suddenly declared that his wife was far too kind. In fact, he said he was tempted to deal with these petty thieves right then and there. His tone alone was enough to make the merchant's soul nearly leave his body. Astina quickly stepped in and played her role, asking Theo to show mercy. She pointed out that the merchant had not stolen the items himself. The merchant instantly dropped to his knees, promising that he would personally cover all delivery expenses as well. Apparently, he had suddenly discovered a deep passion for generosity. Theo finally agreed, but he warned the man that everything about this visit had to remain strictly confidential. Anyone who was not involved in this situation should never hear a single word about it. The merchant nodded so fast it looked like his neck might snap. With that settled, Astina calmly pointed at several items and ordered them to be loaded into their carriage. The rest were to be delivered directly to the Atalanta estate. At this rate, it looked like she was planning to empty the entire shop. Seeing that he was already in trouble, the merchant decided he might as well drag a few others down with him. He quickly revealed that several other shops in the city were also holding portraits that belonged to House Atalanta. Astina was not surprised in the slightest. After all, when people are suffering alone, they usually try very hard to find someone else to share the pain with. Once outside, Astina praised her husband, saying his acting skills had improved the longer he played the role. Theo looked a little embarrassed, and replied that he simply had an exceptional teacher. Considering who that teacher was, the compliment definitely went both ways. However, their moment of victory did not last long. Suddenly, loud shouting erupted nearby and saw that a group of priests had gathered around their carriage. Astina quickly walked over and asked the coachman what was going on. At that moment, a man stepped forward and introduced himself as head priest Dennis Jordan from the temple. She wondered why he had come, though at the same time she quietly glanced at Theo, who was doing his absolute best to hide his face under his hood, like a suspicious cat pretending to be invisible. Dennis explained that he had sensed an ominous energy coming from the carriage. Concerned about the situation, he said he had come to help. He politely asked if he could inspect the inside of the carriage for a moment. Astina knew that refusing such a request would only attract more attention, so she agreed. Soon afterward, Dennis examined the items inside with a strange look on his face. When Astina asked what was wrong, he claimed he could feel unusual energy coming from one of the vases. Meanwhile, Theo had quietly slipped into the carriage so that no one outside would recognize him. As he listened, he immediately realized that Dennis must be the priest rumored to catch criminals just by sensing their energy. Theo personally didn't believe that story, but right now the timing was extremely inconvenient. Of course, Astina insisted that the vase was nothing more than an ordinary old item. Dennis, however, disagreed. He explained that people without divine power might not be able to sense the energy surrounding it. Then he suggested that if Astina planned to discard the vase anyway, perhaps the temple could take it instead. According to him, the vase carried dangerous energy, so it would be safer if the temple destroyed it themselves. Astina listened carefully before turning away and agreeing. She calmly stated that the priest was right and that the vase should be removed. Grateful for her cooperation, Dennis asked for her name and address. Without hesitation, the Archduchess introduced herself as Rose Anderson and claimed that she lived near the town square. Dennis thanked her politely and mentioned that they might contact her again if further questions arose. As the carriage finally departed, Dennis stood there watching it leave with a fake smile on his face. As expected, he knew perfectly well that Mrs. Anderson was not Astina's real identity. Meanwhile, one of the younger priests examined the vase and asked if Dennis had truly sensed dark energy from it. When Dennis questioned whether the young man doubted his abilities, the priest immediately shook his head so quickly that the answer was obvious. In truth, Dennis did not care about the actual nature of the energy at all. What mattered was that the object would help strengthen rumors that the Archduchess was a witch. He was actually quite pleased that he had come there on purpose. The alley had already seemed suspicious to him, especially after he remembered that Princess Isis had specifically told him that he did not need to check that particular place. Naturally, that only made him more curious. As Dennis walked away, another thought began forming in his mind. He wondered why the princess had been so eager to cover for the Archduke and his wife while they were shopping in the black market. The situation did not make much sense to him. After all, it had been Princess Isis herself who suggested to Prince Primo that the Archduchess should be framed as a witch. Suddenly, Dennis stopped walking. He realized an important clue. Unfortunately for us, that discovery has yet to be revealed. When the other priests noticed him standing there with a strange expression, Dennis suddenly burst out laughing and casually claimed that he had simply been lost in thought. The following morning, Dennis arrived to report to Prince Primo with a rather satisfied look on his face. It seemed he believed he had finally found the perfect excuse to label the Archduchess as a witch. According to him, he had caught Astina secretly buying antiques at the black market while hiding her identity. Not only that, he had managed to obtain one of those antiques himself. In his mind, everything was lining up nicely. Now all they needed to do was sway public opinion by claiming that the item carried some kind of evil energy. Once the rumors started spreading, people would do the rest of the work for them. Primo listened to the report and complimented Dennis for handling the situation well. The priest looked quite pleased with the praise, but then he suddenly brought up an unexpected topic: Princess Isis. Primo frowned slightly, wondering why Dennis was suddenly talking about his sister. The priest explained that he knew the prince disliked people who talked in circles, so he would say it plainly. In his opinion, Isis had been acting suspicious lately. Normally, Primo might have brushed off such a claim, but this was now the second time someone had hinted at something strange about Isis. So this time, he allowed Dennis to continue explaining. Dennis recalled how the princess had summoned him the previous day and specifically instructed him not to inspect the residential area near the town square. However, that was exactly where he had encountered the Archduke and his wife. Primo asked whether Dennis was suggesting that Isis might be hiding something from him. The priest pointed out the strange contradiction. After all, Isis had been the one who originally proposed the plan to frame the Archduchess as a witch. Yet when Astina was actually doing something suspicious in the city, the princess tried to prevent Dennis from going anywhere near that location. Of course, Dennis kept some of his own thoughts to himself. Deep down, he suspected that Isis might simply want to push him aside and take all the credit for the plan. Naturally, he had no intention of saying that part out loud. Instead, he chose a much more useful tactic, quietly building suspicion between the royal siblings. With that in mind, he asked whether Primo had any idea why Isis would give him such an order. Primo looked irritated and admitted that he had no idea what went on in his sister's mind. Trying to predict Isis was never easy. Dennis remarked that Primo and Isis were not the same person. Each of them had their own goals, and sooner or later they would have to recognize that difference. Those words made the prince pause, reminding him of something Belita had said before. It seemed that more than one person had begun to notice the same thing. Just then, a faint rustling sound came from somewhere nearby. Startled, Dennis suddenly worried that someone else might be in the room, but Primo dismissed the concern and calmly assured him there was nothing to worry about. Even so, Dennis decided it was best not to linger any longer. As he prepared to leave, he urged the prince once more to carefully consider what he had said. After the priest left, Primo casually told his lover that she could come out now. Right on cue, Agatha peeked out from behind the curtain and asked why he assumed she wouldn't understand anything they were discussing. Stretching comfortably across the bed, she mentioned that she had heard every single word. Primo then asked what she thought about the head priest's claims and what he should do regarding Isis. Agatha thought about it for a moment, before suggesting that he might want to consider his advice. She admitted that the princess was indeed remarkable, but someone that capable could also become dangerous. She went on to explain that the princess already held enormous power within the palace. Many of the nobles who supported Primo were actually meeting with Isis more often than with the prince himself. While they might report things to Primo afterward, the final decisions almost always passed through the princess first. Then Agatha suddenly sat up, sounding almost offended by the thought. Once Primo became emperor, it would be humiliating if people started treating Princess Isis like some kind of regent standing above him. Primo's expression darkened as her words slowly sank in. Noticing this, Agatha quickly told him to calm down and think about the situation more carefully. She pointed out that the princess already controlled most affairs within the palace. Even if Agatha herself became his wife one day, that situation would probably remain unchanged. Primo smirked slightly, easily recognizing Agatha's ambition to replace his official fiancé someday, something he had never seriously planned to allow. Still, he admitted that his sister had indeed started looking down on him lately. In fact, he was now considering using both House Atalanta and Isis to create a very entertaining outcome. Hearing that, Agatha immediately suggested something even bolder. Since Primo already wanted to eliminate Astina anyway, why not simply use his sister to make it happen? For example, she casually suggested poisoning the princess. According to Agatha, if Primo wanted to avoid being overthrown later for appearing weak, then he needed to act decisively. She was certain that once Isis realized he was trying to remove her, she would never sit quietly and accept it. At the same time, Agatha warned him that turning the Archduchess into a witch might not work as perfectly as they hoped. At best, it might damage House Atalanta's reputation for a while, but the result might stop there. Primo responded that Isis would probably handle the situation herself anyway. Knowing her, she likely already had several backup plans prepared. Agatha pouted and challenged him directly, asking why he believed that only Isis was capable of solving problems like this. She pressed further, arguing that the princess had an unhealthy influence over him and constantly overshadowed his authority. In her opinion, the time had come for Primo to finally step out of his sister's shadow and prove that he could take control himself. Then she presented her final idea with disturbing confidence. If the princess's drink were poisoned, and the blame was placed on the Archduchess, the plan would solve multiple problems at once. Astina would be ruined. And because the Archduchess already carried a suspicious reputation, most people would not question the accusation. In the end, everyone would simply believe that Astina was the one responsible. A few days later, Adolf visited Astina, but she barely paid him any attention. He tried again, raising his voice dramatically as he announced that rumors were spreading everywhere that the Archduchess was a witch. According to him, this was not the kind of rumor one should simply ignore and hope it disappears on its own. In fact, he insisted they needed to deal with it immediately before the situation grew worse. Astina, however, seemed strangely calm about the whole thing. While Adolf was practically ready to declare a national emergency, she looked as relaxed as someone discussing the weather. Watching her reaction, he finally lost his patience and pounded his chest in frustration, warning that ignoring the issue could become dangerous. Instead of reacting to the warning, Astina suddenly asked how Arthur had been doing lately. The shift in topic was so sudden that Adolf had no choice but to follow along. He described Arthur as being just as loud and troublesome as ever. Still, despite his personality, Arthur had been faithfully carrying out the punishment given to him by the Archduke. Originally, Theo had simply ordered Arthur to write a letter of apology. That sounded simple enough, until Theo actually read the letter. Unfortunately, the contents of Arthur's apology somehow turned into a bizarre explanation about Henry's third leg, which was definitely not the kind of apology anyone expected. Needless to say, Theo's patience had been tested that day. Right on cue, the door suddenly swung open. Theo rushed into the room as if he had been searching the entire estate. His eyes quickly scanned the area until he finally spotted Astina. The moment he saw her, he let out a small, nervous laugh and apologized for interrupting the conversation. However, he also gently reminded her that it was time for them to leave. Astina looked at Adolf and casually said they would continue their conversation another time. Naturally, Adolf asked where they were going in such a hurry. That was when he learned that the couple had decided to visit the temple to make a donation. As the two walked away together, Adolf noticed something strange. Theo glanced back at him and secretly smirked. At that moment, Adolf suddenly realized something that made him blink in disbelief. The Archduke might actually see him as some kind of romantic rival. The thought alone made Adolf quietly note that the Archduke could be unexpectedly childish at times. While riding in the carriage on the way to the temple, Theo asked Astina how she had first met Adolf. Astina explained that they met when she began studying at the academy. Back then, the two of them had a small disagreement about her use of the training grounds. That disagreement eventually turned into a duel between them. Theo listened quietly before commenting that their past relationship sounded very different from the one they had now. From his perspective, the two seemed very warm and friendly with each other. Astina glanced at her husband and reassured him that she and Adolf were simply friends. Theo gently took her hand and said that she seemed to have quite a lot of friends. Then he kissed her hand as if to emphasize the point. She smiled knowingly and teased that her husband was jealous again. Theo admitted that perhaps he was, but he also hoped that a little jealousy might encourage her to love him even more. Astina laughed and pointed out that while she might have many friends, she only had one husband. Theo joked that it would be a very serious problem if she somehow had two husbands, all while continuing to kiss her fingers. She leaned closer and said she only knew one man who was that adorable. Then she casually sat on his lap and asked if he truly planned to be satisfied with just kissing her hand. That question was apparently far too dangerous to ask. Theo immediately pulled her into his arms and kissed her passionately. His hand slowly moved down her leg, clearly forgetting for a moment that they were traveling in a carriage headed toward a temple. Astina pointed out that their clothes might wrinkle if he kept going. He asked whether that meant they should stop now, although he asked the question while kissing her neck, which did not exactly suggest he planned to stop. After a brief pause, Astina eventually said no. Soon after, the carriage curtain was pulled closed, cutting off any view from outside. From that moment on, the carriage began to shake even more. Whether it was because of the rough road or the enthusiastic couple inside would remain a mystery. Sometime later, the two suddenly realized that the temple was getting closer. Both of them were now slightly out of breath and looking far more flustered. Theo hurriedly straightened Astina's clothes, while Astina wiped the sweat from his face. She told him she would clean herself up, and suggested he do the same. He looked deeply embarrassed, and admitted that he had absolutely no defense for his behavior, especially considering they were literally on their way to pray. Astina laughed softly and remarked that it was probably fortunate that neither of them followed a particularly strict religion. When they finally arrived at the Carabella temple, a priest welcomed them respectfully and informed them that the high priest was already waiting. Minutes later, the high priest greeted the couple enthusiastically and asked whether they had arrived without any trouble. Theo politely replied that everything had gone smoothly, thanks to the directions the high priest had provided. He also noticed that the temple seemed much busier than during his previous visit. The high priest proudly explained that the number of followers had grown significantly in recent times. Astina politely stated that their family wished to make a donation to support the temple in spreading God's teachings. The man looked absolutely delighted by this news and hurried away to retrieve the necessary documents. While expressing his gratitude, he declared that any union between husband and wife would surely be blessed under Carabella's protection. As the high priest turned, Theo whispered that the man, despite his devotion to God, seemed unusually interested in material donations. Astina simply replied that many religious groups had once been extremely poor, so perhaps old habits were hard to forget. While waiting, Astina looked around the temple and noticed that very little had changed over the years. During her previous life as Empress Martina, strict limitations had been placed on religious institutions. At the time, those decisions had been necessary for political balance, since allowing religious groups to grow too powerful could create serious problems for the empire. Still, looking at the temple now, it was almost hard to believe that Carabella had once been unpopular despite being the national religion. Then again, most nobles preferred luxury and comfort over the kind of simple and disciplined life the religion encouraged. Noticing that Astina seemed deep in thought, the high priest suggested that she might be bored listening to administrative discussions and offered to give her a tour of the temple instead. Astina politely declined the offer, explaining that everyone already looked busy with their duties. She then turned to Theo and asked him to find her later in the prayer room after he finished his meeting with the high priest. She mentioned that she would go ahead and pray for a happy married life with him. Theo smiled warmly, kissed her cheek, and promised to join her soon. Nearby, the high priest quietly looked away while blushing. He realized that the rumors about the Archduke and his wife being extremely affectionate were probably not exaggerated at all. Anyway, since Astina knew the temple layout like the back of her hand, she walked toward the prayer room without needing anyone to guide her. That was hardly surprising, considering she had been the one who originally ordered the temple to be built. As she walked through the quiet halls, Astina reflected on something important. In order for an imperial family to maintain legitimacy, they needed a strong foundation that people could believe in. Unfortunately, her former self, Empress Martina, did not have that advantage. Back then, Martina had simply been the daughter of a nomad tribe with no noble background to support her claim. So Martina had done what any clever ruler might do in that situation. She borrowed the name of the god of war, Carabella, and used it as her own. Eventually, that name became something unique that only she could carry. Soon, Astina stopped in front of the massive statue of Empress Martina standing proudly in the center. Looking up at it, she casually commented that whoever sculpted it had done a fairly decent job. Before she could admire it any longer, a voice suddenly spoke from behind her. The man explained that the statue represented the first empress. Then he introduced himself as head priest Dennis Jordan. According to him, Martina herself had ordered the temple's construction, and the statue had been built to honor her dedication. Dennis politely added that Astina must be the Archduchess of Atalanta, who had come to visit the temple together with her husband to meet the high priest. Astina turned to face him, her eyes narrowing slightly. She immediately realized that this man had approached her fully aware of who she was. However, Dennis quickly denied that idea. He casually claimed that he would only remember that she was visiting the temple after he had already started speaking to her. She silently wondered why he was acting like they had bumped into each other by accident. The act was not very convincing, but she decided to see where he was going with it. He then asked whether she knew that Empress Martina had descended from the nomads of Leda. She quickly replied that it was common knowledge. The priest nodded and asked another question. Did she know what kind of people the Leda nomads were? According to old legends, he explained, the Leda nomads were believed to be children of the devil. Astina tilted her head and asked which legend he meant. Was he referring to the story of the Alatans? Dennis confirmed it and began explaining. Long ago, the Alatans were said to possess mysterious powers. These abilities were most often inherited by women, although occasionally men were born with them as well. Because of this, female leadership had been common among their people. The Archduchess calmly asked if he was suggesting that Martina's influence had come from those mysterious powers. The priest replied that such a possibility certainly existed. With that, she simply commented that it must have been an impressive power. Her voice remained calm, refusing to react to the bait he was clearly throwing. But Dennis was not the type to give up easily. He added that if Astina knew how men had supposedly suffered under those powers, she might see things differently. She responded by asking if that situation would simply be the opposite of the current patriarchal society of the Carabella Empire. Dennis forced a smile, but admitted she had made a good point. Still, he continued pushing. In his opinion, the throne could only have been taken by a woman descended from the devil. Seeing Astina's confused expression, he added that the devil's hand might appear soft and gentle while speaking sweet words. She immediately understood what he was doing. His words were not really about Martina. He was indirectly talking about Princess Isis. More importantly, he was trying to figure out whether Estina was secretly working together with the princess. So Estina decided it might be a little fun to play along and asked what point he was trying to make. If Empress Martina truly had been the daughter of the devil, then who exactly would have benefited from cooperating with her? Dennis seemed pleased, as if he believed she had completely missed his meaning. He was about to answer with a confident explanation when Estina suddenly cut him off. She asked whether he was referring to Emperor Elsier, the man who inherited the throne from Martina, or perhaps he meant the religious order of Carabella that had built this very temple with her support. The question hit Dennis like a bucket of cold water. Flustered, he immediately waved his hands and insisted that he had not meant to insult Empress Martina. Estina pointed out that, according to his own logic, the temple was proudly displaying a statue of the devil's daughter. She wondered how she should respond to someone who had just committed such a serious act of blasphemy. After all, she could easily report the entire conversation to the high priest. Or even worse, to the emperor himself for insulting his predecessor. At that moment, Dennis realized he had stepped into a trap of his own making. He quickly apologized, insisting that his words had only been metaphorical and that he had meant no disrespect. According to him, he had simply been sharing a secret story about Martina's background. Estina asked him if he knew where words were supposed to go before leaving someone's mouth. Then she lightly tapped her temple and suggested that they should probably pass through the brain first. Turning away, she added that she had no desire to create a scandal, and that it would be best to end the conversation there. Dennis apologized once again, while Estina thought to herself that she hadn't expected him to back down so quickly either. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Dennis decided not to let her leave just yet. He called out to her again, asking why her voice sounded so familiar. Had they perhaps met somewhere before? Estina answered quickly that she was not sure. It was possible they had run into each other at the temple before. Dennis then asked another strange question. Had she come to the temple to retrieve something? Estina replied with steady confidence that she had no idea what he was talking about, because that was not the reason for her visit. With no solid evidence to push further, Dennis awkwardly stepped back and muttered that he must have been mistaken. As he walked away, the polite expression on his face slowly faded, giving way to boiling anger. In his mind, he made a silent promise. Soon enough, he would see just how long the Archduchess could keep that confident smile on her face. Fast forward to the long-awaited day when the imperial family would finally announce the heir to the throne. The date had been pushed back earlier because of the incident with the heir's cup, but that delay did little to change people's expectations. Most nobles were already convinced that Prince Primo would be named the crown prince. Naturally, that meant Nadia, Primo's fiancée, and the woman expected to become the next crown princess, was taking her responsibilities very seriously that evening. One of those responsibilities involved keeping a careful eye on Estina. Nadia herself did not actually believe the rumors that Estina was some kind of witch, but she had still been asked to watch her until the banquet ended. Lady Fia, who had been quietly observing Nadia's behavior, eventually asked her to return Prince Primo already, instead of hovering around suspiciously. Nadia immediately hushed her and insisted that she was doing this for Princess Isis. That answer only made Fia even more curious, because whatever Nadia and the princess had talked about earlier that morning clearly left a strong impression. A few hours earlier, while the two women waited at the princess's palace, Nadia had been visibly nervous. To calm her down, Fia simply told her that she looked beautiful. The compliment made Nadia blush so much that she lightly bumped her fist against Fia's arm in embarrassment, pointing out that Fia had already said that several times that day. But the truth was, Nadia's nerves had little to do with her appearance or Princess Isis's approval. Having seen their interactions, Fia quickly reminded her that the princess had always favored her. Nadia could only hope that was true. Her mother had warned her countless times to be careful whenever she stood in front of the princess. After all, it was only thanks to Isis that Nadia had been able to become Prince Primo's fiancée in the first place. Because of that, Nadia desperately wanted to get along with her and make a good impression during their meeting that day. Once Nadia entered the princess's office, Isis explained that she was currently responsible for managing the imperial household's affairs. However, after Nadia officially became the crown princess, those duties would eventually pass down to her. Isis did not hide the fact that the work would be demanding, but she hoped Nadia would gradually grow used to it over time. Nadia immediately assured the princess not to worry. She promised that she would work harder than anyone else to fulfill the role properly. Then, in a moment of sincere enthusiasm, she suddenly grabbed Isis's hand and said that she did not want the princess to feel lonely. Since her only older brother would soon be married, Nadia assumed that Isis might feel a little down about it. She suggested that Isis could simply think of her as a new younger sister, promising that she would visit often just like real family. But without warning, Isis burst into loud laughter, as if Nadia had just told the most unexpected joke of the day. In her mind, the thought that such an innocent girl believed she felt any kind of sisterly affection toward Primo was almost unbelievable. After finally calming down, Isis waved the moment off as nothing and admitted that she had not thought about the word sister in a very long time. She then revealed that she once had a younger sister who died when she was still little. The news caught Nadia completely off guard. As far as she knew, Empress Isabel had never mentioned having another child. Looking closely, Isis said that Nadia actually resembled that sister a little. According to Isis, the girl had been young, innocent, frail in health, and above all, extremely affectionate. Hearing that description made Nadia blush, and she shyly admitted that it was the first time she had ever heard about that. The princess simply said it was because her sister had died a very long time ago. However, when Nadia innocently asked how her sister had died, Isis answered that even she did not really know. As for the reason, Isis could only say that the death had been so meaningless that whenever she thought about it now, all she felt was emptiness. In her calm voice, she explained that this was what it meant to be ignorant and powerless. When someone's life existed entirely in another person's hands, they could disappear at any random moment, without even understanding why it happened. Nadia listened with growing anxiety, eventually admitting that she did not quite understand what the princess was trying to tell her. Isis said that it was fine if Nadia could not understand. However, if she made the right choices, the two of them might still maintain the kind of relationship sisters shared. Realizing the meaning behind those words, Nadia confidently asked if there was anything she could do to help the princess. That was when Isis asked whether Nadia had heard the rumors claiming that the Archduchess was a witch. Nadia looked confused and asked if those were not simply false rumors spreading among the nobles. The princess admitted that she had thought the same thing at first. But the more time she spent around the Archduchess, the stranger her feelings became. She even mentioned that on the days she met Astina, she often felt unusually tired afterward. And so, she gave Nadia a simple task for the banquet that evening: watch Astina closely the entire time. Back in the present, Nadia had indeed been trying her best to follow those instructions. The problem was that after observing the Archduchess for quite a while, she still could not find anything suspicious at all. If anything, Nadia herself might have looked more suspicious than the woman she was secretly monitoring. Just then, Belita approached Astina with a mocking tone, questioning why the Archduchess had even bothered attending the banquet, while such ominous rumors were circulating about her. Theo stepped forward to defend his wife. In a cool voice, he pointed out that Viscountess Kellen was being rather rude, subtly reminding of her current noble status. The reminder hit Belita like a slap to the pride. Her eyes immediately flared with anger as she glared at the Archduke, clearly offended that he dared to speak to her that way. Still unwilling to back down, Belita replied that she had merely been curious about why certain people suddenly appeared after being absent from imperial events for so long. Before the tension could rise any further, Prince Primo himself walked over to the group. With a polite smile, he remarked that his sister seemed eager to say more, even during such a joyful occasion. Then he advised Belita not to create unnecessary disturbances, and suggested she simply go her own way. Realizing she had no support in the situation, Belita finally left. Once she was gone, Primo turned to the couple and apologized for his sister's rude behavior. Theo, keeping the mood light, replied that on such a beautiful day, it was better to simply ignore minor incidents like that. He then congratulated Primo on becoming the crown prince. Primo casually tapped Theo on the shoulder, mentioning that the banquet would begin soon. A little later, the banquet finally reached the moment everyone had been waiting for. Prince Primo stood up and raised his glass. With a confident smile, he announced that today's celebration was made possible thanks to Princess Isis. She looked genuinely surprised that her brother had decided to give her the honor of making the first toast. After clearing her throat to gather herself, Isis admitted that she felt a little shy being placed in the spotlight like that. She lifted her glass high and offered a graceful toast to the future emperor, saying that his name would remain in the empire's history for a long time. Then she brought the glass to her lips and drank. For a brief moment, everything seemed perfectly normal. But suddenly, Isis's expression changed. Blood began pouring from her mouth, and before anyone could even process what was happening, the princess collapsed. Primo rushed toward his sister and quickly checked on her. Then he cried out loudly that someone had poisoned her glass. The emperor shot to his feet the moment he heard those words, and immediately ordered the guards to seal the entrance. No one was allowed to leave. While Primo continued performing his role in the sudden assassination attempt against the imperial family, Nadia stood frozen nearby. Her hands trembled as she stared at the collapsed princess. When her eyes shifted toward the archduchess, she noticed something that confused her even more. Astina looked completely calm. She simply stood there with the same composed expression as always. Seeing that level of calmness in the middle of chaos made Nadia feel even more unsettled. At that moment, Primo raised his voice and demanded to know if anyone had seen anything suspicious. For a few seconds, no one dared to speak. Then suddenly, one of the footmen slowly raised his hand. With visible fear in his voice, the man claimed that he had seen someone pour something into the princess's cup. When Primo demanded to know who it was, the poor servant began trembling so badly that it looked like his knees might give up on him at any second. Still, he managed to lift a shaking finger and point directly at Astina. Primo immediately grabbed the servant and demanded to know why he had not spoken sooner. The man could only stammer nervously that everything had happened too quickly, and he had not had time to say anything before the princess collapsed. Then Primo turned toward the archduchess and asked if the accusation was true. Naturally, Theo stepped forward at once to defend his wife, but Astina interrupted him before he could say much. With a small glance toward him, she signaled that she would handle this situation herself. Without showing the slightest hint of panic, Astina simply stated that the servant was lying. Primo questioned why the man would accuse her if that was the case. Astina responded that the accusation was nothing but slander. She rejected the prince's claims and pointed out that she had no reason to poison the princess in front of an entire banquet hall full of witnesses. In fact, she added that if she had truly wanted to do something like that, she would have hired someone else to handle it instead of doing it herself. Primo scoffed and dismissed Astina as nothing more than a smooth talker. He quickly explained that the security at his sister's palace was extremely strict, since she was under his personal protection. Every piece of food coming from the kitchen had already been tested for poison using silver utensils. Because of that, he reasoned that the only possible culprit must be the person sitting closest to the princess. Unfortunately for Astina, her seat happened to be right next to Isis. Primo looked completely confident that he had cornered her, but the crowd was not as convinced as he hoped. Most of the nobles seemed hesitant to openly support the accusation, mainly because picking a fight with the Archduke was not exactly a smart career move. Seeing that, Primo suddenly turned toward Nadia and demanded to know if she had seen anything. The question hit her like a bucket of cold water. Her mind went completely blank, as everyone's attention shifted to her. Primo shouted again, demanding an answer since she had been sitting directly across from the princess during the toast. It was the first time her fiancé had ever spoken to her in such a harsh tone. The sudden pressure made Nadia tremble even more, and her thoughts began racing in every direction. In that moment of panic, she tried to imagine how Princess Isis might react in this situation. Then she remembered the strange conversation they had earlier that day and the princess's request for her to watch Astina closely. That memory slowly pushed her toward a decision. Closing her eyes, Nadia finally declared that she had indeed seen the Archduchess slip something into Princess Isis's cup. It was exactly the answer the prince wanted. Astina quietly turned her gaze toward Nadia and suggested that such claims should be verified properly. She asked Nadia if she had seen the color of the poison that was supposedly placed in the cup. Since Nadia had been lying, there was no way she could answer it. She instinctively looked toward Primo for help, hoping he might guide her somehow. Unfortunately, he simply turned his gaze away. In the end, Nadia was unable to say a single word. Astina then turned to the servant and asked him the same question. The man quickly responded that he had been standing too far away to see what color the poison was. That answer immediately triggered Theo's temper. With visible anger, He shouted that it made no sense for the servant to claim he saw his wife slipping poison into the cup, while not even knowing what it looked like. Primo pointed his finger sharply at the Archduke and insisted that he was focusing on the wrong detail. According to him, Theo was simply trying to distract everyone from the important issue. The argument between the two men continued for a moment, each standing firmly on their own reasoning. When neither side backed down, Primo could only grind his teeth in frustration. Finally, with little patience left, he brought up the rumors spreading through the empire about Astina being a witch. He claimed that even though he had heard those rumors, he still trusted the couple enough to invite them to such an important celebration. Yet they had repaid his kindness by attempting to harm his sister. With that accusation hanging in the air, Primo turned toward the guards and ordered them to arrest the Archduchess immediately. Theo stepped in front of Astina at once, shielding her with his body like a human wall. However, even he had no realistic way to stop that many armed guards alone. From her seat, Nadia could only watch the chaos unfold in front of her. Primo walked over to her and gently reassured her that she had nothing to be afraid of. He promised that he would protect her from the so-called evil witch. But as Nadia watched Astina, a strange thought began creeping into her mind. Looking at someone being dragged away so helplessly, Nadia could not help but wonder if a real witch would behave like that. And so, she quietly began to question whether she might have just helped frame an innocent person. The next day, the entire capital woke up buzzing with the same shocking rumor. According to the latest spreading gossip, the Archduchess had tried to poison Princess Isis during the imperial banquet. Naturally, everyone had an opinion. Some people were already predicting that Astina would soon be executed for such a bold crime against the imperial family. Others, however, were not so quick to agree with that conclusion. After all, the Archduke had been sending letter after letter to the court, repeatedly petitioning for his wife's release. Meanwhile, the woman at the center of all this chaos was sitting quietly inside a prison cell. Astina remained as calm as ever when Dennis arrived to visit her. The man greeted her and asked whether she had been well. Astina said that she supposed she had been doing fine. Then, without even asking how he was doing, she casually remarked that he seemed to be doing quite well himself, judging by the satisfied look on his face. Dennis smirked and noted that the Archduchess still had quite the sharp tongue. However, he reminded her that she should probably be more concerned about her own situation now. According to him, he had come to conduct an official interrogation. Without wasting time, Dennis began asking questions. He wanted to know the exact date Astina had married the Archduke and when Theo had supposedly recovered from his illness. More specifically, he asked whether Theo had already begun recovering before Astina arrived in Atalanta. But instead of answering, Astina simply stared at him in silence. Dennis quickly grew impatient. He asked how long she intended to keep that silent treatment going, warning that such behavior would only make her situation worse. At that, Astina scoffed and bluntly called him a fool. The insult made Dennis glare at her immediately. He reminded her that he might have tolerated her attitude when she was outside prison, but things were different now. At the moment, he was the one holding her fate in his hands. And so she asked whether he was acting on behalf of the temple. Dennis proudly declared that as a servant of God, it was his duty to convert non-believers. Astina responded with a dry remark that the church seemed to specialize more in burning non-believers than converting them. The man shrugged as if that was simply part of the job. According to him, some people were too evil to be converted, so punishment was the only option left. Our girl slowly stood up from her seat and declared that Dennis's failure to understand God's teachings was not because he lacked effort. It was because he was simply stupid. Before the priest could react, Astina snatched the papers from his hands and began reading the accusations written against her. As she went through them, the list sounded less like serious charges and more like someone had written a collection of dramatic stories after drinking too much wine. She looked back at the priest and asked how someone who lied about God's will could still call himself a believer. Then, without hesitation, she tore the papers into pieces and tossed them straight into his face. Astina coldly told him that he was neither a true priest nor a skilled politician. In her eyes, he was simply a man who greatly overestimated his own abilities. Then she added one final remark, asking if he even knew what he looked like right now. According to her, he had the hideous face of a devil. To his credit, Dennis tried very hard to keep his composure. But the tension in his voice betrayed how much the insult had hit him. He said that he was looking forward to seeing whether Astina would still be able to run her arrogant mouth during the trial 2 days from now. Astina, of course, showed no signs of backing down. Instead, she promised she would never disappoint him. Back at the palace, Nadia rushed to visit Princess Isis as soon as she heard the news that she had regained consciousness. Nadia had been genuinely worried, so seeing Isis awake and recovering filled her with relief. The princess gently commented that Nadia was truly a soft-hearted person, and that the recent events must have been difficult for her. With perfect timing, Isis smoothly asked Nadia to tell her exactly what had happened during the banquet. She mentioned that she already knew people were accusing the Archduchess of poisoning her. What she wanted to know was whether it was true that Nadia had testified against Astina. Hearing this, Nadia could no longer hold back her guilt. She suddenly collapsed onto the princess's bed and burst into tears, confessing that she had actually seen nothing at all. Once Nadia finished explaining everything that had happened, Isis frowned at the confession. But in truth, that reaction was nothing more than an acting. When the tearful Nadia asked what she should do now, Isis advised her that if the court summoned her as a witness during the trial, she should simply claim to be ill and avoid appearing altogether. In a comforting tone, Isis wiped away Nadia's tears and reassured her that she didn't need to fight House Atalanta for Primo's sake. After all, the princess said, the truth would reveal itself during the trial anyway. Feeling slightly relieved, Nadia eventually left the room. The moment the door closed behind her, one of Isis's loyal maids stepped forward and reported that Nadia had actually helped the princess a great deal during the incident. Apparently, right after Isis collapsed, Nadia had slapped her back to make her vomit the poison. Of course, the antidote had also been administered in time. In other words, the princess had never truly been in serious danger. Isis then asked whether the letter had been delivered according to her instructions. The old maid confirmed that it had been secretly delivered to her. And that mysterious recipient was none other than Astina herself. Now that the letter had reached its destination, both Astina and the princess had finished their preparations for the upcoming trial. By then, it was clear that the two women were setting the stage, and when the day of the trial arrived, both sides seemed ready to put on a very dramatic performance. When Astina was finally brought into the courtroom as the defendant, the tension hung in the air until the judge officially opened the hearing. The judge called the first witness. And of course, the first person to step forward was none other than Priest Dennis. The priest began his testimony with confidence. He explained that 2 weeks earlier, while members of the temple were performing one of their usual purification rituals around the capital streets, they had witnessed what he described as a very suspicious incident. That very day, the Archduke and Archduchess had been moving around the streets in disguise. He then pointed toward a large antique vase that had been placed in the courtroom as evidence. With dramatic flair, he declared that this was the object the couple had purchased that day. The priest claimed that the moment they saw it, they immediately sensed that the item carried a curse directed toward the imperial family. Because of that danger, the priest had no choice but to confiscate it on the spot. Astina listened quietly as Dennis continued speaking with growing intensity. According to him, once the cursed item had been taken from her, the Archduchess had supposedly decided to use a more direct method instead. That, he claimed, was why she later attempted to poison Princess Isis during the banquet. He even added that when they had encountered each other earlier, Astina had introduced herself using a fake name. At that point, Dennis slammed his hand against the stand and loudly demanded to know why she had hidden her identity. If she had nothing to hide, he argued, she could have simply told the truth and cooperated with the temple's investigation. Meanwhile, Theo listened from his seat as the whispers in the courtroom grew louder. Some people began looking at Astina with suspicion, and a few were already murmuring that the rumors about her being a witch might be true. But with one look from him, the entire room fell silent. After Dennis finished presenting what he proudly called evidence, the judge moved on and called the next witness. This time it was a merchant. The poor man walked forward looking like he would rather be anywhere else in the world. The judge asked him whether the antique vase had indeed come from his shop, and also requested that he explain where he had originally obtained it. The man admitted that the item had indeed come from his store. He also confirmed that the Archduchess and her husband had purchased it not long ago. Then he added something else. Astina hadn't only bought the vase that day. She had also purchased several other items, including paintings and a few old books. However, when the judge asked whether Astina had explained what she planned to do with those items, The merchant suddenly hesitated. Over at the side, Primo watched the scene with a smirk. In his mind, the explanation was simple. Those items were probably just another random hobby of an eccentric noblewoman who liked collecting antiques. And judging from the direction the trial was going, that little hobby might end up destroying her reputation. Unfortunately for Primo, the merchant's next statement completely changed the mood in the room. The man nervously confessed that those items had originally belonged to House Atalanta. Even the judge looked surprised. For a moment, he wondered if he had heard the statement correctly. Wiping the sweat from his face, the man quickly explained that the Archduke had told him he was there to retrieve the treasures of House Atalanta that had been secretly smuggled onto the black market. Dennis felt his stomach drop. He could not believe the merchant had failed to mention such an important detail when he questioned him before. Back then, the man had only said that the couple purchased an antique vase along with some other normal items. The reason for that little omission was obvious. He had kept quiet because Theo had threatened him to say exactly what he had been told. Now that the situation had completely flipped, Dennis began to panic. He instinctively glanced toward Princess Isis, suddenly realizing that the princess might have planned this entire situation from the start. Meanwhile, the judge turned his attention toward the defendant. He asked Astina to explain everything in detail. Astina lowered her gaze slightly before speaking. She admitted that it was embarrassing to talk about, but during the time when her husband had been ill, many things inside their household had fallen out of control. Because she had not been able to supervise the estate properly, some of the Archduke's vassals had taken advantage of the situation. Several of them had secretly stolen valuable treasures belonging to House Atalanta. Eventually, Astina and Theo discovered that many of those stolen items had ended up in the hands of the same merchant who was now standing in court. She explained that they had simply decided to retrieve those treasures while they were already visiting the capital. Hearing this explanation, Dennis immediately demanded to know why, if she had such a reasonable explanation, she had not simply told him the truth earlier, instead of using a fake name. Tears slowly began to gather in Astina's eyes as she said that the situation had been extremely humiliating for their household, and she had not wanted to expose such disgrace publicly. She had endured the insults and kept silent to protect the dignity of House Atalanta, but the longer she remained quiet, the more people twisted the story and started calling her a witch. Her acting was so convincing that even Theo, who knew perfectly well that most of it was pure performance, could not help feeling a little upset for his wife. People whispered that perhaps the temple had misunderstood the situation from the start. Others quietly pointed out that the temple's aggressive accusations might have caused unnecessary suffering for an innocent archduchess. Eventually, Priest Dennis reluctantly bowed his head and admitted that there might have been a misunderstanding between the temple and the archduchess. But he also added that even if the incident with the cursed vase had been a mistake, it did not prove that no one had attempted to harm Princess Isis during the banquet. Not wanting to lose control of the situation, Dennis immediately pointed toward the footman who had previously testified. He explained that there was still a direct witness connected to the poisoning incident, and that alone should not be ignored. The priest then explained the results of the temple's investigation. After some effort, they had uncovered a clue that led to the culprit. Dennis presented a small bottle to the court. Inside the bottle was a reddish crystal that sparkled faintly under the light. The priest announced that the mineral was called ruby sulfur. This mineral was commonly found in mines extracting gold, silver, and copper. In its natural state, it was often used to produce smoke. But once refined, it became the substance known as arsenic. He continued as he said that distributing refined arsenic to ordinary civilians was illegal, which meant it was not something people could easily obtain. However, there were countless mines located in the southern territories of the empire. And that region, of course, happened to be where House Atalanta ruled. The priest then raised his voice and questioned who, other than the Archduchess herself, would have such easy access to that dangerous substance. With that reasoning, Dennis formally requested that the court conduct a thorough investigation into the ruby sulfur connected to the Atalanta territory. The judge listened carefully and slowly nodded. He stated that Dennis's argument would be considered, but before any verdict could be discussed, the court would hear one final witness. It was someone Dennis had not planned for. In fact, even Prince Primo had not expected this person to appear that day. The witness was Agatha. The woman stepped forward and testified that the true mastermind behind the poisoning incident was none other than Prince Primo himself. The moment she spoke, Primo leapt to his feet in pure disbelief. Panic flashed across his face, and he seemed ready to explode in the courtroom. Yet the sudden murmurs from the crowd quickly stopped him. The judge immediately demanded an explanation and asked the witness why the prince would want to harm Princess Isis. So, Agatha explained that although the siblings appeared very close in public, the truth behind that facade was much more complicated. Princess Isis held enormous influence over the empire. In fact, many people believed that nothing important happened in the empire without her approval. As for the prince, he had silently suffered for years under the shadow of his sister's reputation, the main reason he had long struggled with an inferiority complex toward Isis. Many of them actually agreed with what she was saying. Even the prince's own supporters often sought Princess Isis's opinion before making decisions. In many ways, she already acted like the true power. Agatha then declared that she had nothing to gain from revealing this truth. Still, she believed that a person should at least have basic human decency. Tears welling in her eyes as she asked how Prince Primo could command someone to harm his own sister. Consumed by guilt, she realized she could no longer love a man capable of such a terrible act. Hearing this, Primo completely lost his temper. He rushed toward Agatha in fury, but Dennis quickly stopped him before the situation got worse and urged him to calm down. Then Dennis turned to the judge and insisted that Agatha's story was nothing but fantasy. Agatha claimed that the priest had been making baseless accusations. She, on the other hand, had undeniable proof. Her proof centered on the lands of Kellen, located in the same southern region as House Atalanta. Known for high-quality diamonds, these lands were also rich in mineral deposits, and one of those minerals was ruby sulfur. On top of that, those lands were ruled by the Viscount, whose wife happened to be Princess Belita. And it was no secret that Belita had never gotten along with Isis. The judge noted that if the information were accurate, the attempted murder might have involved multiple conspirators. Agatha nodded, and boldly declared that Prince Primo had conspired with Princess Belita to eliminate Isis. To support her claim, she revealed a collection of letters exchanged between the two of them. As the courtroom buzzed even louder, Theo quietly watched everything unfold and realized that the princess had most likely planted Agatha as a spy from the very beginning to perfectly trap Primo. Agatha then began reading one of the letters out loud. The letter from Belita talked about Belda flowers that grew in their territory. She wrote that the flowers had bloomed perfectly and that the time to make wine from them would soon arrive. Belita also mentioned that all preparations were going smoothly and that there was nothing to worry about. Of course, that strange message was not about flowers or wine at all. The red flowers growing near the mines were simply a metaphor for ruby sulfur. Next, Agatha unfolded another letter. This time it was Prince Primo's reply. In his message, the prince questioned why Belita was suddenly talking about making wine, insisting he had no interest, and demanding a response to his proposal. The message then became even bolder. Primo asked if she had approached him initially because she wanted to get rid of Isis as well. Unable to take the situation anymore, Primo suddenly pointed straight at Estina and shouted that everything had been planned by that witch. The judge immediately ordered him to remain silent while the court examined the letters. A handwriting expert was soon called to verify the letters. After examining the letters carefully, he trembled as he announced that the handwriting indeed belonged to Prince Primo and Princess Belita. Primo erupted in fury, yelling that he was being framed. Desperate, he grabbed the princess's shoulders, pleading with her to vouch that he would never harm her. Isis played her part flawlessly, trembling as if terrified, and asking in a weak voice whether he had really intended to poison her. That reaction only made the situation worse for him. In the end, the judge delivered the court's decision. The defendant, Archduchess Atalanta, was declared completely innocent. Furthermore, since the main suspects had now shifted in the attempted murder of Princess Isis, the court announced that the trial would be suspended and resume after 3 days of further investigation. Just like that, the entire case had been turned upside down. The people who thought they were running the game were suddenly standing in the center of the board.